Alright, today we're going to be checking out Space Haven. This is a game I have played before. It has been quite a long time since I have played. I played some of the earlier early access builds and I really enjoyed what I played. But it's definitely one of those ones I'm like, cool, I had a lot of fun with this. I want to come back when it's closer to done. Well, today the devs have been so kind as to sponsor us, so I am being paid to play this. But as I said, I've spoken very highly of the game already in the past. I've played on my channel in the past. There's literally a playlist on the channel in the past from previous versions. So I have absolutely played this and I do very much enjoy this game. But we are being sponsored and it is the 1.0 release, so it's out in full. There's still probably more updates coming and all that. I don't have the roadmap in front of me or anything like that. But it has come a long way, and considering it's got a very small team working on it, it is done really well. Now, one thing I do like to do whenever playing the game, I say for the first time, it's been long enough I'm going to call this the first time for that purpose, is I do like to recognize any accessibility settings they have. And we can already see that they already have a colorblind filter here. Usually what that'll do is that'll change it so instead of having like the green is good and the red is bad, it can still be green or red, but they'll put like, you know, maybe it'll have a circle versus an X or a texture difference, but something that can let you differentiate. You get the idea. We got UI scaling here, which apparently, I don't know if that is the default, but apparently we're set to 1.5. So you can scale up your UI, which is great for people who have, you know, visual impairments, that kind of thing. Or they just prefer not having to squint at the screen and desperately struggle. Oh, interesting. You can change the menu music. I also appreciate that the devs have a constant music setting, because the number of games I play that have lovely music or really good music to it, and you're just like, dude, play your music. I'm begging you. I'm glad they have one to keep the music going. They got edge scroll where you can turn it on and off, which is great for people who get motion sickness. That helps. You can use your different, you know, temperatures and all that. One moment. Okay, sorry about that. The moon menu music is nice. It was the original, gotcha. So you can have it where it shows like your tile different. That's not really an accessibility thing, I don't think. But I could definitely see, like, to me, the cage with Y offset is objectively wrong versus the cage and the floor is fine. But the idea I'm going to be clicking on the top corner of it, this would upset me. The other two are fine. Background, you have different stuff there. Huh. I don't think that matters to anything, but okay. This is like a background image. You got, like, if you're using gamepad and key bindings, it doesn't look like it's recognizing that I'm not using a QWERTY keyboard, but we'll see. I've seen a lot of games lately that they'll show the WASD, but then when I actually go into the game, it works right. Regardless, a lot of cool accessibility stuff. But yeah, just to show you, like, I do have a bunch of saves from times past. That's like Helpless Space Hub, probably not a death trap. Don't tell chat. Twitch. They all died. But we're gonna start a brand new game. Do I want to force myself to do the tutorial again? It has been a long time. I probably should do the tutorial because while I know the main game stuff, it's been a long time. I've probably forgotten a lot. And they probably changed a bunch. Let's see. This tutorial will teach you the basics mechanics of Space Haven, which is a shipbuilding, resource management, crew management, and so on. It is divided into chapters, and can be paused and returned to at any time without losing your progress. Play this tutorial to learn the basic game mechanics. You can pause at a chapter. Okay, so that sounds like it's a lot. I have changed my mind. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go with either the ship or the station, because if it's chapters, it feels like it's going to be a long thing. And I might prove to regret that. So the normal, as stated by normal, is kind of your default thing, where you can build fleets of spaceships and encounter our spacefaring groups as you explore. There's a station here, which is interesting, which makes the trade hub, somewhere in the galaxy, expand your station by nearby mining asteroids, trading with merchants, watch for tourists, and all that. And then we have to defend against attack. I think we're going to go with normal. But it is cool, because I know they had been experimenting with the station, like, when I last played at, like, its very first iterations. And it's good to see that actually came in a real way. Alright. Yeah, so that's the same dialogue you read before. Your crew of 4 have left Earth behind, and the stars await you. First, though, you need to build a ship. You have your basic platform and some essential supplies, but you'll need to build everything else yourself. This is a good scenario to start familiarizing yourself with the basic game mechanics. Note, this is not a tutorial, and you may fail. There is a separate fail-safe tutorial available. Alright. Game name. What is a game name, not our ship name? So, on stream 1.0. And we could do the basic platform, which is the starting. Abandoned mining station. This mining station is abandoned at the height of the crisis on Earth, and has now been repurposed as a shipyard. Use its facilities to build your ship from scratch and strike out into the unknown. Play the scenario if you want freedom to build a truly customized spaceship. This is not recommended for your first playthrough. A small hope. Let's see. As things are getting desperate on Earth, you remembered an old friend who is now a rich baron. You convince him to spare you one of their older ships and some essential supplies. You've been given a small hope, but you have to build up from there and give yourself a chance to survive. Play this if you're already familiar with the game mechanics. Why am I yawning? And want a quick start. Does not tutorial. I think the basic platform. That seems to be like kind of our default setting. So we have peaceful, which means there's going to be like... Yeah, so adversities are very low. You've got builder. So we start with a bunch of resources, and they're plentiful. You'll face some adversity. Difficulty level, starting with the resources found in the galaxy at medium level, and you'll face adversity as you travel. Harsh is we start with there'll be a lot lower stuff and more fighters with tougher decisions. And then brutal, which is where the game just kicks you in the nuts and tells you to say thank you. I'm going to assume medium is the default, so I'm going to go with that. It doesn't really mention. So we get scenario hints. We'll go ahead and leave that because, again, I haven't played in a hot minute. We get 4 crew members. Our hangars are populated. I don't know what that means too much. We got a bunch of basic resources. We got a couple of weapons. Elements present in the start sector. So we will have a derelict ship to tear apart, some ice, some energum, and some hyperium. The crew's base mood will be normal. The AI to ship combat will be normal. The quests and events will be normal. Enemies are enabled, friends are enabled, lovers are enabled. Sandbox mode is turned off. The faction rules or the pirate coalition are hostile, and their relationship does decay, and that's the starting. It assumes that means I can become friends. The android collective is neutral. The civilians are friendly. The cult of New Haven is neutral. The merchant federation is accepting. The military alliance is accepting, and the slavers guild is unfriendly. The technology settings are just unlocked across the board from the looks of it. We have Industry 1. Yeah, I'm assuming those are your intro technology. I have to get more. We do get all resources when dismantling stuff, which I appreciate, because it's very annoying in a game where you misclick and then suddenly your resources are just gone. Rebuilding broken facilities requires resources. That's fine. Facilities have wear and tear. Build tools only. Items may break on use. That's fair. Randomness settings are balanced. Full crew customization. Oh, before I forget, we can do this, which is we will go ahead and get ourselves a list of things. So if you want to be one of the people who's probably going to die on the ship, you'll do !join. I make no promises you'll have a good or a nice time. You will have a time. It might be a short time. Asteroid rules. Quality versus default. It looks like the Energem has a slightly higher than default setting, which is fine. Aliens are very common. Rogue bots are common. There's just a lot of stuff. Sure. So we're doing medium. Alright. Minimum level required for this scenario is 1 on all of those. So we have a navigator, a security guard, a lab technician, and a bartender. I'm actually curious. You'd have a cook, a blacksmith, a welder, a chemical engineer, an athlete, a fighter pilot, a computer programmer. So it looks like medical and shielding are the 2 I'm not great on. Can I find someone? There we go. That seems like a reasonable balance. We have at least 3 present in everything with a bit of a higher rank in construction, research, and navigation, which I think we can live with. Because I don't remember the game nearly enough to go in that. I'm not going to go customize everyone's outfits in high detail. But let's go ahead and we got our first person. So our navigator is going to be Luxray. I'm not sure what to do about the last names. Oh. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and draw our security guard, and that's going to be Veto. And then we got our lab technician, and that's going to be Canahawk. And I don't tend to have it where people can be like, oh, I want to change my character and stuff. I don't tend to do that. I used to. It just ended up being a thing that when I would start doing that... Wait. Oh, I have to actually hit crab. I see. So everyone's getting the last name Crab, which will get really weird when everyone starts dating. But it's okay. It's a really big family. There's different subsections. So we'll just assume everyone is not actually related to each other. So we got Teddy, FL. Okay, so we got Luxray, who you're a navigator who has the trait antisocial, tends to avoid spending time with other people, keeps to themselves. This person wants to talk less on average. This person wants more personal entertainment on average. Immune to the condition lonely. This trait has the possibility to give an exceptional learning potential in some skills. We've got Veto, who's a security guard who is smart. So they learn it 22% faster. And they surrender. I don't know if 10% means they're more likely to surrender or less. But surrender is 10%, sure. They want to play games more on average, and they want to talk more on average. We got Canahawk, who is antisocial, which we already covered what that does. And then we've got Teddy the Engineer, who has a bloodlust. They're far less likely to surrender. Okay, so that means Veto is slightly more likely to surrender. Whereas Teddy is far less likely to surrender. Does not feel unsafe from battles. Does work a little bit slower. This person wants to fight more on average. This person wants to talk less on average. So we have 3 people who really don't want to talk on the ship, and 1 person who likes to talk a little bit more. They're all going to be great friends. They're also immune to the conditions scared, panicked, or feeling a little unsafe. Alright, this will be great. I love how it's the engineer who is like the one who has bloodlust and all this stuff versus the security guard is like, no, I'm gonna not surrender in the drop of a hat, but I'm gonna be leaning a little more combat averse. Industry facilities need to have a high capacity power grid to operate. Build a large or small power node close to them to ensure their power needs. Alright, so we need to go through here and remind ourselves how on earth we play this game. Because it has been a hot minute. Welcome to Space Haven. Hello, Spacefarer. Welcome to Space Haven. Follow the upcoming blue objective notifications to be guided through the basic steps for assembling a working ship. Your crew will follow a schedule, and the icon above their head will tell you whether they're currently working, sleeping, or taking some free time. to look after themselves. All three are necessary, according to this documentation that corporate is now handily discarding. So let them work at their own pace, and you will soon see a ship come to life. If you find yourself struggling with resources at first, don't be afraid to start a new game and modify your starting resources or game customization menu, difficulty selection menu, to fit your playstyle. The sandbox mode is available. Okay. Nowhere to relax, ship is full. Build a tools facility. This tools facility transforms resources to recharge your crew members' handheld construction printer guns. Essential for construction facilities. Okay, build menu, object, resources, tools, facility. Alright. So let's find this. Build menu. Did it say tools? Alright. So I've got you. So if we're looking here, those, let's... Alright, so you are my worker bee ship. You're my, like, major ship. They're your docking ring. This is just a storage facility. We have our power core. No, wait. Our power generator, then what do you do? Oh, right. There's like a CPU idea in this game's limitation. So it's like, this is my power. This is like my ship's ability to maintain balance things. You got temperature and a light. Alright, so we need a tools facility. I don't have a specific plan of where anything is going. So for the moment, tools facility there, so if I decide to close it off later, we can. They're going to carry stuff around to the various ships, get all them loaded. The very last 13 saying 35. This is definitely a real and accurate number. Yes. You did make it in. What were you? You were anti-social, I believe. I've already forgotten who was what. Because you weren't the security guard. That was Veto. I don't remember if you were the navigator or what your role was. Create optimal gas conditions. Build an oxygen generator. Oxygen generators convert water into oxygen and are essential for humans to survive in space. Build a gas scrubber. Hazardous gas scrubber removes CO2, smoke, and toxic gases in the air and produces carbon and raw chemicals. Needs only electricity to operate. The gas scrubber and CO2 producer can be placed in the same room and do not interfere with each other. I'm assuming that was something that people were doing, was like not putting them in the same area out of concern. So there's the oxygen generator. Let's put that over here. Oh, and it is saying Q and E. I'm not on the QWERTY layout. I'm on my Dvorak, so it is working with a non-QWERTY layout. Just heads up. Like I said, that happens. That you'll have games that'll be like W is this, but it will use whatever's in the appropriate place. So we got the CO2 and all that, and right now I'm kind of just putting a bunch of my essential systems over here, and we'll expand and adjust our ships as we have the availability. We do have a derelict ship down here we'll end up tearing apart over time. You have a little bit of mining materials we can do over here. Alright. But we do this that way people don't have to wear their spacesuits indoors and all that. Alright. And it'll give me the next one. So, like, and this is the not tutorial version. I'm assuming the tutorial version, like, you'll get the same dialogue, but, like, the game will go out of its way to prevent you from having a problem. The right temperature is essential for people and plants to survive. This thermal regulator will maintain the habitable temperature. A bigger ship will require multiple regulators to maintain the temperature. Once placed, select the thermal regulator and open up the facility information and set the desired temperature. Needs power to operate. The wall regulator. A bigger ship will require, so you have one that sits on the floor and one that goes in the wall. So the thing that makes me curious is I'm sure there's an overlay here somewhere. That's CO2. There's temperature. Alright. So this is showing that my room temperature is actually quite lovely. That said, it is worth it in this game that one of the things they don't really teach you is, generally speaking, no matter how much stuff you have, you always want to have a little bit more, or not even a little bit more. You want to plan for things to go wrong. Is kind of where I'm going with this. Because broadly speaking, sooner or later, things are going to go wrong. You have just enough oxygen generator and just enough temperature regulator for when things are right. The moment, you know, some enemy pokes a hole in the side of your ship or sets something on fire, suddenly everything goes terrible. Because now you are just barely having enough to handle the ideal conditions, and things get really messy really fast. And thank you, Pretty Pictures, the 275 stream streak. Catch the last 275 streams, not miss a single one. I do appreciate that as well. But yeah, so it's going to walk us through tutorial land, and then once we get this, we'll be good. Because it's been a hot minute since I played. No matter how much you have, you always want a bit more. Capital isn't even in space now. Correct. Expand the spaceship's hull. Expand your spaceship's hull to create more room for facilities. You can do this from the build menu. Be mindful to not expand too much too quick, as hull expansion costs hull blocks. Expand little by little as you need for more space and facilities on your ship. The goal is to build a small hyperspace capable ship, then venture out and expand as your resources are acquired. Okay, so it just wants me to expand my hull at all. Would that be under... Being set a bunch of stuff. Build hull. Okay. I'm curious. We'll be very furious. Yep, that sounds like a him problem though. Okay, so we've got this whole thing right now as it's set up. It does want me to expand the hull. So for the moment, we go right here and we're just gonna do this. I just want to make it happy. Because what I actually really would like to do with this is take our time getting a bunch of stuff done. And there is fast forward and all that once we get familiar. Okay. The crew requires beds and toilets. A comfortable bed will help the crew sleep. Gives better rest to your crew members than sleeping on the floor. And then build a toilet for your crew. Okay. So what I think we'll plan to do then is let's go back to build hall. That might actually... We'll build it one wider. What I'll do is I'll put like... I'll give everyone their own little tiny little pocket to live in there. I am happy. I vaguely remember... It was either this one or another game that in its earlier version, when you went to build hall, you had to like make sure to secure the air. It might have been the other one. But I'm glad we don't have to, that it seems like as they're building the hall, it keeps it sealed. I'm gonna let that build a little, and then the plan will be to kind of make little rooms along here, little bugs. And then I'll either put the restroom like right here or put the restroom off in like the crew area. Generally speaking, when I do these games, I don't tend to go and do symmetry. I find personally I really enjoy asymmetrical ships. I find them way more interesting. So like, you know, if you want to compare stuff like, you know, X-Wings are symmetrical, the Millennium Falcon is not. To me, the Millennium Falcon is a more interesting ship. You know, Star Destroyers broadly are symmetrical. But there's just, you know, there's a certain thing about, like, when you have, like, an asymmetrical thing, it's got a little bit more character to it. But then on top of it, it can feel, like, a little bit more authentic, a little bit more real. Just by... You can tell it was built with purpose versus, like, it's just built for style. Okay, once they finish getting this area starting to get closed off, then I'll be able to start making these rooms. Now, one thing with Space Haven is some stuff does take time. Like, I remember salvaging other ships is, like, a bit of a timely thing. But if you're doing your comparison against something like, say, RimWorld, which is, you know, one of the comparisons you get is that, you know, it's Space RimWorld or whatever, which is not really right or whatever. But, you know, when you're building a major base in some of those games and all that, they just do take time. But like I said, you can actually speed up the game a lot. I'm choosing not to, just because I need to refamiliarize myself. And I don't want to sit there and, like, speed up the game to ridiculous speeds and then everything go out of whack. Because I do remember the thing that if you're, like, air production and all it gets out of whack, you can catch it pretty quick. It's kind of like oxygen not included. Like, if you're running the game at absolute max speed, you can sometimes not realize you have a problem until it massively escalates. Whereas if you're not running it that fast, there's a lot more chance that you might spot the problem before it becomes catastrophic. Okay, so with that, I have 4 crewmates. So we can start with objects. Well, that's interesting. So we can add floors and roofs and all sorts of different decorations and all that. So I want walls. Ah, that's to customize. That's not actually building the wall, it's customizing. So I think the build cost is just a time thing from what I'm seeing. Okay, that'll work fine. Okay, and then what we could do here... So I gotta be careful. That actually has a material requirement that I care about. The walls don't, so let's wait on the doors until we know we're good. The next thing I need is beds. And then for the last one, we need the toilet. Alright. So we're getting everyone their own little room over here. Not very big. It's mostly just a closet with a bed in it. But we are giving them their own windows. They can look out into the cold, cold void of space. Knowing they're just right there and, right there on the moment of the edge. Yeah, what you said earlier in the other chat about what the game apparently wants, was according to you, tongue-in-cheek, wasn't right reflecting negatively on either you or Alana. There's always a step baffled about the game's concept of dangers and need. No, I don't think it was taken that way. Yeah, no, the comment I had made in Alana's channel and all that was that Alana was just talking about, like, sometimes a game, like, they'll give you, like, hey, you've got enough heating for here, enough oxygen generator for here. But again, that's kind of based on, like, things being good. That broadly speaking, you also need to factor in when things aren't good. So you kind of need to overspec things. And the game, like, I can't speak about now, but historically didn't really teach you that. So you'd be like, oh, my temperature's good, I've got enough thermal regulators. Yeah, no, it was, Automod jumped on tongue in as sex-based term. Because Automod's been very touchy this past week or so. Like, very, very touchy. Is this game available for consoles? I don't believe so. I could be wrong, but I don't believe so. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is a Steam-only game. The indie game scene for consoles can be pretty rough at times. This game is very much good for those who like to over-engineer. Yeah, no, it is just the thing, it's like, don't plan for when things are good, plan for when things are bad. Yeah, no, I was fairly confident it was PC only, but I also haven't checked. Alright, so we've got our toilet, we got our beds, now we're filling in walls in between. Like I said, I do think I want to make them all have their own rooms. I don't know if that gives a mood bonus or anything, but is that... This lamp creates light so that the crew members can see what they are doing. Light is also increases comfort for your crew and needs a small amount of power to operate. Wall light creates... Yeah, so same idea about a wall light. And hey Bentley, how's it going? Let's see, most of the indie games are Steam only. It's costly and time-consuming to release on console. Well, a lot of consoles you have an extra fee you have to pay just to be allowed to publish on them. Like, I think Nintendo's is $200 just to publish a game on there. You know, stuff like that, which is not that big a deal. But you get the idea, it is an extra cost. And then a lot of times you do also have to go and develop things such that, like, you'll have the ones for the PC version. And then to port it over to also work on consoles is extra work as well. It's based, as you say, just one thin wall between you and the void. Always have to plan ahead. But I'm doing pretty good. Okay, we'll look into it when you're back at your computer. Gotcha. So you have in-floor light, in-wall light, and all that stuff. Alright, I probably shouldn't be putting lights in every single room. But I want to. Okay, let them keep building. I don't remember... Yeah, so it has a very negligible need for power. put some power in there as well. Alright. Kitchen. This prepares meal from raw food. Meals in the kitchen will help maintain optimal positive health and mood for your crew members. Once constructed, select the kitchen and open up the settings to create your own meal recipe. Place a table and chairs nearby to create a proper dining room for your crew. Algae dispenser. Nobody likes eating algae, but it's marginally better than starving to death. Keeps the crew alive, but will affect their health and mood due to the unpleasant texture and suboptimal nutrient levels. This facility does not provide crates. Crew members use it directly to acquire a meal themselves, if nothing better is there to eat. Oh, good. So food. So we got the kitchen and the algae. And it mentions putting furniture nearby. And I think what I'm going to do as well is going to go over here. With the plan of making that into a separate room later. Can I move stuff easily? I don't think we can. Oh, actually it does give me the option to move stuff. We tell them to move that into the other room. So that this could be like a common room, mess hall, kitchen, whatever. So you have like the crew quarters, the bathroom, the common space. This will be more like your industry area. That goes out to the deep void of space. Let's see, certification for each version is the most expensive part for consoles, so it's not a good deal for indies. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. Supporting consoles can be very, very rough. There's a reason why even like some of the most wildly successful indie games that do eventually come to console, if you actually look at the setup, often they will get publishers to facilitate all the console stuff. Because it is a whole headache to deal with. But it is one of the many reasons why, like when it comes to consoles, like, your options so far as indie games are far more limited. Your options so far as mods for games are far more limited. It is just the pro and con. It doesn't mean, like, console gaming bad or anything like that. It is just the nature of the beast that, when it comes to the considerations between them, that is some of the places that you kind of take a loss at it. You know, the part that's good is you push the on button and you open the game and you can just play. You don't have to worry nearly as much as like all the you know, different pieces of hardware constantly updating all that stuff. All right. Build a hull stabilizer. Hull stabilizers provide multiple functions to your spaceship. Hull stabilizers reinforce the ship's hull, strengthening its frame and generally improving the structural integrity. Multiple stabilizers can work in unison to bolster the hull beyond its normal limits. Hyper jump capabilities. Sufficient hull stability is also needed to hyperspace jump. Okay, so it's system, hull stabilizer. Okay. Well, I probably am overdoing it with the lights. Let's put a light over... Huh. Wonder why that space isn't an option. Okay. You're feeling somewhat hungry. That's fine. You played this a while back when it was first in early access. You actually really enjoyed the ship management, despite not being a big fan of RimWorld-like games. Yeah, no, like, I played the early access, like, very early on and really enjoyed it. But it was definitely one of those games that, like, you could see it was early access, because, like, you know, it was very early access at the time, which was fine. But it was definitely one of those ones going, okay, this is a game I want to wait till it's more done before, like, it really starts sinking a lot of time into. Because, you know, you don't want to burn yourself out in a game way, way, way before it's finished. Alright. And people are sitting down and having their nice conversations and eating their food. Alright. Build the following objects. This water... I like how the other ones were all like, you need to do this for this reason, and this one's just like, man, you know what water's for. This is the water collector. Reclaims water vapor from the air and condenses back into liquid water. Place it close to grow beds for maximum efficiency. Water Purify. Transforms ice into purified water. Essential for many life forms. More water can be acquired by mining ice asteroids and purifying ice into water. Once built, you can assign the refining job. Purity of ice, or purify ice and all that. Okay. Unable to stabilize. Okay. Oh, I think it's just waiting on materials. Alright. So we have the life support, where was it? Resources? Yes, we have the water purifier. So I think we're starting to get to the point that I need to expand the space some more. Actually, we can put the water purifier here. The water collector... will eventually want... put it here, but more than likely we'll want to move that later. Let's see. It sounds like actually feasible and not too addictive. Yeah, no, definitely, like, it's definitely not one of those ones where you end up getting, like, way, way, way too much of everything. You just kind of, whatever you need, you add 1 or 2 extra buildings. You don't have to, like, add all sorts of, like, extra ducting and all that kind of nonsense. Alright, everyone's going to bed. And what are you complaining about? Bad temperature, destructive environment. Okay, so we don't have enough temperature stuff here. So let's go to life support, thermal regulator. And here's wing of that. So just gotta know it in advance and feel like have a feel for when something needs to be taken care of. Yeah, and that's gonna take a little bit of work, is getting that balanced out. And they do have UI to help with this. If we go down here, we can see like the temperature. You see it's a little bit on the bluer side here. We want it to be in that like deeper green. Yeah, the comfort level of the room. So like The bedrooms down here are relatively okay. Oh, even though, well, I guess if I put up a door here, or at least on the bathroom. Oh, interesting. So the kitchen, the algae suspend. Okay, let's try putting up a door or two and see if that helps. Because they're complaining about stuff. I'm assuming that'll go. I have no idea what the difference of those two are, but okay. Sure, I'll regret that because it's a lot of materials I'm about to use. It's hard to explain, but the game is almost like a cozy terrarium, where you can observe the slice of life of your crew members as they do their things, sleep and eat in canteen. Yeah, and then you just occasionally have to deal with people coming by trying to murder you. The game is unpaused, right? Yeah. Right, let's speed up time while they're sleeping. Is this 1.0? Correct. Well, JD, that was... You're saying Terraria. They said Terrarium. Terrarium is like what you keep a spider in. Versus Terraria is a really fantastic indie game. Yep, you're all good. Or a small lizard, correct. I mean, I guess technically a big lizard, a terrarium can be large. But yeah, no, it's a thing for like keeping creatures and all that. That was me and Tomb went on a cruise one time. And I can't remember why we got it. Like, it wasn't something we paid for. They just like, okay, you know, here's a thing to go to the spa for free or whatever. It's like, okay, you know, it's free. Let's go to the spa. You know, most is like, oh, that's kind of nice. That's really cool and relaxing and all that. But they had like the lounge chairs, but they were like heated lounge chairs. It's like, I now understand why, you know, lizards and frogs and all that just want to lay on their warm rock. Now, granted, it's because they're cold-blooded, and that has to deal with the way their you know, thermal regulation works and their ability to move around and do stuff. But just very much, I'm like, I could see someone causing themselves problems by just waking up and then laying on this hot chair for long hours reading a book until they've done something like mess with their body temperature or something like that. Every time you step into a sun-warmed spot in the carpet, you're like, oh, I understand cats now. Yep. Yes, I'm trying to do is make separate rooms, because when we pulled up our comfort UI, they were like, ew, I'm by a toilet. I'm sad. It looks like they also don't like the kitchen stuff at all. Like, they are very not a fan of the kitchen stuff. Okay, yeah, so putting the door there removed the penalty. Alright, so hull stability has been achieved. Oh, the comfort during different times of the day changes. So, at nighttime, we have a very negative comfort in this room. But during leisure time, we have a relatively high comfort in this room. And then, at work time, we have a very high comfort in this room. Do they get disturbed sleep? I have no idea. I haven't seen it yet, but I don't know that for a fact. Where you can see where the areas are isolated and all that. We can see where the oxygen is, so blue is generally high, and as it goes to, like, red, it's bad. CO2 is fine. Hazardous smoke gas is fine. Expand the chip's high-capacity power grid. Small power node. This power node distributes high-capacity power to facilities. Advanced facilities such as industry facilities on the ship and attack and defense systems need high-capacity power. Use this power node to expand the high-capacity grid and ensure the facilities with high-capacity needs are covered. Do I have any of those? Ah, there we go. Fair enough. We do actually have one of those. Is it under resources? Power. Just right now, you just sit in the middle of the room. Alright. Yeah, and there's no sponsor link. We are sponsored, but like it's a very not informal. They didn't have like the whole setup with like a sponsored link or affiliate link or any of that kind of stuff. Just broadly, they're just supporting the channel. I've had quite a few indie games who do that, or they're just like, hey, we just want people to play our game. A great way to produce more buildings and blocks is by mining asteroids for raw resources and using the various refineries to turn them into usable building blocks. More water is acquired from mining ice asteroids and purifying the ice in the water facility. Zoom out of your ship to the maximum zoom level to reveal the tactical map. Also, increased upper left task, the upper left taskbar. Note, this is not done in the star map. Stay in the sector view. Look for the asteroids in your current sector and select one, and this will open the information window in the lower left part of the user interface. With the asteroid selected, click on the Mine button at the lower left in the tactical map to focus on the selected asteroid, along with one of your ships as a destination. Set the desired amount you want mine and watch your crew members as they board the mining pods. Yeah, so we need to mine. So mine it. Okay. Mine it. Okay, mine it. Okay. Transform ice into purified water. The more water can be acquired from ice in the asteroids and purifying ice with water purifier. Assign a refining job, purify ice to water, by selecting the water purifier facility and opening the refine tab in the lower left. All industrial facilities have a refine tab which can be used to set their production and more resources. Okay, so refine. I don't know if I'd want ice for anything else. Let's say if you got the availability, just refine it. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Recycler. Transforms scrap materials into a variety of useful resources. Releases heat and is noisy. Enclosing with walls and a spacesuit door will ensure safe working environment. Once built, can be assigned a recycling job. Okay. So it wants me to build a recycler. So this is probably the first time we want to go and add another section onto our ship. And the reason for that is because, as it mentioned, it's awful. It's noisy. It's unpleasant. It creates heat. Yada yada. So let's edit the ship. We can add more hull. I think we're going to branch it off of here. I should probably check to see how big this thing is as we're trying to figure that out. Facility? No. Resources? So you look like you're 3 by 4, I think. So let's go here, edit, do this. We're building the room off that side and giving it a little extra space. Alright, just checking the time to make sure I'm aware of when I need to take my break for Tomb getting home and all that. Alright, I haven't looked at what these bars mean. So we have energy, comfort, food, and health. I see. So far, everyone's comfort's being held up relatively well. Yeah, so put the recycler back here. And I'm thinking we'll do, this will be like our industry production area over here. This will be like where people stay. Eventually, we're going to have to add like, you know, weapons platforms, that kind of stuff onto our ship. Right now, I want to make sure I get at least the minimum that we can successfully fly the ship going. And then we can worry about, like, expanding and doing all sorts of nonsense. And you are the HHS Vega. We definitely want to change that. There we go. Alright. So with that, it'll be the hopeless cause. I don't know. Just trying to slap in a name real fast and going with it. It's still complaining about our storage being full. It gave us more than we had the capacity of when we started, but as we're using our materials, we are emptying it out. Eventually, we'll end up making more storage areas. You worry about that when we get there. Meanwhile, we got our mining ship over there. Who's flying that, by the way? Well, someone's in that ship flying it. I just don't know which one is. That'd be Vado. Vado's the one mining. He unsink a bell too. Yep. And the game's like, build your recycler. It's like, I'm working on it, man. Yeah, they're gonna want us to build a spacesuit door for that room. That the room is gonna be, like, really awful to be in. It'll be curious to see as we, expand this, how a lot of this ends up working out. In the meantime, what we could do is switch you back over to here. Walls. Yeah, mentions a space. Oh, here we go. Spacesuit door. Ah, I missed that you, Huh. Figure out how this works. It's implying that I can't build the wall along there, which is a little confusing. It might just be the wall has to go here instead. Which is fine if I need to do that. It's not too hard for me to expand the expand the hall. Need to expand a little bit more to accommodate where this sticks into the room a little ways. Alright. Because yeah, I remember stuff like smelters and all that, you really did kind of have to put them in their own space because the heat would get completely unmanageable. Alright, so let's see what it takes now to, I guess you just put it there. And just dismantle that spot. Okay, and it looks like they're complaining about temperature over here, so let's quickly go there. Alright, so it's not keeping the temperature up that much more. Let's put another one here. Another one there. We're adding a little bit of redundancy on our temperature regulators. Then the oxygen production, I shouldn't need more with only 4 people. We'll probably want to make more later. We can worry about that when we get there. The good news is having too many oxygen productions and all that, if I remember correctly, it just means they end up idling a lot more. Okay, so with that, we can go resources. Recycler. Can't remember if you need a temperature regulator there to keep it from overheating and that kind of stuff, but we'll get it. And that'll get me that in line. So one thing you can also do is you can go to edit and change the styles for different rooms. So I can go to my walls here and be like, you know what? For this industrial room or whatever here, we can use like this style of bulkheads or whatever. You know, for in here, I could change that style of bulkheads. Looks like it's setting it for the whole ship, which is fine. Oh, they're still considering that all different rooms. Did we not get these built? Am I not remembering how this works right? Because that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to separate that out, and it didn't want to put it here. Oh, you haven't built that section of wall in the corner. Okay, so that's what's going on. Alright, that's fair. I was there's like, but why is it not considering that separate rooms? Right, you just haven't built one of the walls. We need another hull stabilizer, but I'm going to need to make space for it. And what is your deal? Insufficient available resource of ice, because you've already used it all. You've mined that asteroid out. You haven't gotten the R2 yet, because they keep queuing up more and more jobs. Well, I played for a good while. Also, has a cute factor. Let's see. Oh, I don't know that one. Whistle factor. Alright, Alright, so getting that built. And this is one of the parts that takes the most is getting your ship set up. Once you get this, you end up going to place, and a big thing that becomes a time sink then is stripping down other ships that you find, and then building your own up. Okay. So we need a high-capacity grid thing down here. We can go ahead and get that while we wait. So power. Medical Cadman. Distributes medical supplies and interstellar sickness pills. Then the question is, do we just go with the medical cabinet, or do I give myself like a little sick bay or whatever? We do seem to be able to move stuff as we want. So in this particular case, put the medical cabinet over here by that. And then watch them complain about it and being like, it makes me uncomfortable. I prioritize you. That's fine. They're getting it done. It's okay. And how's your storage going? Because we should be slowly burning the storage down. Equip your crew members. Select a crew member and use the draft button on the lower left menu of the interface. Now your crew member manual control. After this action, move close to the storage facility. You can move the character with the right mouse button to an empty floor tile. Then use the right mouse button on the center of the storage facility to open up to pick things up. Okay, so let's start working on this. So draft, go over here. So pick things up. So I have an explosive grenade attachment for a rifle or a pistol. Explore the derelict ship. I'll deal with that in a minute. Alright. We'll let them get on break, and then we're going to go ahead and have them all get themselves equipped to go on the derelict ship. That's fine. They'll just continue working on their stuff. Let's see how we're all doing. So currently, you're in a pretty good mood. You're sleeping comfortably. You're feeling energetic. You have moderate comfort. You ate a great meal, great leisure space, and everyone. So everyone is just generally having a good time. Incoming ship next turn. You did something you didn't like. I had to do something I didn't like. Ah, that's unfortunate. You had to talk to someone. It really ruined your mood. How dare. It's all good, Infinity. It is a thing that, like, you know, it's a sponsored stream, but I'm not focusing on, like, any 2 hours of the sponsored stream, as this is the sponsored time of it. They sponsored me for 2 hours. We're going to be playing this for, like, the whole stream is my plan. Like, Obviously, it'd be kind of crap, so I was like, this other game is better than this one. Like, that'd be a little not great. But yeah. Generally, though, it's like game saw and all that. Okay, so let's start going. So, you are, I believe, our security person. So let's draft you and give you next dibs. And are just trying to get everyone their weapons. Okay, so you get a shotgun. And a pistol as a backup. Oh, you don't have enough weapon skill to do that. Interesting. Oh no, Veda was the security person, weren't you? It doesn't matter. Yeah, you have weapon skill 3, so you can take the shotgun. And they have secondary gun. Alright. Okay, so everyone's armed where if we run into any trouble, we do have people who can help here. Spacesuit on, enter the ship. Enter the ship. Enter the ship. Okay, Luxray's away. That's fine. So let's grab you. Tell you to fly over there. Okay. So check out the derelict ship. There should be lots of stuff to grab out here. There's also sometimes enemies inside these. Okay. A new ship has entered the system. They don't seem to be a problem. I don't have any weapons, so if they are a problem, I won't be able to do anything anyways. I vaguely remember being able to explore stuff on the ships. as far as like looting certain things and that kind of thing. Oh, there's something. Or not. It's quite literally nothing found. Okay. New salvage available. Owner, Military Alliance, seized player. Choose whether you want to leave the crew, drafted, or undraft them all. Those undrafted, they should just go home and do their own thing. Build 2 Hyperion hyperdrives and 1 navigation console. Alright. Trying to remember how to... Here, I'll just do this. Draft you. Actually, yeah, draft you. Enter the ship. We'll tell you to go home. And I believe that if I keep all the stuff queued to, like, collect and all that here, then I don't have to put any effort into it. So I believe if we go in here... I'm trying to remember the way you did. You could literally have them take the entire ship apart and collect everything. And I, for the life of me, do not remember the way you do that. Salvage, there you go. So salvage literally everything you can. Let's see. Visionary Felix, Doc Gray. Dawn. Offer loan, hail us for more information. Settings, we don't care about maintaining it, we don't care about cleaning it. We can salvage everything here, grab all the supplies from there. Yes, they should take care of that on their own now. Oh, you can get off the ship. You don't need to... Oh, you're all still drafted. Don't be drafted. Deal with your needs. But yeah, so they should now go over and salvage the ship themselves. Okay, so the next thing it wants me to do is to make the hyperdrives. So let's go ahead and get that. So we have the Hyperium hyperdrives, and it wants 2 of them. So let's plan to go over here to edit. How big are these hyperdrives? So it's 4x4. Okay. Alright, so we got some spots there for expanding our ship. Give it a little bit of a speed up now. They're starting to get comfortable and all that. We've got all our ice mined, we've got all that mined, we got one more piece of Hyperium to mine. Trying to hail them just to see what they'd say. Oh, here we go. Yeah, and for the record, this game, I believe, is 40% off right now. Okay, so we're trying to hail them, but like I don't actually have the means of hailing them, so that's fine. Yeah, so what should happen is we should see our shuttle, have people jump on board. They'll come over here and they'll start tearing apart things in the ship, loading it up. It is a very slow process to do this, so you want to kind of get that queued up fairly early so you can just work on it while you're doing other things. And I can't speak for nowadays, but I remember early on, early access, it was kind of a big thing here about when you're going to the other ships to salvage stuff. You would end up having the issue where getting stuff like food and keeping that going back and forth, you would kind of be trading, collecting all these things at the cost of like food and other goodies while you're waiting. I wonder what the price of this is right now. You can just do it this way. Because I got a command for whatever game we're playing. Yeah, so this is right now $15. Then you can get the whole game, 1.0 and all that good stuff. You start salvaging before you finish exploring. I believe you need to clear the ship before you're allowed to start salvaging. I can't swear that hasn't changed. But I remember that used to be a thing that you had to kind of go and get all the stuff collected, or you had to get everything cleared out first. What I'm curious is you're piling that all outside of the spaceship. I'm not sure about... Oh, I think they're getting it all into position, then they're going to bring the shuttle around to the other side to grab it, which is fair. That's good that they have a thing to like speed that up. Yeah, so we're going to get the 2 ships, or the 2 engines back there. And then the place for navigation. I'll switch back to you. Furniture. I will put a light on the wall here for the comfort bonus. Alright. We are utilizing a very large percentage of our power. So that is going to be a problem in the long run. Oh, AI search said that? Well, definitely don't trust AI search. Let me see if I can't just double check that, because I'm using a command that's not always great. Yeah, it's $15, because normally it's $25. But that could be like, the very, very first early access version was probably heavily discounted. That's not unusual. And then, you know, as the game became more and more finished, more and more they bring it to what price they actually want to have for a long term. I don't know if that's what happened here, but that's a very normal early access thing. It's actually one of the things that makes me very, very salty about a lot of, you know, quote-unquote modern early access, where the game will be like $65 for the early access version. I'm like, nah, man, you're giving me a third of a game. You should be not charging that. Alright, so the ship I couldn't talk to did leave. We have mined everything in the system. And so Canahawk is just walking around here, collecting all of the things. Taking a break, I see. Alright. Yeah, so the recycler here definitely gobbles up a lot of power. That's good. We do actually have a relatively full storage going on. I wanted more storage. That's large storage asteroid. Oh, that's the storage for on asteroid. So we can do a cargo port designed for transporting bulk cargo between ships and stations. Yep. We've got body storage. We've got smuggler storage. Gotcha. And they're basically, they can't scan it, but if they send people over, the people sent over might find your contraband. Which is a pretty standard mechanic when you're dealing with smuggling in games, is that you'll have like a thing that they can't just scan in. There's usually some type of problem you can run into. Alright, so Canahawk topped off their air and everything. They're loading up a bunch of materials. Yeah, so definitely need to get a much larger storage space. Yeah, I've got hull blocks. Yeah, what I could do is I could make a much larger area there and put like 2 large storages there. And so it's kind of like your buffer storage where whatever's brought in and filled in there. And all like the fancier stuff goes over here, like your processed goods. So you can put stuff like water and food in this spot, whereas this spot would just be like chunks of asteroid and hull and whatever. Remember this game? Yep, well it came out in 1.0 today. Technically you could get at it a couple of days ago if I remember correctly with the 1.0. I believe it was like a day or so ago you could get it. But it is 1.0 now that you can just grab it. If you already have the early access version, you already have the 1.0 version now. That's how updates work. But definitely a whole thing around that. Ship storage is full. Alright, well I need you to keep building and keep doing your thing. You're processing all the ice into water, which is good. We've got some food sitting around here. You're working on breaking down the boxes. Canahawk is now starting to disassemble the various furniture and all that to get more materials. Meanwhile, I believe it's Luxray is out here building the hull for our hyperdrives, so we can leave the system. Go ahead and bump up the time. Alright. But the game does have combat in it and everything. They will have times where other factions will attack us and we'll have to defend ourselves. We'll also have times that, you know, we're going to potentially pick a fight with someone else, punch a hole in their hull, to make them a derelict to be gutted of materials. That's the one I remember. I remember the one I last played, being attacked by a group of pirates, and we killed all the pirates when they attempted to board us. And just then, you know, we spent like the next 2 hours just taking their ship systematically apart because I couldn't store all of their stuff in my ship. They had just too much ship to put in my ship. Because, like, their ship was distinctly larger than ours. Because that was, I remember early on in the early access, they didn't have the ship-to-ship combat built in yet at all. It was basically, you would meet up with each other and you'd board each other kind of thing. Let's check stuff. Alright. Alright. I do believe this also has the RimWorld recruitment strategy of shove person in closet, and keep talking to them till they acquiesce. If I remember correctly, because I distinctly remember making like a brig in this, where it was just a couple. It was basically because I think they needed a kitchen and everything. That you basically just made a separate crew quarter of your ship. That the separate crew quarter of your ship was just, this is for prisoners kind of thing. Alright, so we're getting this all built. Okay, so that's the first one there. We can go ahead and get our systems. There is our engine. And we're required to build 2 of those. I vaguely recall doing this exact same engine layout the last time, and then having to change it because I needed the high power thing. But that's okay. We will figure it out as we go. We still have 19 hull blocks we can use. So let's plan to go over here and expand our ship over this way. And it'll build walls to make that internal. Like I said, I'll probably make this a storage room since we keep capping out under storage. I remember that being a whole thing that you just keep finding more and more stuff. So we could sit there and make a dedicated storage room over there to make our lives easier. Yep, that's exactly the case. I remember the last time I ran into that, the way I fixed it was I put 1 extra tile there and then I put the high capacity block right there to cover both of them. All right. So with that, we can switch to this. We would need to go to power. High capacity node right there. And that'll give us power for both of my engines. Oh, that's interesting. Not a high capacity grid. Charging will be slower. Not that it won't charge, that it just won't be efficient, which is an interesting consideration. Okay, so it looks like this time Veto went out to the airship. You can already see a lot of the furniture is missing. They're still taking a lot of it away. Right now, Veto is just grabbing one box after another and just loading up the shuttle. Like I said, then we'll end up needing to make a, we'll separate this off with a wall. Separate that out with a wall. I'll probably put 2 large storages in there. And that should make it so we can have whatever capacity we really need. And then from there, I'm going to need to put our navigation stuff. And I think what I might do there is I might expand this area up here in some capacity, so I got room for like more of the crew quarters and a place for like whatever navigation systems, that kind of thing. Put it kind of central in the ship, not off on the edge. Alright. Because, yeah, they could also put, like, you know, all that system stuff here, and then make, like, a med bay here. Later on, we can put, like, the prisoner area there, and the regular crew quarters surrounding it kind of deal. They're ready to react if anyone, like, jailbreaks or whatever. Or, you know, maybe the brig is, like, back here, but then we have crew quarters the whole way up there. We can figure it out. Right now, though, let's get the storage area built. We can go here to walls. And I do distinctly remember the last time I played having some of these rooms. Oh, interesting. It's like to put random windows inside a bunch of like internal windows and all that. I missed that. That was an option. I could just do that instead of wall segments. And again, it doesn't seem to have a material cost. It looks like it's just a labor cost. Alright, so let's go ahead and we'll do life support. I'm going to go ahead and chuck a heater there. It's probably not needed. I'm going to do it anyways. I also just realized I might need a CO2 scrubber inside this room. I'm willing to bet it's probably off-gassing stuff. We'll need furniture. You can put a light in here as well. Put on the other side to light up this area. Hey, Harry, thank you so much for the 95 stream streak. I do really appreciate that. It means I like it a lot. Let's go to storage. So large storage is a little expensive. We might have to hold off on the large storage because I got 12 infra blocks, and it's 5 each, and I wanted to put down 2 of them. All right, let's go to our system. So the navigation console is 2 infra blocks. And then we got operations and a bunch of other stuff. I do still have a decent number of hull blocks. So let's continue to deal with ship expansion kind of stuff. Let's go with that for right now. And I'll put a wall back here. Okay, and you continue to load up the scrap and all that from here, which is good. Oh, everyone's asleep. Okay, and apparently Vado got a little bit better at doing construction yesterday. And very relatable Teddy waking up in the middle of the night because had to wake up and, you know, use the toilet at like 3 in the morning. Alright, drop back down to real, you know, not normal time, a little bit faster. Okay. So right now, it looks like most of the people here are all just acquaintances with each other. Huh! Huh! Conditions! -3 mood. I am awake. I have been working. Alright. That's a bit relatable. Like, why are you upset? I'm awake. Okay, I understand. Alright. There's decorations, which interestingly enough, these ones give comfort during leisure time. Personal entertainment. Because they minus comfort during work time. To put down 2 personal entertainment centers. Maybe they didn't get enough sleep. It didn't seem like that was the case. It could be. But it was just that the dialogue was like, awake. I am awake. It's like, alright, I see. Yep, so now they're literally ripping down the doors. Because they will continue to gut this place more and more until there's nothing left of it. Alright. You always like the salvage part of the game? Oh yeah, just like watching them gradually break down the other ship until there's nothing left of it. Unattended tasks. Some tasks will be neglected due to a large number of tasks queued. I'm okay with that. And that's because I have all the tasks related to, you know, salvaging the ship are all queued up. And then we also have like all the operation stuff here, which is processing thing. Is there a max number of collectors? That's a big pile. They'll just take their time. Like, I could get more shuttles and more people to go faster and all that. But like you can see, they just keep piling stuff up. They'll go until this shuttle is full. And then when the shuttle is full, then they will, then they'll go back. Or until it's time for, like, the shift change or whatever. Then they'll go back, and they'll just keep repeating. And then when it gets to the stage where they actually take these over to start disassembling the hull themselves. I'm curious if that's saying construct, therefore. Oh, that's saying construct the hull. It's saying there's tasks not getting done around constructing the hull because, again, we have too many people doing too many things. Which is fine, as long as we're not running out of food. Which eventually will be a problem. We got our entertainment systems, so that way where I saw people were complaining about nothing to do, they've now got personal entertainment. Alright, chat, so it looks like my wife just got home. So what's going to happen here is going to take a quick break while I welcome my wife home. It'll be back in just a couple minutes and all that. It's my one, you know, quote-unquote big break for the stream. It'll last for about 5 minutes. With all that said, we'll be back in just a couple minutes for more Space Haven, and thank you again for tuning in, and I will be back. Alright, be back in a couple minutes. Okay. Let's see, should we for the last Doctors Without Borders getting over the last... Let's see. Should we for the last Doctors Without Borders getting over the last year dono wall? I mean, we raised a bunch of money. Like, no, that would be... So, what did it... So I did have a goal... I don't think it was for that one. I know one of the charity streams, whatever, I put like a very ambitious goal. I think it was to shave my hair. Like, to shave my head. But, we didn't hit it. To be fair, it was an ambitious goal. Wait a second, you don't see the game. Hang on. Why, we had this earlier. Let me put back to full screen. Why do you keep changing the resolution? Stop it. That's still not right. You're trying, but you're not getting there. Let's see. Oh, weird. It's windowed for me now, and it's showing for you. There we go. Okay. That's fine. So have the Shui as a new goal for the next one? I mean, if that's what people really want, I mean, that's something I'd be willing to do. Like, I thought the shave my head is a pretty good goal, but like I said, it was a pretty ambitious amount. But at the same time, I'm gonna be real with you. If we're talking about doing a Shui, it's gonna be a pretty ambitious amount. Why is the shuttle... Okay, shuttle's on their way back. I was say, Luxray better not die because someone took the shuttle and just left them there. Oh no, it would be a new shoe, JD. Like that's like one of the key things about doing a shoey is you don't take some like shoey, you don't take some like boot you've been wearing for months and fill it up with booze and then drink and get foot funk in it. You use a new shoe and then you just, you know, whatever you're drinking has a taste of, you know, rubber or leather or whatever your shoe's made out of. Oh, maximum number of collectors. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Like, that happens. I was a little confused. That makes a lot of sense. Nothing to apologize there. It happens. It'd only be a problem if it was something that, like, in another community might be something that we're okay, like, being discussed or whatever. But then, you know, is out, like, outside of bounds for someone else. Like, that's the one where it's like you'd owe an apology kind of thing. Like, you know, there's some content creators who are very uncomfortable with people making lots of compliments about their appearance. It just, you know, it makes them very uncomfortable. And if you just you know, like typed in the wrong chat being like, hey sexy lady or whatever, that'd be an apology. Where someone's like, hey man, nah, hold up. We need to talk about this. And I do have queued up the build hall here. We're just kind of waiting for it because we're putting a lot of our efforts into tearing apart the other ship, which it's mostly gutted at this point. I see like one or two more things to go. We got some random bits of junk piled up here and there. Otherwise, it's like physically just taking apart the hull itself. It's a classic queuing up too many things. But ultimately, I don't want to leave it behind. And I want to say in this game you can do a little bit of like trade caravanning kind of thing where I can buy stuff at one station, go to the next station, and sell it for a profit. I believe there's also like the idea you can kind of do like mercenary work a little bit. There's a bunch of different ways to play the game. Oh, there's been a couple. Yeah, there was oh man, I can't think of it. There was one game. It wasn't Clan Folk, but there was definitely one of those games that I recall just being really over the top, and you'd get like all your stuff queued up in the game and be like, "Hey man, you got 2000 or like 2000 actions queued up. This is going to take a long time to finish." Whatever it was, I remember it would appear in the bottom left corner, and you'd end up like stacking them all separately. So is this like Last Starship then? I would say there are similarities. Last Starship, you really don't give a crap about the individuals. They don't have their own personalities or anything. They're just, generic crew member number 5. They just really don't have a lot going on that side of it. And it has a very high focus on combat. Whereas this one, I would say, is more akin to like RimWorld or whatever, in the sense that you care more about like keeping, in this case it's your ship with your people on it, but keeping your colony going. So it's kind of, it'd be more like RimWorld Odyssey than like The Last Starship. Because The Last Starship is pretty formulaic in the, you get your stuff, you go to the next location, grab the next thing, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so you're ripping down all the walls. Right, and the walls on the ship don't have actual material in them. It's the external hulls that have materials. Alright. So then what we want to do here... I plan to put a door there. Oh, I didn't check. Does this have any... Yeah, so during nighttime, there's a bunch of discomfort caused by that. During the daytime, the water purifier causes very minor discomfort on this side of the door, which is interesting to me. And then that's all I care. So it's like leisure, sleep. Oh, got you. So the concern about sleep is more like noise issue, and the concern about this is more like what's present, that kind of thing. Yeah, so we're good on the comfort. Temperature-wise, the temperatures seem to be pretty solid. We'll probably want to get more temperature regulation around there. O2 is fine. It is interesting that the O2 does seem to be kind of hovering, going up and down. Well, it's probably because I'm expanding the ship and it's just the same volume. We're not seeing any water vapor whatsoever. Oh, you get very low water vapor. So what I could probably do is actually move you in here, and you get a little bit of water vapor from that. So keep the water vapor from getting out of control, and also the other stuff. Alright, so this is where we would go in here and have systems. We would need the navigation console. And then the plan would be over here to put the operations console. And we can go to our furniture. And build lights on either side of it. And go to life support. Put a heater right in there as well. And I believe we'll probably need a high power thing for in there as well. All right. Build an operations console. Build a point defense. The point defense turret acts like a line of defense against incoming enemy craft. Point defense turrets are only intended for defensive purposes and as they have a smaller range in contrast to long-range turrets. This turret targets incoming starfighters, drones, and asteroids and is controlled by the operations console. Okay, so you want me to put on a point defense turret. And I could definitely put it here in the middle of, like, our area there. You thought the ship was facing the long way the whole time? Yeah, no, I got the 2 engines back here. That's the only thing dictating. It's a spaceship, so it doesn't need to be balanced or aerodynamic or anything like that. Like, obviously, in real life, you'd need to balance, like, where your thrust is coming, where to your center of mass is, and these kind of things, but you know, that would be utterly obnoxious for this style of game to deal with, versus something like Kerbal Space Program, where you kind of like build your ship and then you hit the go button. It's a lot more like a lot less bad. Versus something like this where you have to build each and every tile. It would suck to start getting your plan together and find the whole thing is just off balance. Alright, so how's the salvage going? There's nothing left there. I still see all this stuff. Okay, so a little bit more to grab there. Let's see, there's a similar mechanic in Airborne Kingdom where you have to take into account lift, balance, propulsion, move, reflexy. Oh yeah, no, I remember doing that one. We did a full playthrough of that on the stream like forever ago. And I definitely remember towards the end that my whole city was like leaning pretty hard back. Just because of what I was dealing with. I didn't really have a good way of balancing it out at that moment. But like at that point we had beaten the game, so it didn't really kind of matter anymore. Alright, so everyone's waking up, having their morning coffee. I like the idea. So for those who missed the initial setup, we've got 2 antisocial people here and a bloodlust person here who don't like talking to other people. And I've got one other person who's like smart or whatever, and they do like talking to people. So you got a ship that's full of some fairly introverted individuals, and then one person who just really is chatty. I'm sure they're the favorite of the group. Okay, build a research lab and a research bench. Okay, so we're working on collecting those things. Alright, so I think pretty soon I'm gonna be stuck just moving on. Because okay. So it looks like the research lab and the research bench are very similar. It's used for reverse engineering purposes to invent new technologies. They disassemble mechanical items, dissect biological entities, and experiment on various resources. And then this one is on our stuff. Oh no, so they have subtle differences. The problem is I don't have the materials to actually build those. Nor do I expect to get them. Yeah, so give me a chance to collect all this stuff. These walls don't give me any materials. We got a handful of materials there. I'm surprised, like, these are, believe, are exterior walls. I should get materials for taking those apart. But that's fine. We're just grabbing all this scrap that's laying around. But it does look like I will need to leave to get more materials. Thank you.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
How's your cookie?
The cookie is delicious.
Yay.
I love you.
I love you.
Alright. Food appears? Yes. Well, that's why I ran downstairs like 15, 20 minutes ago or whatever it was. That was to chuck the food in the oven. This is something that like me and Tomb do a lot is I usually run downstairs, put stuff in the oven, and she'll bring it up when it's done. That way we can eat stuff that's just not all microwave food. Looks like there's just 2 things of whatever the metal scrap is there. Three things. I didn't see the one in the shade. Thanks for feeding Rual. Yeah, no, we've had that one once in a while. Like, once in a while, like, I'll put stuff in the oven. And, you know, Doom has to commute home, so, you know, traffic will be extra bad that day. Like, there'll be someone has, you know, had an accident or whatever. And there's definitely every once in a long while that ends up being, like, multiple back and forths to do that. It's pretty rare, though. Usually, like, maybe once a month, twice a month, and all that is just... It's like a double break kind of thing, where I take a break, and in half an hour I gotta take another little break. Well, that's just mean. Hawk loads the last box. And then, was it Teddy? Who's on there? Yeah, Teddy was like, well, everything of value is on board. And Hawk being like, hey, what's that mean? Why would you say that? My feelings. Yeah, and don't believe there's anything else they want here, because there's just a couple of human corpses from whoever's on the ship. I don't think I could take apart anything else here worthwhile. Like I said, there's a couple walls here. But we're pretty much out of hull panels. We are out of... Well, actually, we do have one infra block. But yeah, so otherwise we don't have a whole lot. So I guess at this point, it is time to remember how on earth I do any of this. So. We've already got all the resources from the derelict worth considering, so let's go to the sector map. And we only have one direction we can go, so we're going to go there. Looks like there's a farming station, there's civilians, and it's unvisited. So we are going to hyper jump there. Let's see. Operations offline cannot communicate with other factions. Prepare hyperdrive. Jump online. Mining pods recalled. Shuttles are restricted. Okay, so we will have increased fuel consumption, but I do believe we can still jump with just the 2 engines. And we're now charging up our hyperdrives. Yeah, no, I don't miss commuting. Most of my life I've had at least half an hour to a full hour commuting. Unable to sleep. Need a safe place to remove spacesuit. like, right there? That's a bit weird. Risky. The ship is overall ready to jump, but its max exceeds what the charged hyperdrives could safely handling. Jump now might damage the ship. And is more likely if the ship is significantly over mass. Let's see. Damage sustained can be repaired by the crew upon entering normal space. So we're only like not even 10% over, so I am going to just go for it. Because why would I make good decisions? It's good to see a friendly face out here. I'm Sheridan, captain of the HSS Box Lightner, and commander of the Haven Foundation's Exodus fleet. You folks just starting out? We are too. We're loaded up with thousands of refugees from Earth in hypersleep, and our job is to find somewhere out there in space where they can start a fresh start. It ain't gonna be easy. As far as anyone can tell, the human habitable planets are rarer than a hen's teeth. If you folks are interested, the fleet needs pathfinders. That ships who scout ahead of us to find a way forward. If you'd rather strike on your own, that's fine. But the pay's good, and you'll be doing something for give 1,000 people a future. Would you be interested in becoming our new pathfinder? This is the main quest of the game. If you choose no, you will play sandbox style and make your own adventure in the game. New quest, search for Eden. Do you accept? Sure. Do you think that's an Easter egg? Bruce, Box Lightner? Oh, Lightner played a character named Sheridan on some show, if you remember. Space Dwarves? Interesting. Gotcha. So his ship is basically the character, and then, this would be the actual person, within the show. Outstanding. So the way of being a Pathfinder normally works is we'd outfit you with a hyperspace beacon that lets the Exodus fleet come right to you. They're kind of expensive to build, though, and it happens that one of our Pathfinders recently quit after their ship got wrecked. You might as well just salvage their beacon and use it anyway. So your first official assignment is to track down the quitter. Last I heard, they crawled into a bottle at a leisure station not far from where you are right now. And get them to tell you where they left that ship and its beacon. Then all you have to do is recover the beacon and you'll be all set. Okay. So, we talked to the former Pathfinder. We could choose a reward of 3 prestige points that allows you to buy resources, technology, hire crew, or request ships, or money. So it's like special faction money or just like straight up normal money. We'll go with fancy money. I'm trying to... Okay, we're dropping hyperspace. I'm going to just deploy the fleet right there. Yep, so I did get some stuff, did get damaged. All right. So, we need supplies and all that. We I need to talk to you. We could trade with the ship for supplies. If we had money, I could buy a bunch of those things. I can also sell stuff. You are now talking to civilians. Let's see. Declare war. Offer a small gift or a big gift for relationship. Show missions. Deliver the cargo. We could use some help transferring this cargo. Our partner is awaiting it at the destination. We would have 11 hours to do it, and you'd need to pick up this cargo here and take it over there, and they would give us soft blocks and energy blocks, a small amount of food, or a little bit of money. Well, I have no money, so I think right now money would be the go-to. Let's go ahead and accept that. You need to free cargo ports the correct size to complete the objectives. You need free cargo ports with the correct size to complete this objective. Cargo shuttles, 1. I don't... Not enough free cargo ports. Okay. Let's look here. Cargo port. I can make that work. Critically low. Mine and refine materials. That's not going to happen. We're critically low on hull block. That's just what we're going to have to deal with right now. Because, yeah, what we could do then is we can trade with them to ditch some of our extra weight. So let's see here. We need to get rid of some stuff weight-wise. They don't have much that they probably want that I'm willing to give up at least. I'm also not entirely clear, is this me buying and selling to them, or is that selling and I'm buying? I'm assuming this is the selling. I need this resource. I'm willing to pay a premium for this resource. I'm not willing to sell any of it. I don't know how to trade with you. New trade. Ah, here we go. Okay, I see. So you can have a combat stimulant. What do I have stuff we can spare? I'm gonna go ahead and give up the grenade launcher, because I'd rather have the money. It appears that I'm short on hull blocks. Let's pick up some hull blocks. And then we are okay on food for the time being. That'll help get around where they're whining about critical amount of materials. Destructive environment smoke. There's not a whole lot I can do about that. I do have CO2 scrubbers in the space, but we're just going to have to wait till that disperses naturally. So the plan here is to build this, because once I get that built, we could accept the mission, so we can hopefully get paid. Go to the asteroid field. Okay, so you're not here. And we're doing the trade real fast. And we need this to get built so you can go ahead and take that mission to go with all this. Alright, so we've got that built. So now what we want to do is hail you. And then we can bring their cargo shuttle to the next system to do their cargo mission. Alright. Current sector, power balance 10, -10, you are weaker. Show missions. Deliver cargo is an expired mission. You suck. So, unfortunately, there's no more missions for me here. I don't have the materials to do other things. So, it is one of those ones that we're just going to move on. So, we do have a lot of ore. Okay, so different types of ore and different ones. We got basic ore, carbon, ice, exotic ore, energium. Got basic metals, ore, and exotic ore. It doesn't look like there's any ships in either place. So let's go ahead and we're going to plan to go there. And get ready to move on to the next system. Okay, do I have enough to put a CO2 scrub or gas scrubber in here? Yes. Do that so when we have stuff break in here, we don't have that problem again. Okay. So hopefully we can get to the next area and actually get some good stuff going on. Yeah, so we built the place to take on a cargo shuttle, and then the mission expired, so there's no... They don't need me to do anything anymore. Okay, so that'll clean up where we've got the smoke in that room. Alright, so we are ready to go. We are going to take a little bit of damage again. We're going to go down here. And we're going to drop in this system. Oh, if you already own Dwarf Fortress, even more of a discount? That's cool. And we're going to deploy here. And I should consider what's even here, but that's fine. So I apparently cannot mine basic ore, which I didn't realize. So good news is it does look like I actually do have materials I can process into stuff like the infra blocks and whatnot. So that's good news there. What we're going to want to do here is go to facility. We'll put up just a straight up research bench. It's interesting that you're just chilling there in the readiness. Oh, I see. That's why you're running that console, is you are going to get hit by bits of asteroid here, potentially. Cool, man. And got people running around and doing their stuff. Yeah, so it looks like what'll happen is as the asteroids start getting onto a collision course, someone will run over to operations to handle the point defense gun to protect the ship. Okay. Alright. So I've got a research, of which there is a decent amount. Let's see. We can get an autopsy table to start being able to do stuff, botany tables, alien hive stuff, a hamster flybot, which is interesting, a walker bot, a hyper sleep chamber, and even these are mentioning that they require extra research stuff between intermediate and advanced and all that. So you have a weapons console and a shield console, advanced disassembly. Disassemble resources back into their component resources they were created from. Metal refinery. I think the metal refinery will be probably the one we need. That I'm going to need to sit there and get the different refinery types to get my materials happening. So I can mine more of these different materials out in the world as well. And I'll likely end up needing more crew members in not too long. Spacesuit fatigue is getting pretty high from running around in here. War crimes in space? Not really. No war crimes are really happening. What I am finding curious is that they're not... Well, we do actually have one out mining somewhere. Yeah, so we have one up here mining. This game has space cops or something like that? Yes. So you can smuggle goods, and it can be a thing that, you know, you can have them pull up to do an inspection on you. And the assumption is you'd get in trouble if you get caught. So I'm quickly trying to grab what I can mining here. But it does look like we're going to want research to be able to get more stuff. It also looks like we're definitely going to need to look for another place we can get a mission. And also potentially a place to get stuff. It is interesting, because in the very early access, like right at the beginning, most of the systems, you either went there and you'd mine, or you get derelict ships. And that's how, like, 90% of your progress came from that. Whereas this one, I didn't see any derelict ships immediately around me. Yeah, that one seems to be potentially on course of hitting us. We do have someone who has jumped onto the console while everyone else is enjoying a nice sleep. We took minor hull damage. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So we're able to actually get some basic ore, even though I can't mine it yet, because it happened to hit the ship and is just out there in space for me. Let's see. Yeah, so we would need 4 of those, and we can make an ore processor. And that'll let me process the ore goodies. Incoming ship next term. So I might get lucky and have something we can have our people work on there. So we snagged the carbon. Okay, it's a merchant ship that's arriving. So yeah, so we should potentially be able to get everything mined in time for the merchant ship to arrive. And then we can try trading, if possible. And then we'll get out of here and try and look for a system that's actually useful to us. If I had realized I couldn't use this ore yet, I probably wouldn't have bothered. It's okay. You live and you learn. It's been a long time since we played. We're going to make mistakes like that, and that's fine. At least now we're actually getting research done. Alright. Please destroy it. That looks like it's going to do some damage. Okay, there's a bunch of random damage. Don't love it. Let's see. If we were to trade... what do you got for me? Versus what have we got for you? You can have my basic ore because I don't have a use for it. The painkillers and all that aren't really worth anything. We'll want that later. Going to give me a discount on a lot of stuff. Monster meat? It'd be nice to get the infra blocks. Honestly, cannot repair. I do not have the infra blocks. Oh. Oh, when the asteroids hit, it did take out one of my terminals. No missions. So let's get you back and get out of this place. Wait, are you able to mine that? What's going on here? Oh, it still has 4 left. I see. Yeah, so it blew up our algae stuff. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, what do I actually want to give up? Because the tech blocks and all that are useful. And I could certainly sell some of this. We are working on a bunch of these things like steel plates and all that and fertilizer. Like, the basic ores be the only one to be like, oh yeah, I'm not using that, we could just go ahead and sell it. So let's get those last couple of bits of energium. And once we got that, we can get out of here. Yeah, so we took some asteroid damage, which is going to cost us. This wasn't a little asteroid that hit, it was like one of the medium ones. So even though I broke the big asteroid, it was just in time to basically shotgun myself with the rest of it. Honestly, that's probably going to be good enough. Okay, so with that in mind, let's get the heck out of this place. So we have the Exodus fleet. This is another one with asteroids, but not as dense. We don't see anything here. Alright. Looks like there's nothing there and something there. I'm tempted to go back, just go back the way we came. And see if we can't score a mission or something like that real fast. At a minimum, trade to get some infrastructure blocks that hopefully can fix our exploded algae provider. We do have an actual kitchen, which is going to be fine for this thing. And drop in this space, that's fine. No damage this time. Trade. You've got a lot of stuff on discount. Let's see, I could sell that for 126 and you are unwilling to sell it back. Let's go ahead and give you the carbon. Because you're willing to give me a pretty good chunk of change for that, and I need the money. You have some infra blocks. That's kind of what I have on the menu right now. Do I have money? Yeah, we can get that. Alright, so I'm selling the carbon that they want. And once we do that, we're going to see new mission available. Okay, let's... Available missions. Deliver the cargo. Alright. Let's take the cash. I'm trying to wait for the shuttles to do their nonsense. And then we can kick that off. They don't seem to really be paying that much, in all honesty. So you're going to Asteroid Field 4. Okay, I have accepted it. I'm just waiting for that that trade to finish. Alright, and then once the trade's finished, because... Okay, so the timer is going down. Okay, so you're on your way back, you're on your way back. So we'll start that. Wait for the cargo shuttles to be built, loaded, and docked with your ship. Oh, I understand. I don't have to wait for it to, like, just deliver. I have to wait for them to build the whole ship. Okay, deliver the cargo. Alright, so go to sector Asteroid Field 4. Asteroid 1. Asteroid 5. Asteroid 3. Asteroid 1. Hyperlane. Oh, I see. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. I'm probably gonna fail this one. So let's see. Hyper jump. Start prepping it. You don't remember having your own shutter help streamline that, but you can get them from derelicts. Gotcha. I mean, part of it was a lost time because I was waiting for the trade to complete. They're gonna jump. Okay, refine here. Jump. Refine there. Jump. Incoming subspace decoding. From Military, we have a mission for you that might be of interest. Scout the system cluster completely. Show the mission. And to be willing to give us... Allows user to reload the shotgun a bit faster, increasing the rate of fire. Tactical grip. Better weapons. A bunch of money. Sure, do you have a time limit on this? I'll take the cash for right now. Okay, we're delivering the cargo. All right. Mission completed. $350. Okay. You send me my pile of cash. So you want me make all systems visible on the star map. Super Armstrong core. Let's look at that. Talk to you in field 2. Well, this is our system where we have asteroids potentially coming by. Okay, in the meantime, you'll both trade me stuff. So you have no missions. We can trade, though. And there's nothing I have that you're going to give me a particularly generous reward on. I still... Ooh, you're going to have those on discount. That's what I could afford. I mean, we'll check you. You offer me resource, missions. And nothing I can afford or care about. So once the trade's done, we do have our algae thing back to being constructed. We can keep getting our research to get our second research bench up and running. I do need to get another hyperdrive, though. Which, honestly, I could probably do. By just going here and going edit, fill that spot in, and just put another hyperdrive right in here. Okay. And we got our infrastructure stuff. Okay, so with that, we can go objects, system. I'll just leave it alone for right now. Okay, so that should stop us from taking damage from all that. We need more people to hire, which they're offering. I just need to set aside money for it. In the meantime, we're continuing to just do our research. The other thing we're going to run into soon is probably overtaxing our power grid when we have like this stuff going and everything. All right. So hopefully now we shouldn't have the penalty there. All right, so let's go back. They didn't have any missions for me, so let's check on this. So you want me to fully research that area, and you want me to drop back up here. So we did just beeline through systems without properly checking them out. So what we can do is we can go... and get ourselves ready for hyper jump and move on to the next area. And now we shouldn't be getting the penalty from having too much weight where we take minor damage on things. Alright, so we got 2 ships here. And right now I'm basically broke. So unless they have something they really want to buy from me on a premium, neither of them is going to do any good for the trades, standpoint. So missions, none. And then services, hire workforce to jobs or ship. Right, I forgot. It's not hiring more crew. Basically, you're bringing people on your ship to temporarily bolster your numbers for like whatever you need them for. All right, so we can go over there and scout that system. And I'm really struggling with this a lot. Okay. So with that said, we're going to be going here. Oh, you can see the different factions. So let's get to hyper jumping, go back to the system we were at, and go check out our other buddy. It'll end up needing we'll end up needing to expand this area for the refinery when I have the spare resources to do it. All right. You go here. There's nothing in that system. You go here. There's nothing in that system. And for you, I need to go to... Is that where we need? No. 1, 3... Oh, I see. We haven't discovered it yet. Prison Station, Exodus Fleet, and a bunch of materials. And there's a derelict ship right there. Alright, so we'll drop in on this system, because we can finish that first mission. We can check out the derelict ship. We can get the random medals and all that. Okay. So grab everything there. So once everyone's well rested, we can go out there. Retrieve items of interest from the derelict ship. I was going to hit up the derelict ship myself anyways. Don't drop what you're doing. I don't care that you're tired. We now have a priority mission to go to the derelict ship and get the goodies off of it. You'll board over here. Because we've got 1 day to recover whatever it is their special item there is. Okay, so Teddy got hurt pretty bad there. Because it got up close and then exploded on him. Full retreat, full retreat, full retreat. Get out of there, get out of there. Eddie, you move up. Canahawk, you move up. Did you get in the ship? Where did you go? You are unconscious because of exhaustion. All 3 of you are currently unconscious. You are cocooned. So, Luxray, I don't think you're gonna get back in time to do anything. But we're gonna try. Because I'm noticing while they're cocooned, they're not losing oxygen right now. Dock there real fast so Luxray can jump across. Yeah, so the one passed out from exhaustion. And I think that's actually what happened to all of them, is one by one they passed out due to exhaustion. And then just got overtaken. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so you get on board. So I'm hoping you can free them before anyone actually dies. going to be potentially really messy. Try and get you to some cover. I see. Their weapons cause fatigue. That's why they went down so fast. Well, that is a full-on wipe there. I was really confused when everyone started dying rapidly. I was like, I don't get it. Like, what's happening to them? So the curiosity here... Yeah, that was the whole thing, is trying to get to where we could do that. But right now, so the interesting part here is they don't seem to really be dying. They're just cocooned. So my assumption is this would eventually be lethal. But all that said, nothing's happening one way or the other. All right. Yeah, but it's weird that like literally they're just never. I guess they would eventually starve to death, maybe. I have been cocooned. I can't move. Help me. Sleeping comfortably. Did something I love. Oh, bloodlust. Wound, blast injury, bunch of wounds. Yeah, no, that's the idea. But yeah, either way, it's a wipe. Alright. So we can check back to see if, like, if we were to reload, how close it would be to then. So this is when we were picking up Luxray, and those three are already cocooned. We can try having that. And then does this time try and grab someone out of the cocoon, or grab the cocoon and move it to the shuttle? But yeah, but it's interesting. It's interesting that their weapons, while they do damage, the primary thing they do is they slowly drain your stamina, so that you eventually fall asleep. Oh, I see. I guess go dock. Yeah, so if we're actually fighting this properly, what I need to do is go over there with, like, people well rested, which I figured I wanted to do. But I wanted to make sure I got the quest objective in time. So that didn't work out. What? Why are you not in it? Go back. And now Luxray's gonna be half asleep by the time this whole thing happens. Alright. Okay, so get in. Alright. I go back over here. Because my hope is I can just ignore the fight going on and just grab someone and pull them into the shuttle. Because you're right next to the shuttle. Okay. So with that, Lux Ray. Can get out. I said to operate. I don't know how to move you. Not draw weapon. Not move to. Not operate, because operate doesn't seem to be working. But I'm not really understanding how I either pick them up and take them to the shuttle, or, you know, get them back out of there. Try moving you over here. Okay, so that popped you out. Don't leave. Okay, pick up. Oh, you suck. Okay. And the worst thing is I had the shuttle drafted, so in theory it shouldn't have gone anywhere. It already had instructions to just sit there and wait. And I put the person on board. I didn't kill you, you got trapped in a cocoon. Okay, is Luxray already in here? Yes. You weren't dead, you were trapped in a cocoon. But the idea was I rescued one person, and I want to just load one person after the other in there, and then head back. And we had problems getting you to actually load someone up. And I think it was because I was standing on the body. Okay, so you can get out. If anything else goes wrong, free this person. Pick them up. You're in the shuttle. And go ahead and draft and get them back here. That gives me 2 people the next time. And Teddy can start getting healed up, because Teddy was the one who got caught in an explosion and hurt really bad. Angry hugs? Yeah, no, that's just weirdness around that. Luxury's at full health, because they were busy mining while everyone else was fighting. So we've dropped off Kanahawk. I am going to have Luxray jump out for right now. And then Luxray is going to undraft and do basic self-care. So you're fully energized to go rescue the next in-game day. There's a very good chance we're going to fail this mission because we're losing all this time to deal with our stuff. But it is what it is. I'm glad they don't run out of air or any of that while that's going on. Enoch is operating the weapon. We have to defend the ship from the asteroid still. Okay, Luxray is back up and running. We have a quick snack. Then you're on rescue detail. Alright. So Luxray, get back to it. Kanahawk is just going to try and keep the ship alive. Okay. The good news is I would suspect that's the bulk of the enemies on this ship. We've destroyed one successfully so far. Okay, put you on board there. Luxray pops back off. Then immediately gets left behind. They tell it to redock. Not Kanahawk. Come on. Before Luxray gets shot to pieces. Would you... Okay. So the others are in there. So you can go ahead and start trying to hold this down. Meanwhile, you get over there and let these people out. Where did the rest of them go? Oh, okay, I've learned. Finish it, Luxray. Finish it. Nicely done. So you're probably going to pass out in the middle of this fight. But you have one. Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, well, Kanahawk needs to be able to get a break. So you got cocooned, but the good news is you got it down to 1 hit. And you did free all the others. Let's see what we can do here. Can you... grab them and treat them? Alright, I guess no. Alright, well, Canohawk, it's, I guess, your turn to play hero. I wish you're less tired, but no one's sleeping well today. And I still need to explore this ship somehow. Why do you have an exclamation mark? Okay, you're sleeping to recover. Shoot it. Shoot it. Please. Thank you. Before you pass out, get on the shuttle. Alright, everyone is finally going to be home and not unconscious. Your injury is getting worse. Can be cured by a doctor with medical 3. You need a medical bed. I don't have one of those. Fortunately for you, I can afford one. Assuming I can get everyone back here and conscious. So you're undrafted, you're undrafted. Alright. Alright, so trying to treat Luxrake, who also took an injury. Canohawk passed out on the floor on their way back to their room. Got multiple people who are bleeding and all that. Alright. Tried to use the toilet, passed out. So Veto's trying to get the medical bed built so he can properly treat these injuries. Okay. So, Teddy's gonna go out and start exploring the ship. I know I really don't want people going here on their own. But at the same time, we did kill 4 enemies here, I believe, now. There could be more, but I'm really hoping... they're in good shape here. Okay, there is someone in here. You're now talking to Chaelchin. Who's that? Raider or rescuer? You don't look like a raider. Thank the stars. My crews must have left me in hypersleep. I don't want to stay here. Can I join you on your journey? Yeah, we could use someone like you. I don't know anything about you. Inform them you have a free spawn your crew. Welcome to the crew. Alright. So you are wearing a spacesuit. You are unarmed right now. So in that case, we're gonna have you run back to the ship. And we're going to name this person our brand new person on here. So we're going to go ahead and get you brought in. And this will be Burnin' Sun. Excellent. It's ! Joined is what you're looking for. Okay. So continue drafted for right now. Oh, wait for the resource to be transferred. In that case, undraft, undraft, undraft. And you have the item of interest. Okay. Well, we're gonna fail based on the timer. Oh, actually, mission failed, item of interest. We just arrived a second too late. You know what? That's fine, I don't care. Your mission has too egregious of a timer. Okay, so everyone's getting patched up and bandaged up. That's good. We did get her medical bed built. We are running out of not garbage food. Research completed. New technology has been researched and the following reward is now available. Metal refinery. New research. Energy refinery. Item fabricator. Hypersleep chamber. The Mechs robotics logistics room. Basic entertainment. Learning computer. Crawler hauler. Autopsy table. Let's see here. Advanced disassembly. Power node capacity node. Shields console. Better hyperdrive. Getting the scanner. Solar power and all that, which would help. Industry 2. I guess for right now, I'm just going to keep going with the refineries and all that. Okay, so once we salvage this ship and get all the goodies we can get off of it. Now, I took a hit from that asteroid. I will want to expand the crew quarters. So let's do that. Let's see. If we're doing this the same way we have been, it only need to be that big. We're trying to avoid wasting material as much as we can. No path found. I mean, you can just go to this and build it, and then you have a path. Got a little point. The Vado's being treated in the medical bed, so that's good news. Yeah, so can't get the exotic metals and all that yet. Alright. So it's definitely something that'll probably need better point defenses. Because very genuinely... Oh yeah, that one's gonna hammer us really hard. Very genuinely, our point defenses aren't holding up. And we're just taking hits from this. That's going to cost us in the long run. That's even with me putting this central, because originally I was going to put it over here. How bad? Bad is what it is. What is my hull integrity at? Let's see. We're down about 70. Okay, well, they do bring it back up on their own. It doesn't matter if we're getting slapped the crap out of by the various stuff coming through. Just doing our best to try and hold out. We have a chance to salvage or do any of this. And someone needs to go over here and talk to Saul. So Canahawk's gonna go over and talk to Saul. I say as Canahawk's not actually doing it. Okay. What are... Okay. So you get out. You find the former Pathfinder wandering around the station in drunken haste. Hi, do I know you? Introduce yourself. I'm looking for you. Sheridan sent me. Oh, yeah, Sheridan. So, you found me. Now what? I wish to become a Pathfinder. Oh, right. Yeah, the beacon thingy. What's your funeral? You speak for well. And that's when I ran the shuttle and got out here. Rogue bots are tearing holes in the hull. Last I saw, anyway. If you're still going through the whole Pathfinder thing, I got the coordinates of the ship right here. The Pathfinder beacon should be in there, if the bots haven't scrapped it yet. Thanks, take care of yourself. Alright, so we've discovered a new system. Okay, we did get ourselves a tiny little bit of relationship and all that. So get back in our shuttle. I do see that they had the option for me to take their things. Which I'm sure would not end well for me. What is your exclamation mark about? High accident rate. Why do you have a high accident rate? You have a wound. Oh, it's been treated. It just, you know, hasn't gone away yet. Alright, so we can go here. We can build... that we unfortunately do not actually have what we need to give you your own bed. Or sorry, your own door. You'll be living sans door. We'll get you your own bed so you got a place to sleep. Gotcha. We need more... we need other things to be able to produce more furniture. Yeah, so right now everyone's healing up from the injuries they took going this. The others are working on starting to tear apart what we can of that ship to hopefully score a couple of good things. I'm going to need to be able to produce our food here, as well as get the other research bench built. It's just unfortunately one of those things that I just don't have what I need for doing that. I keep trying to get these missions. We keep getting all these asteroid belts that are just kind of chipping away at us. Oh. I don't think you were derelict when I started here. I might have missed that detail. I don't think you were derelict when I started here. I could have just overlooked it. It's very possible. Oh, they both were? Well, that's good. Because we definitely want to salvage both. So if we get to the point where they're all healed up... oh, I should also grab Burning Sun. You don't have a weapon? I don't think I have a spare weapon for you. I need one. Oh, that also reminds... okay, you do have the wall there. Yes, I don't have a spare weapon for you, but we're in the business of looking for one. Yes, let's start ripping apart the other ship over there. That's probably what happened is... well, no, because we went to grab the item. I cleared that hall, and you started to go here to turn in the item, and we're just like seconds too late. It would have been fine if I had realized those enemies were going to take consciousness as opposed to just straight up health. I could have waited until people were doing a little bit better. Why are you leaving when you're basically already unconscious? That's fine, they'll figure it out. Yeah, so we'll want to go and check this one. We'll probably have another fight there. It'll give everyone time to recover, do all that. We're definitely going to take hits here and there on our hull. They'll have to be fixed. I'm definitely going to need more point defenses. Yeah, because each of these doors should give me some pretty good materials and all that. But just going to take a little bit of time. Okay. Yeah, you have an open wound that's healed. Interrupted sleep, no privacy. You have a wound that's getting pretty close to recovering. No decorations. They're complaining about how sterile the place where I put the medical bed is. I mean, it checks out. Also, shouldn't really surprise you that the area around the medical is fairly sterile. That seems arguably optimal. You're feeling extremely hungry. But we have space food. You just need... There it goes. I was like, you just need to eat it. Because we still have 38 days of food. Right, so Vato should be better very soon. They got about one more day and then Vato will be fully recovered from all their injuries. Alright. So you can hold 4 people, correct? Yes. Alright. Well, in that case, what we're going to go ahead and do... Now you don't have a weapon. I'm going to grab you 4. Draft. Get them on the shuttle. Let's clear that next derelict real fast. You got good energy. So you can go for the many breaches in the hull. Go to this side. I'm also seeing this thing getting hammered by asteroids. We're losing out on good stuff. Back up. Back up, back up, back up. Thought I saw another icon over there. Okay. Go search real fast. You found a bandage. Got data log. Got some money. Okay, so Kanahawk is getting very tired. So you get back to the ship. All right. Chronic wound. Thought I saw one looping behind us. Please someone hit it. Okay. Small breach charge. So get out here and start blasting them. Teddy's weapon jammed. And pretty soon... we're gonna need to back off. Okay, that's fine. New salvage. Undraft all. Okay, so that's good news. Kanahawk passed out on the ship. That's fine. They'll get home. Burning Sun's holding things down at home. So let's see here. We did get another mission offer. Retrieve item of interest. Oh. Well, we could have gotten paid for it. Unfortunately, we already finished the task, so now I can't. Can't get a thing for it. You're just going to hang out? Okay. Meanwhile, we can go to salvage. Rip it all apart. Grab all this stuff. I do not need a chunk of a person. We're not looking for any human meat right now. All right. So someone got a chronic wound. Jim Shoeing. Chronic wounds. Some of my wounds have become chronic. They're not healing on their own. I need a medical bed to fully... Okay, so a chronic wound will still heal. It just takes time and effort. Okay, so we got 2 things to tear apart nearby. We got a lot of broken stuff because the asteroids are just pelting us. But then the hope is, while we're getting pelted and using resources with that, we can get it all stored out. Huh. Let's see what's going on with the bot. Oh, I see what's happening. So it's triggering on like the human meat and the man meat. That should be one command that's doing both. It's just like, you're fine. It's a thing I set up a while back because we play RimWorld and all on the channel from time to time. And it was just a thing I was getting tired of. Like, I'd play games that, you know, it wasn't a mechanic in the game that, you know, cannibalism or human meat or whatever. They'd be playing stuff like City Skylines and people would bring up cannibalism, and after a while I'm like, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Like, just that same meme always coming back again and again. It was just like, oh my god, please. But you're good. It's literally a mechanic in the game so far as, like, human meat being a thing, which assume means cannibalism's a thing. But it was the fact that it was chasing me and stuff that it was completely irrelevant. And it'd be fine if it was once in a while, but for a while there, it was like I couldn't get through a stream without at least 3 or 4 cannibalism jokes, even though I never do cannibalism in games. Alright, so you're getting healed from all of this. Gotta remove your spacesuit. Why? I mean, they were actively on our thing. No one's in a spacesuit now. Yeah, no, this is fun, and it just came out today in 1.0. Like, it's been early access for a long while. It just came out in 1.0 today. It's also 40% off, so it's about 15 bucks. And as a reminder, the devs are supporting the channel. However, while this is a sponsored stream, I have played this game a number of times in the past on the channel. So it is a game I very much enjoy. It can be a little slow paced, but you know, if you're looking for a chill game, that's perfect. I very much enjoy it. But a big part of it is like where we're running around and like I'm taking apart this other ship. You know, it just takes a while to do that. What we're hoping to do is get some goodies, so I can hopefully keep producing things. But as like you could do combat, mining, all that stuff. They do have space combat in the game. So far, we haven't done any like proper space combat. We've just been boarding derelict ships and taking stuff. But there are pirates. They will attack you. Do we have enough to make an ore processor? No, I need the infra blocks. But where we are taking apart these ships, I will get some number of infra blocks ultimately. Like, I'll get the scrap that I then turn into the infra blocks. But, we'll see how long it takes for that to happen. I'm assuming I ran out of medical supplies, right? No, I still have medical supplies left. Let's see, there's a station mode that you can even transition to the normal game. Sort of like building a colony in RimWorld when transferring to an Odyssey ship. Right, there's also a station mode that, like, straight up the idea is you run a trade station. Like, that's the intent. But you do also have one where you start, like, a construction platform. You just have to, like, mine and slowly build your ships and whatnot. Yep, so you're gonna gut this, get all the goodies off of it. Gut the other one, get all the goodies off of it, and then slowly craft all that stuff into better supplies. I need more crew. We did get one more person on this map, which is good. What do you have a symbol of your head? I don't know what that means. I also can't look at you and find out. Yeah, I'm assuming it's like a spy or a black market or something like that. I haven't really gone into the schedules and changed much. Oh. Okay, so you have data entries for a whole lot. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay, we've got that one. That's abandonment. And we have all sorts of statistics. We're working on getting refinery going. Right, because these are just the automatic ones. So it does seem to be smart enough that someone's low on something, they'll deprioritize it. So it actually seems like it does a relatively good job. It's like burning sun, we have navigation and piloting is relatively high. Research is also up there. So, you know, yeah, odds are later I'd probably want to go through there, but looking at it, it looks like I've got at least... The only one we have as a neutral across the board is construction, which probably could go up here on Teddy, because you happen to have a decent amount of skill in it. Yeah, it looks like Teddy and Vato could get a little bump up on that one. Probably bring you down on the mining one. Yeah, because it looks like depending on their setup, they have like more potential in certain things. So it does seem to loosely be following like where they're at versus their potential. Risk of mental breaks. Some crew are at risk of having a mental break. You could see their problems by selecting them and going to the status tab. Okay. So I've got Vato. You've got a crawler bite that's getting better. You have discomfort because you've been like stuck in your medical room. Uncomfortable sleep because of everything else going on. Yeah, so all your stuff is related to your injury. That's fair enough. We got Kanahawk here. It's the same thing. You've got a bunch of wounds that you're about to get better. Uncomfortable leisure space. Okay. And then Luxray. And that spacesuit fatigue, sleep deprived. Yeah, a lot of these are gonna get better on their own. They're the injuries and all that way to get better. But it's the uncomfortable leisure space. Let's go to our comfort. Oh, they're considering that all part of the room. I see. I see the problem here. So we need to go in here, walls, do this. Get that walled off. I don't have what I need to make that door. If we wall that off, we shouldn't take nearly as many penalties. And that should fix the break there. There is a chance we might push into having a break before that's all sorted. But a lot of the injuries are dropping off this in-game day. There's only one person who had them sticking around really longer than that. So it should help. And once Vato isn't in this area, we'll be fine. One other thing we could potentially do is I could go over here. We don't have... Actually, I'm not going to bother. You did make the crew. We rescued you from... There was a cryopod right there, and we pulled you out of there. I like negative mood. Work. Fair enough. Yeah, so you're pretty close to getting everything. Wait, you woke me up? I want to go back in the bed. You laugh, but you actually have a significant minus to your mood because of being awake. That will go away. Oh, it's interesting as well, because if we look at the list of people, they all have acquaintance and everything. Burning Sun apparently only knows one person on the crew. Like, everyone else knows everyone else, and Burning Sun's like, literally, I'm not even acquainted to anyone else. Oh, I didn't even look to see what your stuff was. Oh, good. So you were an airline pilot and you're a psychopath. So you're far less likely to surrender, slightly more accident prone. You're more likely to get into fights, less prone to having mental breaks, and you're immune to scared or lonely. So just to clarify at this point, we have basically 4 people on our crew who don't really want to talk or interact with each other in a meaningful capacity, and then 1 person who specifically does want to talk to other people. So we're just really leaning into that. We've got a crew full of a bunch of introverts who really just kind of want to do their thing and be left alone, and then 1 person who's really chatty. Excellent. Okay, so those mental breaks, like I said, they should be falling off soon. Yeah, so your crawler bite's about to go away. And then the moderate discomfort and uncomfortable sleep, these should fall off once you have a chance to go back to sleep in your normal room. Hawk's wounds are slowly recovering. Yeah, so in a lot of ways, it feels like injuries in this game are a lot more significant from mood concerns. They're just a lot stickier. It's sort of like Rimworld's pain, but like the injuries take a bit more time to recover. Because Rimworld, you could definitely get an injury healed pretty quick under the right conditions. I'm trying to rip these ships apart for their goodies. Okay, we should also be able to look at this and say... Alright, so you're unhappy because of the medical bed and research lab. You're unhappy because of the bed? Oh, for leisure time. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we basically need to separate that out. That's fine. I was already planning on doing that. So that'll help out a lot. The question, though, is like different ways we can do it. I'm kind of thinking I build off a little bit more here, and we make a dedicated medical spot here. We could also potentially do that over here, like make a dedicated lab area over here. So that have like command, science, you know, medical is just tucked away in this little area. Because right now, slapping a door up here would solve that problem. But at the same time, I'm trying to not make a billion doors. We do have some spare hull. Let's just plan for expanding that area. And then, like I said, we'll go through, we'll put the wall here, I'll move the medical bed in there, and I'll move the medical kit in here. And then we'll see about making ourselves a lab space. Did I give you a hull window? I did not. I know you're a bathroom, but you don't really have to worry that much about people looking in from the outside, and if you do, you'll probably never see them again, so, you know, do with that information what you will. Alright, so let's move you over there. Put a wall here. Put a door here. And I'll put a window there. And there. And grab this. Put the med kit up there. And then go here. And put some lights in the room. Alright, and that'll help take away the mood penalty from the medical area for the leisure space. And we still have the research. Like I said, with the research, I feel like I kind of want to tuck it over here. Make a separate research space, because it looked like there was more stuff to get, like an autopsy table, this thing, a research bench, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay, it's looking like you look pretty much picked. There's a tiny bit of infrastructure scrap left, and then that's completely picked. And you still have a bunch of stuff in there. Alright, how's this going? So, Vato. No one to talk to. Hello? Who's over there? Ah, right. Nobody. I'm talking to myself. I really long to talk to someone. It's been a long time since I've been able to share my thoughts. Minor discomfort, which you're getting over. Uncomfortable sleep, which is going to go away because you were in the hospital for way too long, so that sticks for a while. And then we still have Kanahawk. We have got one injury that's still healing, and then you've got minor discomfort. And then Luxray, who's still got an injury, well, 2 injuries that are healing. And then you got moderate discomfort. But taking the hospital bed out of there will reduce some of the discomfort. Then we can get the research stuff out of there. Alright, so it's just down to Vato, who's the only one who's still got a, some negative stuff going on. Yeah, that's gonna be that uncomfortable sleep dropping off. Can you click the salvage available? Oh, yeah. I kind of figured that would just disappear on its own once there was no more salvage available. Items in space, lots and lots and lots of ore. And Kanahawk is getting a bunch of the scrap all collected, disassembling all the various systems on here. Should be good. There's a lot of infra scrap, so that should give me a lot of what I'm looking for. Okay. Yeah, my hopes here were to be able to, like, fit maybe 2 medical beds. Worst case, I expand this out a little farther. So Luxray's getting mad again. But again, they are... Luxray accident. 4%. So you injured yourself again. You now have a burned wound that is an open wound, and you are in pain. You caused a minor fire and you burned yourself. Yeah, and that's gonna just take a while to heal. And how are you doing? Uncomfortable sleep is still slowly decaying. Your injury just dropped off, so that's good news. Alright, how goes tearing the ship apart? Relatively good. Okay. You can't remember we have this, if we have to have some device that combines the scraps and actual blocks. Yeah, that's what this is. That's a recycler. So I'm taking, like, the tech scrap and I'm making into tech blocks, and I'm taking the infra scrap and I'm making into infra blocks. The thing I need is the ore processor, which I'll probably put, like, right down here once I've got the, once I got the 4 infra blocks to do it. There's still a lot to take apart. Okay, Kanahawk caused themselves an injury. So you got a minor burn. And has a mood penalty. I messed up real bad. Why am I so clumsy? I feel you. We still got 39 days of food. Is this normal? Yeah, it's medium difficulty is what they call it in this one. Alright, so we did get another infra block. Okay. The other thing I should probably check. The temperature on the whole ship is looking really good. The oxygen, other than in the one room here, is really good. And that's because, like I said, this is like an industrial room. Yep, no, it's a good time to fire it up again. It went 1.0, so now's as good a time as any. Alright, now we're starting to see the infra blocks rolling in. So let's see if we can't start fixing some of our other problems we've got going on now. So one of the things they've been complaining about is that this research room is in what is considered my main, like, rec room kind of area. We also want to get mental breakdown on Vato. So does it tell me what you're actually doing, though? Feeling aggressive. Minor mental breakdown. I'm losing it mentally and building up a rage. And you are resting comfortably. Okay. So, the good news is, let's figure out how big our recycler is. Okay, so that's 4. It wants an extra tech block, which I don't have. You are stinking big, though. So let's focus on the research stuff it's already been complaining about. So we can go to edit. Go to make our hull. That'll probably be plenty for now. No, rebuild the walls here and here. I feel like they're gonna get into some arguments and all that. Hey, it looks like Vato just got to know Burning Sun and then immediately stopped feeling aggressive. Look at you, Peacekeeper. It's probably the reality is they probably insulted you and that was enough to get them out of their break, but still. You've been shot and wounded. This burn wound is really hurting me. At least you're getting over it. Hey, your burn's gone. You got a while on the other injuries, but still. We're definitely gonna need a more people working maintenance and all that. We're also definitely going to need the ability to produce our own food. Vato, condition gone, extremely frustrated. You're extremely hungry. Yeah, so now you don't have any overlying, like, uncomfortable... Well, actually, no, comfortable sleep is still there, but it is dropping off gradually. And its mood penalty is going down as well. How are you doing in tearing apart? There's still a lot of work to be done here. Luxray is no longer needing to rest in the medical bed. They're complaining about lack of decorations, which... Let's see if we can't find what can... So, decorations. So that's just work. Yeah, so these are all just work. There's no material cost. Let's go and start decorating some things. Let's see, you help with leisure. You don't do anything at all. Yes, all these help with, like, leisure time. Alright, so what we can do now is we've got that, so we're going to go walls. I have walls on this side, and I'll have a door on this side for the lab. Where are the tools made from? The tool counter, which is there. Those are made from infra blocks. That's a problem as well. Like I said, we're still tearing this apart. Still a lot of goodies in there, including the high amount of infra blocks, so we're good there. Just need to keep on salvaging. Okay, I'll put a door there. Okay. Yeah, so once I move... Actually, we can go ahead and queue this up to be moved here. So move you. It won't let me move it until it's actually assembled the next part. We're going to move that in here. And then get the other research thing in here. I'll probably want to put a heater in here. And pretty soon I'm going to want to put like a, an additional oxygen generator. Because we're working on what we've already had. I see. So it has the smoke. Water vapor is starting to build up in here. And we are getting some water vapor in here. Yes, let's move that gas scrubber in here. I think I meant to move that down in here, but this room doesn't need two of those. Okay. And so now what I could do is move you in here. And then with that, we can go to furniture. The lights on our side of the room. And a heater. Alright. Keep expanding that. A bunch more salvage to grab. Okay. And are putting all these in for, like, redundancies and all that. I probably do still need even more. I put a water processing thing in here, because otherwise this room will eventually get humidity too high and cause problems. But that's okay, we'll get there. Alright, so with this now, if we go into the leisure considerations... Alright, so you're unhappy about the navigation console still. That's fine. What I'll do is I'll bring a wall up here, and then I'll put a door for this, like, command room, whatever we want to call it. Because I'm trying to get the leisure higher. For sleep, most of the sleep is good except you... Well, yeah, most of the sleep is good. Burning Sun's room way down here would be worse since they don't have a door, but luckily it's just far enough away it's not getting a penalty. So what's going to need to happen here is I can go to walls. Okay. So we're going to basically put the command room in there. We don't need to mess with anything else there. That should help a tremendous amount. We are continuing to use all these infra blocks we're getting to just keep adding more systems in place. But that's okay. We're making it so moods will hold up better. And you're still upset. And that's because of uncomfortable sleep, which is continuing to drop off. Seems like every so often it's dropping off like a full percentage of penalty. Gotta be getting low, right? Yeah, so you still got a lot of infra scrap, but the other stuff's basically gone. And you are done. There's nothing left here at all. And I went ahead of people that have our stuff. There's tons and tons and tons of ore. We can have them just grab it for later sale. It's fine. People just keep working, getting their work done. Oh, this should also have boosted the comfort here. Yeah, so there's decorations there. Yeah, so it seems like the sleep, all they care about is, does it have a bed, you know, and is there, like, a light on or whatever causing issues. Whereas leisure, They care about decorations and seats and lights and all that kind of stuff. I guess they don't care about comfort outside, leisure, and sleep time. What they're working under is just utterly irrelevant. We've actually gone up in food a little bit. So what are you grabbing? Oh, you can still take down the walls. All right. I thought you were done. There's a tiny bit of hull scrap left. Yeah, in fact, this one still has high infra as the one I'm most worried. I'm a little worried about the food supply becoming a problem, but we'll see. As long as we keep the materials coming in, they keep getting processed into blocks I can actually use, we can eventually get things stored. And that's, we still have an infra block, and that's even with us continuously building all these things. Like, these are all, like, one infra block and all that. Yeah, so what should happen is this room... Yeah, so this room had a bunch of water vapor in it, and we're slowly bringing it down. That's a lucky find. You felt like your last run you struggled to get infra blocks and hull blocks. That's usually every time I played, that's the struggle, is, like, getting those. But taking the time to salvage stuff usually worked out pretty well for me. It just, you know, salvaging stuff takes a lot of time. But I think that's the idea. You're supposed to sit there and have, like, your ship, and you can kind of run it like a colony where you build and you progress it and you do all that stuff. You're not expected to just jump from system to system to system, constantly moving forward. It's almost like you keep kind of stabilizing your home until you're ready to move on to the next thing. Alright, so the good news here is now if I look at this place, the only discomfort is the water purifier on the other side of that wall. But otherwise you got nothing but positive news for this. And then for sleep, all the sleeping stuff is positive news. With the one and only exception being the medical room. Because the medical room's medical bed does penalize sleep. Alright, so next thing we want to build is if we go to our... There's two things. I could save up for the ore processors and build an ore processor that will allow us to make the materials we need. The game is demanding, and has been for a while, that I make the research workbench. But you're only 2. Let's go ahead and get the research workbench for now. That way this stops yelling at me. But we will need, you know, the processor and all that. But I also need the tech block, so it's like, okay, we'll just get one of these going and we can get the tech block next. Okay. Seek out the star cluster hyperlane. A group of star systems are known as a star cluster. You can see star clusters zooming out on the highest level. Travel between the star systems in this cluster by jumping in the hyperspace systems menu. Every system contains valuable resources to help you survive and expand your ship. Mine them, gather them in from derelicts, or trade for them with other ships. When you are ready to seek out the cluster's hyperlane, you can take your time with this objective. There's no rush. That's fine. Actually, I could sit there and skip that one because we already did that. Objectives guide you through. Do you want to skip? No. Yeah, so we'll just leave that alone. The next time we go to travel, it's just going to trigger it anyways, so... No fuss. Alright. The Burning Sun's getting all that furniture torn apart. Okay, luckily that is going to miss us. I was worried that was going to hit my ship and do a bunch of damage. I mean, imagining whoever's, like, operating these weapons is getting a lot of skills in their... I don't know, like, it'd be ship weapons or which one? Oh, gunner. You have no idea which one point defense would be under, but it looks like you'd be getting a lot of point defense XP. Yeah, so it's looking like most of the furniture is taken apart now. It's mostly just collecting things. We've got some doors left to rip apart, a couple of like little things here like this heater and whatnot. But shouldn't be too much longer until that derelict ship is properly cleaned up. Okay, that's fine. So working on researching. Yeah, so the next big project I think we're going to have is to expand down here on the other side of the spacesuits required area and get our ore processor in this room. So I can start processing the ores we're getting into actually making decent materials and whatnot. Then once that's done, I'm going to need to find a place to start producing food, and that'll probably be like another room up here. Make our growing areas. Yeah, so it's almost exclusively now in for scrap. Okay. They're taking all the stuff off the walls. That asteroid just blew a big chunk out of that wall while people are on board. I'm sure they feel safe about that. Fire. You might have lost your bedroom, Burning Sun. Looks like a pretty big asteroid took a hit. Got past the point defense, smashed a hole in your wall, and then destroyed your bed individually and specifically. We could rebuild that. Well, better put me back into the one you found me in. Yeah, that bed doesn't exist anymore. It was right there. Alright, if you would finish, that'd be great. Okay, so you're starting to finally get low on scrap. Probably got like 1 or 2 more trips over there. And then that'll be all sorted. Everyone's processing stuff as fast as they possibly can. And there goes Lexray, doing you a solid and working on rebuilding your bed. Okay. Honestly, at this stage, I think we just leave. There's almost nothing left on there. Okay, so let's consider what we got. We've got the just exploring a nearby system. And that one just wants me to seek out a hyperlane. They're not going to sweat any of that. We can check your missions. Retrieve items of interest. We failed because the timer was very, very narrow. So it doesn't look like we have anything to go there. So let's go ahead and we'll start charging things up. Because I'm tired of getting hammered on by these asteroids the entire time we're just here. As long as you get chocolate on your pillow, you'll allow it. Yeah, that's probably a thing that's gonna happen. You'll get chocolate trademark. Yeah, no, that was the other thing is, because our people got downed, we spent a lot of time on rescue that was not that. And we almost made it. We did get docked with where we had to turn it in. It was just like a second or two late from actually being able to turn in the mission. Alright. And we're outie. Well, I hope they sober up eventually. For now, you have the coordinates, so all you need to do is seek out the HSS Wicked Bird and recover the beacon. Pathfinder, I am Colonel Estera, whatever your name is, the fleet's head of security. From the sound of it, there are rogue bots aboard the Wicked Bird, so I would advise you to arm yourselves and be prepared to encounter hostiles. Good hunting. Indeed. Thank you, Colonel. Oh, and Pathfinder, you're welcome to savage the Wicked Bird and keep everything you find on board. Keep an eye out for surviving crews in hypersleep. Good luck. Okay, and we'll go ahead and ask them for the fancy material. We can get money from almost anyone. The fancy material. It's fancy. Alright, so we can go and scout this system out. Or we can go down to the Medusa. So, we've already been up here. We don't see any more derelicts. Well, we have the derelict that we've already salvaged here. We got a bunch of things for just mining ore. Unfortunately, I can't take too much advantage of that. We do have derelicts down there. I believe I already processed that, though. So... What are you? Prison station. Incoming subspace message. Decoding now. From civilians. We have a mission for you that is in our interest. Build a farming station. Whatever. If you're not interested in this mission, we will do it ourselves. Show the mission. They have very little time to... Oh, okay. Rendezvous with the ship. Pick up the cargo. Build the station. No. As much as that probably is good, it would be a whole thing. So you got a scannable sector and a derelict that is unexplored. Alright. So this is what we're probably looking at. And it did warn me that the ship's gonna have hostile bots. I am going to tuck myself directly on top of it. Okay. You got lots of guns and stuff I want to take. Warning! High cyclical thermal radiation in the sector. Thermal regulators will periodically have a higher utilization and draw. Thanks. I hate it. Acquire the Pathfinder beacon, that's fine. Scout the star sector, that's fine. Stop blinking at me. Did I not do that? That's fine. Okay, so let's wait till people are more recovered. The good news for once, I'm not gonna get hammered by meteors the entire time I'm trying to work. So what we'll do is when everyone gets up in the morning, everyone but Burning Sun's gonna go over because Burning Sun doesn't have a gun yet. They're gonna kind of slow and steady this where we just try and hold a spot and deal with the stuff as it comes. And then hopefully with that we'll be able to make some good headway and all that. Okay, meanwhile, even though it's probably not the correct use of my materials right now, it does somewhat bother me that Burning Sun's got the only, or actually, looks like Luxray took that one, but that we have one bedroom without a door. Because I'm going to expand stuff and that'll be a problem I'll forget about. You might want a second bathroom sooner rather than later. I'm sure we can figure something out. Yeah, I think we aim for this hull breach here. Well, we can go for the hull breach or we can go for the door. Actually, the door's close enough to the edge of the map, I might not be able to do it. Okay, eat your breakfast. Alright. Oh, not you. You. Alright, let's go for the breach. And I am going to do a cheeky save. Because this does feel like it's going to be potentially a really messy situation. Alright. It's a lot of cryopods. None of them are being marked as having anyone in them, though. Alright, let's not cut across all this first. Let's just... Okay, how do I want to go about this? Crouch. Can you stop shooting the reactor? Okay. Let's go back up here. Which is where I was going to explore before all hell broke loose. I'm assuming there's still more threats. Otherwise, it'd be like, you've successfully cleared it. Okay, it looks like you're good there. We got like 2 more rooms, so we gotta probably back off for air soon. Okay, grab that. Alright, undraft. Do your thing. You gonna go back to the shuttle and leave? You're just gonna stay in here and suffocate? You should really get that air. There you go. Starting to worry me for a moment there. Apparently they all went to the Stormtrooper Academy. And partial train like game like that. Alright, so now what we can do is go salvage. Take it all apart. It is a really, really rich ship. We got lots of tech blocks and other goodies in here. There's a corpse. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anyone on board, unfortunately, for us. Poor Hannah. Yep. Honestly, that fight didn't go bad. The only one who took a hit was Teddy. Teddy did get a pretty nasty hit to him. But everyone else walked away with, you know, they're technically wounded, but their life is basically full. So let's go and start ripping apart that ship and getting all its goodies. There's a lot of goodies on there to be salvaged. This is going to be a very valuable acquisition. But you got a data pad that's pretty lore. Yeah, no, with how long the lore is, I've opted to like not just jump into the lore on stream. That's not uncommon with a lot of these games, where I would say the story isn't really the heavy focus of them. But like that should give me enough space to probably put the ore processing in that room. But yeah, a lot of times, like, digging into the lore can be a whole thing. On backup power. Alright. So we've hit the point that we are fully utilizing our generator, which is not something you want. Not enough system points free on the ship. So it is kicking over to backup power and back. So you're definitely going to need to expand that. And I'm trying... Oh, that was right. This is what gives us the system points, the system core. And we can get a bigger system core. What's that require? Core point. So you have a build cost of core points. But I thought that's what you provided. The ship station is the central core processing unit responsible for managing all the ship's systems electronics, increasing the number of total system points. It's interesting that you need building points to make building points with those. Alright, so more than likely what I'm going to end up doing is expanding up here and starting to move like core systems like in this area. Just kind of branching it out a bit. Luckily, we have a lot of stuff to grab off this ship, which is just going to take time. Thermal radiation medium. That's probably what was starting to overwhelm the power grid. Is we're very likely, like right now, because I overbuilt my power regulation, we're fine. But it is likely if that goes like high, it might start to overwhelm our stuff. That's fine, everything looking good here. All that stuff's fine. The only room that sucks for air is the area that we require spacesuits. CO2 is fine, that's fine. Yeah, so everything looks fine otherwise. Oh, I see. We're going to need to move you. And you. And then we can remove those chunks of wall. And that'll open up where we can start using the refinery, which is going to put a lot more strain on our power that we can't really afford to do right now. But we'll see what we get. I'm going to focus on tearing apart this ship, which you can see almost all the walls are already gone. So now they're on board just tearing apart the rest of it. But with that, we should be able to get ourselves a lot of tech blocks, a lot of infrastructure blocks. That should go a long way. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to need to get more of the core system blocks so we can have much bigger ship. Because that's the things you need to be able to power stuff is, one, you need just straight up electricity. And that one's pretty straightforward. But you have core systems. That's kind of like just how much stuff, broadly speaking, you can have on your ship. Everything takes a little bit so far as main things. And so that's where we ran into problems is I need another reactor, and I can't put another reactor without getting another one of the core system units. I want to say you also take a bunch of power, if I recall correctly. We'll get sorted. Like I said, I'll probably put the core units here and here, making room for our reactor there. We can focus on expanding whenever we need to expand. Alright. There's also stuff on the ship I don't even recognize what it is. The next time we're at a trade location, we should buy Burning Sun a gun as well. That way, if we get raided or something, at least Burning Sun can defend himself. I can shift that over once. I'm going to tell him to do that. We were going to do that earlier, and I chose not to, because I could probably fit one more here, or when we get the bigger ones, make better use of that space. But while we're just sitting here working, might as well get that job done. My hope is once we get the refinery up and running, the next thing we can do is get the hydroponics going, so that we can start making sure food happens. Because, like, they're eating, but they're starting to get salty that they're not getting the range of food that they particularly want. Okay. On backup power. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay. What's a little switching back up, back and forth? Yeah, so we're now toggling back and forth from high. And you can see that we are having heat issues trying to struggle with the thermal radiation high going on right now. Wait, why did you go unconscious? Oh, due to high body temperature. Okay. Oh, okay, so that's not filling up. It's just showing me up and down. Yeah, so now that it's no longer on the really high, the temperature's coming back down, everything's equalizing. People are popping in and out of, you know, their spacesuits and all that, dealing with it. What good are backups unless they're tested? Exactly. We're just making sure to run our proper tests. Also, Burning Sun, you're really starting to worry me with that extremely low oxygen you've got going on there. Trying to scare me too much. Okay. How are we doing in our research anyways? Yeah, we're getting energy refinery, because like I said, I'm kind of leaning towards getting all the refinery stuff up, so that wherever we go, we can potentially get the most out of it. Wouldn't you want to take something that takes up core system slots? Wouldn't you want to take something that takes up core system slots, remove it so you can add new core system, new core slot building? Well, that's what I'm guessing, is I'm guessing if we go to use a building that requires core system slots, we could just plunk it down. I think it's a misnomer that you need a core system building to make a core system building. I don't think that's necessarily correct. It might just be UI confusion. Alright. We're starting to get more materials. Let's edit here. Build hall. And we'll go as far to the right as we can there. Because we have the docking port there. And I'm going to keep the docking port there. Because then what I can do is as we expand the ship, I'll put a docking port on the other side, so it's like a spot for 2 shuttles just kind of like flip into the side of the ship as we go. But we'll go here, we'll get the core system slot thing there, move stuff around here and get our second power generator. Because we're definitely running into problems where that thing's kind of hitting its limit. There's a lot more good stuff to grab out of here. Pretty soon, I'm going to run into problems on my ship where we're not going to have enough hull stabilizers. So go to objects, walls, put a window here and there. And then we'll figure out how I want to position that once that's done. Okay, so system, if we want to get the really big one, we have, I believe, everything I need. 4 points available. Maximum amount of core points reached. Maximum amount depends on the ship station canvas size. To change the canvas size when in hyperspace, dropping into sector, drag. Okay. What? That's not really what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be like, yo dog, you need a bigger one of them things. Okay, so 2 and 2, and they'll probably end up putting the door in the middle there. We'll see. Wait to build this one till we get our generators and all that stuff shifted around or whatever. Drug side effect fatigue. Drug, you say? I think you took a painkiller is what I think happened, because we did have some of those. Insufficient resources. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to start hitting the point that even though we got 41 days worth of food, we're not getting all of our food groups covered. But that's starting to become a real problem. So yeah, I guess what we'll do is we'll jump to the next system. We'll deal with this canvas side thing. Okay, people's body temperatures are getting really high. And we're having power problems because of all that. That's because of the thermal radiation. Alright. There's not a ton left to take apart, but there is some good stuff to take apart. Yeah, it's still got high on everything. Still taking apart all that scrap. Alright. Everyone's hanging out and chatting and all that stuff. Alright. We're continuing to make more and more and more materials. Let's see, is there a difference between green tech and red tech vials? Just time? Oh, in the research? I think it is just time. because I have the benches. Now, it could be that we have different benches for that. I haven't seen so far. Because when I did this one, it's got the 1 and 2, and it does seem to be doing fine. We've had a lot of these that have had the intermediate. It could also be that the person doing the research must have a certain level of research or higher to be able to do it. So like a level 1 researcher could do green, and maybe like level 3 could do intermediate, and level 5 can do advanced. That's most likely what it is. Yeah, we're still waiting for them to also get the Pathfinder beacon. Which I'm assuming they'll sort out themselves as they're tearing this all apart. Yeah, I'm still really surprised with the whole... Yes, that's saying build cost grid 4. Yeah, so it looks like when we jump the next time, we can be like, here's how big of a space I want you to allocate. And then from then on, I will have to allocate that size space. And that's likely for complexity, where instead I can choose to have like one giant ship or a couple of smaller ships and all that. But to avoid making it murder your computer, having it have kind of that limiter of, here's how many points you can have. Wifey. No, you're a sleepy girl. Yeah, poor wifey.
Oh, I'm sad. It's so sad for Wifey.
Yeah.
It's so hurting.
Yeah. Alright, you sleep well.
Okay, I love you.
Love you too. Right, before I forget, I have to set myself an alarm for tomorrow. Because I have to wake up way earlier than I want to. Because I have a dentist appointment. Okay, alright, so if I have to be there at that time, what can I reasonably get away with? Go with that. Alright. It's probably later than I should get up, but not so late that I'm likely to miss it. As long as I get up and just clean up and leave. Okay, so there's the Pathfinder beacon. So I'm assuming, will you be just listed in the cargo now? No. I'm assuming they'll figure it out. If not, I'll manually have someone go over there, draft it, pick it up, and carry it to the shuttle. But in the interim, we could just keep picking up all these materials. Because the good news here is we're getting a lot of infrastructure blocks. So we are looking like we're going to be in very good shape there. So I think the intention will be is we get this scrapped. From there, what is this saying? Oh yeah, I guess we can read through the logs while we wait. Alright. The end didn't happen with a bang or a fanfare, or even a nuclear fireball. It just crept up on us. It began in the 21st century. Humanity made great strides in that century. But so much damage had already been done. And so much of it was invisible, too. When the insect population collapsed, food crops and biodiversity both suffered. Without those, the ecosystems all over the globe suffered. By the time we curtailed our CO2 emissions, there were too few trees to sequester the excess. The result was hotter summers, deeper freezing winters. Species went extinct by the thousand every day, and we squabbled over the cause and solutions. We pulled ourselves apart. Old allies became bitter rivals. Nations came apart at the seams. Great edifices that supported the internet, global trade, just-in-time delivery, and all other things that humanity depended on to live, they fell apart. Starvation, disease, and war made the 22nd century even bloodier than the 20th. Humanity was always good at adapting, though. When the sun baked the land, We invented the thermal regulator. When the crops failed, we invented grow pods. We got better at recycling, at finding new energy sources. But we were always a step behind where we needed to be. Folks used to joke about the big tech firms and their slogans, yesterday's solution tomorrow. It's not that we destroyed the world, but we certainly made it impossible to sustain human civilization as it was. Too many places collapsed into feudal tyranny, or mismanaged themselves into famine, or just plain became unlivable as the climate shifted. Through it all, we never gave up on space exploration. There were complaints, of course, that it was a waste of the increasingly valuable resources, and that all the money and effort could go towards actually solving the problem. Now it seems maybe space was the only solid investment we ever made. Okay. Log 1 from the IRS Mary Shelley. Log 1. A great sudden change. Independent research Mary Shelley's first log entry. Captain Grant Park speaking. Or should I be calling myself Professor? Perhaps not. The ship is not a university after all. Though there's no reason it can't be both, I suppose. I brought a couple of colleagues with me, Anderson and Fletcher, plus a pair of doctorate students, Chase and Ray, good people. Not just ivory tower academics, but genuine talent. And of course, Chase and Ray are sharing a cabin, save space for other things. Mary Shelley is basic, to say the least. But she flies, is well stocked, and has everything that we need to sustain us. We can expand on her and fly to suit any mission profile. All we really need now is a direction. I've given it a lot of thought and prepared for this. In all the excitement over what everyone's grandiosely called the apocalypse, they all got hung up on finding a new home, or a new planet, that they've forgotten what space exploration is really about. To seek out new worlds, and, well, you know the rest, to boldly split initiatives that no man has split before. Who knows? Maybe the answer to all of our problems is an older, wiser species who faced the same troubles we did and overcame them. Or perhaps they were smart enough to see them coming in the first place. We can't fail to learn more about the cosmos if we go looking. And who knows? Perhaps we'll stumble across what all the other ships are looking for along the way. Or, just maybe, we'll actually make first contact. Either way, this should be interesting. Alright, before we check the next log. Yeah, you're still fast forwarding. You're still tearing apart this ship. Yeah, we're starting to get some of those have gone from high to low. Alright, let's do more lore. Alright, and this is the last lore I have right now. Log 2. Fearless and therefore powerful. Leaving Earth behind was not as easy as I thought it would be. That's home after all. The cradle of humanity, blasted and ruined though it is. We threw a leaving party. Fletcher actually had a bottle of whiskey, which he was glad to share. Not good whiskey, but the first alcohol I've had in a long time. We stood there and said our goodbyes, or, well, we tried to. I think we're still trying to decide on a toast when we clearly saw the flash somewhere along the western coast of North America. A nuke. Hard to imagine there's anything left of California that's worth nuking, but Anderson's toast was to those poor bloody souls down there. And that was it. We spooled up the hyperdrive and left. We hopped a few systems over, stopping only to mine whatever we could find. Didn't bother the other ships. We heard stories about some crews going rogue, turning to piracy or slavery. We're academics, not fighters. Best to keep a low profile. After dozens of jumps or so, we found a particularly promising system. Lots of resources, with not far to jump to get more. No other ships in sight. We took a vote and decided to build a small observatory station. Chase and Ray designed a telescope, and they came up with a very appropriate name for it. Big Exoplanet and Anomaly Survey Telescope, or BEAST. Very apt for a ship named after the author of Frankenstein. Let's see. What none of us expected is how quickly we would find an anomaly. We barely had to turn it on before it told us where to find, well, something. Honestly, these readings don't make any sense at all. I'm certainly can't think of any natural phenomena that produce data like this. Which, of course, leads the mind to imagine an unnatural phenomena. But no human chip could produce these kinds of readings either. Could it be? Or you just built a telescope, and you turned it on for the first time, and it gave you erroneous results? And that's because your telescope, you know, had erroneous things going on. It took you a mere 3 hours to crawl back out of the paused VOD space, but you come in time to hear Cali has been nuked. Oh, jolly. Yeah, I mean, it's the way most apocalypse starts. California just gets nuked, even if it doesn't involve California. Like, you could have a war going on between, like, Russia and Germany, and then just spontaneously California get nuked. And people being in California going, what the hell? Why? I don't understand. But it can't be a proper apocalypse if California's not nuked. Unless, like, California is, like, not nuked, but, like, not properly nuked, but, like, nuked, you know, the sun's corona, you know, goes over the earth. As long as California's caught in it, it qualifies. It doesn't have to be the focal point. On backup power. That's fine. That's, like the Bobaverse books, they have, like, the nuking, and you just assume California's caught into it because they present it as, like, kind of this global, everything's getting nuked. As, you know, Bob is just like, well, time to go. Just a casual von Neumann probe, gonna go von Neumann. Alright. Environmental condition, high body temperature. We're almost done here. And that's the reason why the power is fluctuating rapidly right now, is because the thermal radiation is, like, maxed out. It's got all of my power running at its absolute peak. It's kind of like one of the things you can have in RimWorld. You have your nice little place set up, and you're going, why is my power going ridiculous? You know, when a heat wave hits and it's all your ACs suddenly maxing out their power. Or if you have a cold snap, it starts doing, it's like all of your heaters in your base are just kind of maxing out their power, trying to keep the temperature what, you know, what it needs to be. Same exact concept. Alright, we're down to the point of taking apart all the doors. And then we're just going to leave ourselves this way. It's interesting that you don't... Hey, alright, let me grab... You have plenty of air? Yeah, let me draft you real fast. Let's have you grab this. Outstanding work, you found the beacon. You've done so well so far. Now you may salvage the derelict at your own pace, and once you're done, come visit us and we can talk more. We await you at Exodus Fleet. Once you jump into hyperspace, you can find us by checking the information on the blue objective. Okay. I love it's like, cool, you finished your objective, you're now allowed to salvage the ship. And me, my character's like, I can start salvaging now? Right, we just started. There's like just a couple of like individual walls left, like one of the things are. Hey, would you look at that? Teddy and Kanahawk are friends now. And Vato and Luxray are friends. No one hates each other, so that's good news. Burning Sun doesn't have any friends quite yet, but Burning Sun is the most recent recruit, so you know, that might just take a little bit of work to get us there. What's gonna happen real fast, chat, is I need to use the restroom really quick. So I'm gonna keep the game running, I'm just gonna slow it down a little bit. But I'm gonna bring up like I was gonna say ad reel. I'm gonna bring up the clip reel while I quickly use the restroom, grab myself a new drink, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. So this is a weird thing we've been running into, is that's like full screen the game, and then it detects it, and then go back to not be full screen, which doesn't actually do that, and then I have to hit that, which is still wrong. We'll get there yet. Okay. And that's just like streamer problems. For whatever reason, when I come back, even though I'm already in Borderless, it's like, no. That got scrolled up. Okay. So let's get them back to work. Alright. Yeah, Space Haven is 1.0. And they're kind enough to... Oh! That randomly reminds me. I have a thing. I have a thing. Alright. Bear with me for just a moment. Okay. Because what's going to happen, chat, is we're going to stop the queue. And I'm going to reopen the queue because I have a key to give away. So if you would like a copy of Space Haven, I do have one spare copy of Space Haven that the devs sent me a copy of Space Haven. They're like, if you need it, here's a key. And I'm like, well, I do already own it because I have played it multiple times on the channel. And they're like, okay, well, you just give that away then. I'm like, all right, we could do that. So if you would like a copy of Space Haven, all you need to do is !join. And I'll leave that going for a little while, and then we will give away the key. But it's thanks to the devs. The devs sent me that key. I have just one. So it's actually not a bad time for it. We're a little past halfway through stream, but, you know, without being able to aim like beginning or end or whatever, this would probably be the best time to drop it. But yeah, so give everyone a couple of minutes to get in there. Then I'll do the drawing, and the only requirement is you just have to be here and be like, hey, I want it, if you win. So if I draw your name, you just gotta let me know you want it, and the only reason I do that is I have given out keys before, and then the person got the key is like, oh, I didn't actually want this game, I wasn't paying attention to what was going on. So these days I do verify, and I'm like, hey, do you legitimately want this game? You know, people just see the thing and they don't pay attention. Which is understandable. If you jump in the middle of like a giveaway or whatever, you're like, oh, there's a thing here. Especially with, I use the same thing for naming my characters as I do for giveaways. It's just easier for me to do it that way. But as a result, understandably, people come in to have the character named after them, and then ultimately end up winning something they already own or whatever. And the only other ask I ask is don't gray market it. Like, very, very genuinely, gray marketing games is one of the worst things you can do to the devs. Like, you're gonna get nothing for it, and it's worse for the devs than if you pirate it. We've had a number of indie devs who have come out and been like, please just pirate our game, don't gray market it. And for those who don't know what gray marketing is, that's where you take it to the websites that are key resellers. And then you sell them the key for almost nothing. I mean, honestly, don't gray market in general. Like, not even just putting your keys on there. Don't buy them on there, too. It's bad for the devs, and a lot of times you'll get your key taken back from you. Just buy it legitimately. It's not expensive. I'm just watching down here as we go burning through it. And let's say for the giveaway, so we'll give 9 minutes. It's a bit longer than I normally do, but 9 minutes feels about right, because that'll be a nice even. We'll be at the 6-hour mark for the stream, and then we'll do that. Luxray shat their pants. It's okay, it's getting better. So we might genuinely be at the point where we need a second bathroom. The restroom availability is becoming a problem. It's okay. It looks like Luxury got better from crapping their pants. It still considers there being a high amount of infra salvage. Which is surprising. It's mostly these doors. There's doors in a couple of these heaters. Like, as far as physical objects, there's not much. Oh, yeah. No, it's, I only have one toilet. And it seems to be they mostly wait till the, wait till they're at their leisure time. And as such, what ultimately ends up happening is there's kind of a rush for the bathroom. It is one of those things, like, can I change your schedule up more? Gotcha. So considering there's not a day and night schedule, I was basically just thinking that in Paint Simplex, it seems like what I should probably be able to do is go in here, have Schedule 2 and Schedule 3. So for this one, we would go 2 blocks there. Looks like sleeping is 5 blocks. And then you'd have 1 block. And this is all work time. And then there's study time. Then we do the exact same thing here. Do this. 5 hours. There's a spot of free time there. Work time here. All right. Okay, none of the last one overlaps. So we have 4 schedules. So with this, Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3, Schedule 4, and another on Schedule 1. Alright. So what we can do in the future is when we get more people, we just try and even them out. So we're using the oxygen not-included strategy, where we just have everyone on their schedules to try and spread them out. That way they don't all slam the bathroom and overwhelm it. So this does mean we're going to have people constantly going in and out. Oh, did you just finish? Oh, cool. In the time it took me to finish the schedule, we got those set up. All right, so let's go and get out of here. Because we have picked this thing. This carcass is picked completely clean. Because these inner walls don't give you resources. And as far as I can tell, you're not allowed to take the airlock. Which is probably just mechanically the way the game works, is they probably got rid. They don't let you do that. Alright. So that's good, because we're starting to get a little bit low on food and all that. So I need to go trade. And then we need to get to the point where we have the grow stations on our ship, so we are self-sufficient. Alright, so that's just stuff there. Okay, and you are back here. That's where the Exodus fleet is. We have a farm station up there. And then you want me to explore that one. That's fine. So we did check these out. Part of me wants to just do one quick detour here. There is another derelict ship here. There are raw chemicals. I do have 41 days of food. So you can go snag the derelict and keep building our ship in the meantime. I'm doing it. We want to drop in. Alright. So drag and drop your fleet to modify. How do I make this bigger? Because that was one of the things. There's a lot of derelict ships here. Like, a lot of derelict ships here. To modify a ship, drag a ship. Oh, I go here. Ship canvas size. Yes. Apply. All right. So with this, we got stuff going on. Mine it all. Mine it all. Mine it all. And I got 3 derelict ships. Ooh, what's that symbol? Cargo. All right. Oh, it is a cargo thing owned by the Slavers Guild. That could be deeply concerning. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is... Okay, we are dealing with high thermal radiation and asteroid hazards here. Everyone's in good shape for right now. Let's try before everything escalates. I'm actually gonna save here real fast. Let's grab all of our people here. I'm going to draft you. Burning Sun doesn't have a weapon. And go get on that shuttle. Why is everything screaming about power? Okay. While you're figuring that out, let's go to build. And grab you. Let's start with a ship down here in the corner. We're probably going to take a bunch of damage while we're here. But if I can get ourselves a second reactor going, we should be okay. And there's also fuel here as well. But 3 derelict ships on this area and places to mine is pretty juicy. Oh, there is a lot of bugs in there. So I'm trying to bait them to come after me. The Gavato actually standing on the ground where he can be reached. Yeah, so we still have at least 3 or 4 bugs here. Let's go scooch over here. So now everyone's on ground. So hopefully he'll take the bait. Scoot you back up so when it comes around the corner we got time. Alright. We're getting all that sorted. Okay. Let's see, do the colonists just suck at shooting, or are the bugs tough? It's probably mostly the colonists suck at shooting. Alright, so we've got that sorted. So this ship is now available to take all the goodies off of. So I'll go ahead and grab everything that isn't bolted down here. And luckily we do have food on this one. Okay, so we have that one undrafted, so I'll work on that. And that'll free up a little bit here. And then we're going to give them a chance to get all recovered and all that. And once they're all recovered, we go on to the next station up here. It's looking like this this one's probably the big one. The fact that it has a cargo ship that's just available is pretty good. We do want all the salvage here. Oh, that's convenient that they're actually going to get the salvage before they go home. They're not going to get all of it, but I mean, that's still a bunch they're loading up here real fast before going anywhere. And they should be all heading back pretty soon. Can you tow the ship to be scrapped? No. I mean, I believe there's a thing. Well, actually, I can't remember if I'm mistaking this for the last starship or not. I think this one, every ship has to have its own power. You can't do like the last starship thing where you have like one ship that's basically towing everyone with it. So you do have to kind of endure this. Like, those are going to smash into me and do some real damage. Yeah, so we got a bunch of damage on the hull. Got some hull breaches and all that. We'll need our point defense. Let's check. Does the point defense give a negative on comfort? Point defense gives a very significant negative on comfort. We'll definitely want to get more point defense going on as able. But first I need to get this thing built. Once we get that thing built, this one can go away and we can get a second generator in here. And then getting that second generator in there will let me go and put a refinery down here and see where we can go from there. Yeah, they're taking apart this stuff real fast. You'd feel much more comfortable if you knew asteroids weren't going to space me. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, that is one thing about having everyone on their own schedule. It does mean I'm never going to be in a situation where everyone is rested at the same time without intervening manually, which is okay. Are you repairing it? I'm hoping you're repairing it. Okay. Yeah, Teddy's working on that. We'll get there. The point is we get that built, this goes away, we get more power generation. Later on I can put a second one of the really strong things there. Can you move your ship close to the derelict for easier scrapping? Not once I arrive. I can leave and come back, but I've got one here, one there, and it doesn't really take that much time to go in between. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. Now, when I showed up, I could have put myself right near this one, but then the issue is, like, whether I'm close to one or the other. But you don't fly in system. Like, these aren't, like, thrusters. These are hyper drives. Well, that was a weird bug. We had just a table showing up in the middle of nowhere. Okay. I can put another point defense up here. Give myself a little bit of overlapping to hopefully make things go a little bit smoother. I don't happen to have even better stuff. We have the point defense turrets. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot past there. I'm only waiting on that because I want to make sure I get this, then the generator online. Out of fear putting the second point defense on there might just overwhelm everything, and then we have our heaters and all that going off and whatnot. Okay. So with this, we dismantle the little one. And I do see that we got slammed by another set of asteroids. And it damaged our stuff in here. Vado, starvation. Why are you starving? There's 40 days of food. Just eat. Like, it might not be the food you want, but we do have food. Can I manually make you eat something? No, don't shoot it. There you go. I was like, why are you not just eating? This is a very fixable problem. You just ate something. Why are you still starving? You sound like my auntie. Come on, just eat something. Your skin bones over there. Well, I mean, in this case, the game is like literally being like, hey, you're being penalized because you're actively starving. Ah, here we go. Vitamin deficiency, protein deficiency. So we have food, we're just having a nutrition, like we're having malnutrition. So we're like physically eating, but like not getting much out of our food because of the imbalance of it. Okay, so we can go here now. Let's get our generator. Put two of those side by side. And then go down here to resources. And get ourselves the ore processor. That's just going to take more time. And then we do have more space for haul. So I can go here and go edit, build out haul. And work on that. We can hopefully get our stuff for producing our own food locally going as well. It's not great. We're going to go and grab you, draft, get you on the shuttle, and hit up the next target. Who am I missing and why aren't you here? Ah, Luxray's mining. Alright. So you three are going to go without Luxray. This is a big ship. Let's start with this end. Okay, so you've lost starvation. That's good news. There's a slave collar. Artificial meat and seeds. Oh, we got ourselves a potential new crew member. Oh, I almost forgot. Where are we at our time? Yes, I apologize. I meant to do the drawing already. Alright, so we're doing the drawing. So let me go ahead and grit this drawing for a copy of the game yourself. So that's kind of like the last couple seconds to get that in there. So we're going to go ahead and do a drawing, and it's going to be done in 3, 2, 1. And Diplomancer, if you would like a copy of the game, all you got to do is say something in chat to just let me know that you do in fact want the game. But if you just let me know that, that is all I need. And let me quickly grab that key. Alright, that's good enough. The yes does work. Let me grab you. Whisper. And space. Haven. And double check, make sure I got the right person. There's the key. And that should be a copy of the game for you. It is the only copy I have available to give out. It was one the dev sent me, and then I was like, oh, well, I already own the game. It's like, well, give it to your community. Well, they gave it. I can't assume. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to pull back down the queue, and we're going to start the queue again, which is why I looked at the queue. All right, now, if you want to be named, if you want to have a character named after you, you enter that queue. All right, so let's get back to it. I say that assuming this person's going to join, which is not a safe assumption. So far, there's been no threats here, which really does surprise me. And I lost track of chat because of all of these stuff. And also, check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. I'm going to be doing some Hotel Architect tomorrow, I'd assume. because I know that's what I'm going to be doing, which should be a lot of fun. Is it just everything's fine? Is that what I'm led to believe going on right now? There's not a whole lot of ship left for there to be anything. Okay. We just... Alright, well, Veto can draft. Let's get Maru out here. Oh, goody, there is, like, food on that. You are now talking to Maru. What's this? Foe or merchandise? Looking around, I don't see I see I hold no leverage. My crew must abandon me in hypersleep, leaving me with nothing to barter. I don't want to stay here. Can I join you in your journey? Alright. So, you've got a lot of combat stuff, and not a whole lot of else. You've got really high stuff. That's still fine. Yeah, we could use someone like you. Welcome aboard. Thank you. I'll do my best. Welcome to the crew. Alright, and in this case, you go and operate this now. And meanwhile, you're undrafted, so you can go home. Alright. So I got Maru. So let me go ahead and we'll get you named real fast. Alright, so we're drawing the name for Maru, and that's going to be Conrite. And just so you remember, I've named them, I'm just giving them all the last name, Crab. I'm assuming this will give me the freighter. A trap has been activated. Oh, I hate it. We're having you all grab all the different things you can. Hidden item found, SMG. Yep. Oh, you can't use it because you suck at guns. That's fair. Can you use the SMG? Just bring it back with you. Deal with it on the other side. Alright, so you can be undrafted to get out of here. Alright, so with this, we can go here and say salvage, give it all to me. And then we can go here. The slave collar's marked in red, so I'm assuming that's illegal. I'm going to leave it here because I'm probably not going to do anything related to any of that. Dock to an airlock or docking tile around your ship. Oh, okay, there we go. I was expected to have an icon. All right. Alright, so it's complaining that I need more temperature regulators now that I've got that, so that's something we gotta be very careful of. Put one here. Put one there. So I can expand all that. The rest of this is already being made. So I did take on that one. I was surprised that we went on there and then there was like... The only threat we had was when I opened the box. When I opened the box, there was a problem. But otherwise, we were fine. Now, the new problem we have is I've got yet another passenger and nowhere for them to sleep. We're going to need to do this. So I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and make a little path that goes around here. Let's see, to make this room, I would need to make it 4 by 6. I don't actually think I need... Yes, I do. We start putting another row of rooms here, and then we'll eventually make it where it loops around. It's getting too hot for people. I'm actually trying to resolve it. It's partly because of the power, and it's partly because things. So this will fix the power. You believe they matter for room designation? Oh. Nah, I mean, that's probably fine. I don't think you require... Because, like, this one room doesn't even have a window. I think some rooms will require a window, but I don't believe that's one of them. Oh, that's not far enough down here. We need to go one tile farther down. Okay, so we got the second generator running, so our power's now good. We've got more temperature regulators being built. So that should start fixing all of our temperature problems. We're working on getting ourselves another bed. So our new person has an actual bed to sleep in. Food is going to start getting real dodgy pretty soon here. Meanwhile, who had... Oh, they must have stashed it. Where did that SMG go? 'Cause I thought you had it in your pocket. So it's marking it as already being here. But I don't see it in our storage. Either of them. I was pretty sure it was in Vado's pocket because Vado had this. But now it's not even showing me your inventory. Oh, probably because you're in this thing. They're just trying to get one of the other people the better weapon. Is it in here? Ah, it's in here. There we go. It was basically left in the airlock. Some part of your ship is unreachable. Oh, okay. Oh, that'll fix itself in a minute. We were expanding that as well. Okay, so got it fixed. Oxygen levels decreasing. Oh, we hit the point where my oxygen generation's not high enough? We knew this was going to be coming. I just hadn't realized it had gotten there. So let's get life support. We don't have the tech block, which is very concerning. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Let's check it again. So, is it recovering, or is it going down? Okay, it is recovering. Yeah, I think what's happening here is just as we're getting hit, the breaches are making us vent O2. And, you know, obviously that's not good. Yeah, it's warning me that the oxygen's struggling to keep up. We are getting lots of stuff to help with this. And we're salvaging multiple ships that we're grabbing all the goodies out of. That'll help me get more tech blocks and all that. Once people start to suffocate, it'll solve itself. I mean, you're not exactly wrong. Okay, maybe we can go walls, do this. Oh, you don't have a light in your room. If no one needs air, we don't need an air generator. I mean, again, you're not wrong. You got lots of goodies to tear off of this ship. That does something remind me. We do have... Select all, unload. So that we can get some of the tech modules and a bunch of the art stuff that is on here. So we did get ourselves a cargo shuttle. It's called the Incredible Bulk. I'm actually going to maybe leave it that way because it's honestly a pretty fun name. This does mean I am going to need to get another docking port for cargo. It makes me curious of these cargo shuttles. Like, so I can dock it up here. Do these usually have a docking spot? Because it does make me wonder if you would just take that over there, let them continue to load up that, bring it all back in one go or whatever. I'm going to leave it alone for right now. Alright, so once I get some of these people who are better healed up and all that stuff. Like going, what is your weapon skill, by the way? Weapon skill 1. And Conrite had a weapon skill of 1 as well. You have a weapon skill of 1. You have a weapon skill of 1. Okay, so literally the only one who could use the SMG is Vato, who's already using a shotgun. So we're just going to wait for someone who has weapon skill 2 or higher. You can utilize the shuttle in 2 ways. If you have free cargo space, select the cargo shuttle dock at the free cargo port. Yada yada. If you don't have it, you can select the shuttle and choose at the lower left to abandon it. The shuttle will detach. You can now select and transfer resources to the lower left. How do you get more crew? You can catch people and lock them up until you, like, kind of RimWorld style, you just convince them to join you. Or 2, sometimes you'll find them trapped in cryosleep. And they'll be like, well, my choices are to die here or join you, so I'll join you if you'll have me, kind of thing. Alright. You need IV fluid. Oh, for healing Vado. I see. Oh, that's me seeing the bits of asteroid all over the place. Alright, so now I've got jobs. I don't want to assign a specific person to this. I want to do the same thing we were doing over here. Oh, right, you got destroyed. Yeah, I want to do this kind of same thing here, being like, hey man, if you got the ore, just put it to work. As the ore processor are capable of separating valuable resources from the mine asteroids, it can process both and store the mined ore. I guess I'll just let it do its thing, and maybe it'll sort itself out. And they're repairing everything little by little. Okay, so unfortunately, Luxray is busy on the derelict ship being very tired. I wanted to grab them, grab them all and get that going. Alright, so we can go here now. So with this, we'll go... Oh, I made your room. Hang on. I made your room bigger than it needed to be. That's fine. That'll open up space for when I go to expand later. Because everyone gets their little pocket. That's what you get. You get your little pocket of personal space, and no more. Critical resources, hull blocks, we can get that sorted out later. Okay, so Luxray's on their way back. Teddy's on their way back. Well, Teddy's getting ready to go sleep. And bunk bedding in their cells? These aren't cells. This is literally just where they sleep. These are not prisoners. I mean, to be fair, like, normally in a situation like this, you probably would have a bunch of stuff there. Let's get all that cleared out so it doesn't just sit there. None of the doors are locked anyway. Well, just don't misbehave and you'll be fine. Just casually, Vato just sitting over there minding their own. A big chunk of the ship gets ripped off by an asteroid right next to them. Just the risk of being a salvager. So now we just need way more hull blocks. Okay, and you're complaining about temperature, which is fair. Let's go to this. Oh, weird. It's took away my big exterior window. Just need to build a wall here or something, because I don't want to put it right there. I want to put it around this corner. Maybe worry about the fire? There you go. They're like, I am busy managing this thing. And you're getting that all done. Not a whole lot left in these, right? So you're down to a very low amount of materials. Go ahead and take that scrap. And you still have quite a bit of materials. Yeah, so in a little bit, we'll probably have Kanahawk, Luxray, and Vato, and them ready to go clear the last derelict ship. And with that, we can continue to collect the last resources here and keep building out this space more and more, which will be good. Alright, so I think Teddy sits it out. So draft. Never mind. Okay, so Shuttle's about to be back. As soon as Teddy gets his back, Vato, Kanahawk, and Luxray are gonna hop in it and go start checking the other derelict. Except Luxray is gone to go mining. Okay, so Kanahawk, get on there. Vato, that's fine. Get on there. And you don't have a weapon. Luxray. Oh, you are in the ship. You snuck back in here. Yeah, and Teddy's gonna sit it out because Teddy's sleepy. Alright, so this is the last ship we have left. It looks like it kind of doesn't matter where we go in. There's just both spots are right next to each other. Let's get over here, clear that last ship, and see what we can make happen here. I honestly see most of the ship. Please, will everything kill that. Okay. Didn't take much damage, which is good. Get away from it. Because it will explode when I kill it. Luxray's weapon jammed. What did you shoot at? Oh, you were unjamming your weapon. Let's force him into the hallway. And crouch to make yourselves not as big of targets. Okay, so pretty soon we're gonna need to back off. People are gonna start passing out. Hidden oxygen tank, okay. Hidden bandage. They've almost fully cleared this place. We've got this last little corner here and that last little pocket there. Alright, undraft. Cool. And with that, you will take apart everything on that ship. And we have... what is that? Got a couple of oxygen tanks, bandages, plastic, fertilizer, meat, food, clothing. Alright, don't let Luxray fall to sleep before they get back to the ship, okay? And if they do, go pick them up and put them back in the, put them in the shuttle. Also, don't leave without Luxray. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so we got everything explored here. What does that complain about? Critical resources are low, hull block. Well, we're actively grabbing that, so we'll be good. Okay. We definitely need to get more point defenses on this ship. Like, once we get out this system, I want to get a bunch of that stuff going. Luxray has fallen asleep on the shuttle, which is fair. Okay, so we did clear the whole system. We had 2 ships that had bugs on it. Well, one had bugs on them. One was basically completely empty except for a trap that had a bug in it. And the last one had a couple of mechs or whatever there in there. We did get more stuff, so we had 2 entries in the Tranquility. Log 1. Where the wind takes us. Personal log. First entry, Captain Michael Raymond of the good ship Tranquility speaking. I wonder if I should feel guilty about how glad I am to see the back of Earth. Ain't probably nothing. Gonna see it again. And good riddance. The whole place was troubling. And that's putting it mildly. Sure ain't gonna miss a ranching cattle. The trying to give this an accent is throwing me because, like, this looks like written, but like written with weird accent. Cattle only to have them stolen and slaughtered by starving refugees. Idiots don't leave no breeding stock, meaning no more cows, meaning no more food. Safe bet they turn to eating each other in the end. Still, Tranquility ain't exactly a step up from the ranch. Gonna miss the big open skies and the wind in my face, that's for sure. And I'm really gonna miss my dog. But hell, I'm alive, we got food, and good crew. Ain't my concern if Katie wants to sleep next to a power core, or Glass keeps reading the same Bible over and over again like he's trying to memorize it. And Sam? I never looked at a woman the way Sam looks at his rifle. He even named the dang thing, which is just weird, but I'm glad he's on my side. I guess we'll just go where the wind takes us, so to speak, do our best to scratch out a living. It ain't the first folks to try and make something of the new frontier. Won't be the last either. Won't be easy, but we can do it. Let's see. Log 2. Awful empty in my sky. Oh, it's been paused. Yeah, keep doing something. Things are going well. Got more crates of electronics that we know what to do with. But that's like the opposite of a problem, except it ain't. Because the space in the hold can be full of something we actually need, like water or hyperfuel. I mean, what do you do when you have too much of something? You sell it, right? And then you buy what you don't have. That's trade. Can't do that out here. Ain't nobody around to sell to buy from. But Sam reckons we'll have to be as dumb as a horse to leave resources lying around when you find them. And he's right. So we brought over a stack of crates from that wreck and found yesterday, and now our hold is just full of even more electronics that we don't need. And Kay's still chuntering about how we need more sticks for the core. There's got to be some folks somewhere out there who've got more power rods than they know what to do with, and maybe need circuit boards. Or maybe they need fruit. We've got lots of fruit. Yep, there's gonna be someone out there to trade with. Guess the tricky part's finding them. Alright, so we're finally getting this built, because this area over here is gonna be my growing area that we desperately need. Because food is the thing that's hurting us right now. Okay, so you've got that all sorted. And so now that you've got this wall's built over here, do you have that wall built over there? No, that wall's not built yet. Actually, is that wall built? I can't tell. Okay, let's go here. A life support temperature regulator. It is built. Okay, so I'll fix the temperature down there. Well, it'll help with it, which will help with the temperature over here. I'm looking forward to getting away from this. Let's see, chuntering is a British and Irish informational term for acts of muttering, murmuring, or grumbling incessantly. You haven't heard that one in a long time. Well, that's the thing. They were clearly trying to give the character an accent, but you'd almost be better at being like, you know, spoken in an Irish accent, spoken in a British accent. But, like, just randomly having words and then putting the apostrophes on is like, oh, this is so hard to read. Risk of mental break on Vato. What is your deal, friend? I am feeling extremely hungry. I am in pain. I have minor discomfort. I have an open and burnt wound. I was bit by a crawler. I am uncomfortable from being in my spacesuit for too long. Which we still do have 37 days of food. It's just, it's not balanced. We got too much of something and not enough of the others. Okay, so the good news, I don't actually have to put more jobs on there. They're just processing the ore. We're gonna need more thermal regulators, which we are adding more as we go. I'm a little bothered by the fact that Conrad and Burning Sun were like, you know where we're gonna have our conversation? Let's go into the bathroom and have a conversation. Like, maybe that's where they're going for privacy, but you'd almost think they'd go to like one of the bedrooms or something. So only place to get some peace and quiet around here. Yeah, my plan is to put another toilet up there. Like, start bringing this around, eventually loop it up here. The output is full. Full of crates. Rise logistic priorities to the crew member. You know what? That's fine. You can take care of it as you have availability. Alright, how are you doing? You only got a tiny bit of stuff left. You still got stuff, and you probably are still full. Most of the mining is getting done, but we are seeing that this thing is just churning away, getting us ore and goodies. And everyone's got to catch up on their sleep because I kept interrupting their sleep to have them go tear apart, like go clear ships and whatnot. Okay, and with that, you've now cleared out enough. We can go furniture, light. That's fine. You get your stuff all sorted out. Oh yeah, we could probably show our walls and all. I haven't done that much. You know, for the size of the walls you place them, having those like little tiny windows here and there doesn't look like what I'd expect. And that's what my ship looks like from above. Honestly, I'm down to keep it looking like that. Oh, no, I see. The idea is going to be when we're raiding ships, that'll keep it so I can't see certain things. That's fine. Alright, so everyone's busy working, getting their stuff done. We're doing our best. We do have our research going, right? Because I have not been paying attention. Yeah, so you're getting chemical stuff going. Okay. Oh, that is a real big problem. We are running down low on energem. Which is what lets us keep the power on. Interestingly, the only one that's complaining about us having critically low power is the hull block. Alright, but just keep tearing everything apart. Do your best. Because I don't really have an idea on how fast it goes through this fuel. It does seem like it takes a while. So I think what actually happened is we just loaded up the energem into the second one of these. And then plus this on top of it should be getting me energem as well. Okay. And we are starting to become overburdened. So that's going to be a problem relatively soon. That the solution for that would be adding another hyperdrive or whatever. And how much does that take in materials? More than I have. That's what it takes. Okay. Even though it completely doesn't matter. Make a window since I can't go close to that docking spot so you can kind of just look in there. I don't think it matters at all, but... You know, add some room to like look around and see the outside world. Honestly, the fact that this thing's like big flat out, you'd almost want to be able to put windows on the top of the ship, like skylights. But, you know, space. Alright. Yeah, so you're flying around collecting stuff. We have another one who's off tearing apart the derelicts. There's really not much left for you to tear apart. Micro breach. Yeah, and that's because we had a an asteroid hit. We're gonna have to get out of here in not super long. Resource drop-off points are full. You just don't have enough people doing logistics. I'm getting too much good stuff. Oh, let's check on our schedules and all that. So we have our schedules. So you're not on a schedule at all, right? Yeah, you're not on a schedule at all, so you're getting on schedule 2. Let's check our priorities. So, logistics-wise, all of my people have, like, an okay priority on logistics. So, for botany, looks like Teddy's got the highest rank for botany. We actually have people with high rank at construction. Yeah, it seems like it'll mostly sort itself out. Like, later on, it might be a thing that I have to intervene in a more meaningful capacity. We can worry about that when we get there. But one thing that should happen as we keep doing this is as we are, as we are tearing apart these ships, and they're running out of salvage entirely, then we just won't send the shuttle over to them. Yeah, and you're getting pretty low as well. You still got plenty. And just the same with us mining these. As they finish mining those out, they'll stop bothering. Like right now, I just got a lot of projects that are underway, and I just need to let them cook. It'd just be nice to have the resources on board so that I can cook where I'm not dealing with constantly being heated up. I'm not dealing with all this other crap that we've got going on. And I'll put a door on it. And then once we get the room set up with the hydroponics, after that point I'll put like the light and more thermal in there. We should probably put another light in this hallway. And while we're thinking about that, let's put another temperature regulator here. Because I'm trying to add a lot of redundancies to like the temperature regulators and all that. So that hopefully when we're in systems that like really push the limits of it, we can still manage it. We are burning through that fuel faster than I like, though. Logistics are overwhelmed. Your crew is swamped with logistics tasks. If refineries and other facilities continuously producing more resources, consider pausing production and giving your crew a time to carry resources to storage. To fix this situation, ensure there's enough free storage space and increasing logistic priority in there. It's fine, they'll get it sorted out. And think of the follow. Welcome to the stream. They'll get it sorted. They'll just keep working at it till it's done. It's like at all times we're running around just tearing apart more and more of these ships, getting our goodies. It definitely seems like the primary way to build your ship is derelicts. Like they're just a good source of continuous things. Alright. Okay, we've got another fire. Because another asteroid got through and slapped into our control panel. Put out the fire. Yeah, everyone's here putting out the fire. It'll take a while for the smoke to clear up, but I do have CO2 scrubbers that should take care of that. The temperature stuff should sort itself out as well. Alright. Yeah, so everything's complaining about temperature right now. I do actually have like 3 or 4 regulators queued up to be built. They got a regular going to be built like right here. Going to be putting another one probably inside this room. This room's got damaged by that meteor, so it should be sorting itself out now. Alright. Okay, so new research. Our capacity node. Interestingly enough, it looks like I am getting other research, just kind of passively, I'm assuming from disassembling stuff. We can increase industry, which increases the speed stuff is produced. Hypersleep, hamster flybot and all that. Robotics. Basic entertainment. A learning computer. Let's get basic entertainment. Alright. We're very likely going to need to leave soon. That we are just straight up running out of energy. Be really disappointed to leave all this behind. The good news is we basically took most of the stuff of value from there. Yeah, this one's fully depleted. This one's got just a little bit of infra scrap left. And then this one's still got most of its stuff left, which is the bummer if I have to leave before that one's done. But at the same time, running out of power is not the move I want to make here. I did see that there are solar panels in the game. That might be something to go out of our way for. Because at least that'll be power that doesn't depend on just chewing up fuel. I imagine they don't give you much power. But anything we can do to mitigate that. Okay, and you're getting pretty close to the mining being done. And you've been shredding the hull on this. Yeah, so it's construction and the construction logistics is the stuff that's like really backing up, which isn't super surprising. I do have it set to basically just endlessly try to process all of that. Same with this, but that's all fine. We have plenty of storage so far. And check out the Ints, playing some Reviver. I actually don't know much about Reviver, but it does play like a lot of Stardew Valley, Coral Island, that kind of games and whatnot. Definitely good times over there. Does stream in German, just as a heads up. Like, we do have a lot of people who tune in who do speak German as well. But, you know, should be good times not. Alright, so we're down to 2. I do think I really need to get out of here. I'm trying to drag this out so I can potentially get all, you know, like, as much goodies as I can. But, like, I think we're right about to completely bottom out on our energy. Leaving behind the infra stuff doesn't feel too bad. Leaving behind the tech scrap hurts pretty bad. It's also interesting, this whole time that we've been doing all this, we haven't had a single other ship show up. Now, granted, with all the objects here, it might not be room for it. Oh, we're about to eat a real hard hit from an asteroid, I think. It's too late for me to do anything. I can't jump out in time. You're kind of on the extreme edge of where my point defense can cover it all. Oh, you barely missed. I can live with that. Alright, please tell me you got the good stuff out of there. Well, we got some of the tech scrap. It is time for us
Thank
to...
you Jimafuel Jimifire for subscribing for 11 months. Morning Rual. I normally lurk, but with a new job I'm trying to schedule straight. I will be back.
Hey, Jimmy Fuel. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. 11 months you've been subbed to the channel. But no, it's always good to have you whenever you can make it. I understand schedules change and all that. Yeah, we gotta go. We're basically completely out of power. So as much as I want to, you know, want to hang out and all that, we have got to get on out of here. Okay, so we're waiting for Luxray to get back on board. And then we've got to go where I can get power. Yep, and absolutely we'll be checking out Hotels Arctic as well. If you're into that, Trickle's also gonna be doing that. Alright, let's get out of here. It is gonna be a risky jump because we're a bit overburdened. We're not worrying about the derelict stuff. That's the Exodus fleet. Let's go up here for right now. And thank you for, was that the 10 gifty subs I saw? Thanks so much for the 10 gifty subs. That's incredibly generous, Jimmy. I really do appreciate that. Being incredibly supportful. So thank you so much for that. And thank you, Treacle, for throwing in the 100 biddies and all that stuff. But yeah, that's incredibly generous of you, kicking us immediately up to a level 4 hype train. And also, it's looking like for anyone who gives over 35, over 5 subs, you get 35% off and all that stuff. Thank you, Liam, for the 100
I forgot about
biddies.
new hype emotes.
Oh, new hype emotes. Fun. Well, now's your time to grab them. Alright, so one thing we definitely have to do, so we got 3 days worth of power, and we're overburdened. So the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and jump on here, trade. Alright, you only have 2. I'm taking them both. And thank you, Treaclebot, for 100 biddies. And thank you, Jaywalker, for that. Like,
Brad.
and everyone grabbing all that stuff. So small hull breaching charge, let's sell that. The spare oxygen tanks, we could sell those. Okay. And thank you, Burning Sun, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. Everyone being incredibly supportive. So thanks so much for that. So we have energy cell. Used in high-tech facilities. I have a lot of those. I'm going to get rid of these. I'm trying to get the money. So they won't take any more. I'm assuming we've run them out of cash. Give food. Okay, so I can't exchange any more in this one go. So I need to toss more over the fence their way. I have a lot of soft blocks. Is there like... Oh, we ran... They won't take more of them. The fertilizer's fine. We give up some noble metals. Let's see. I have a bunch of energy blocks. Okay. I'm a little confused by this. Ah. What's going up? Yes, they're gonna pay me. Right, it's showing that it's even now. And thank you, Jimmy, for another 5 gifty subs. Really incredibly generous. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for all that support. Putting us up to a level 6 hype train. So you're all being ridiculously generous. Just kind of a loss. So we're gonna have a bunch of money to show for this. I would like to get... Okay, so we're not physically allowed to put more in the trade. We like capped out the number of items per transaction. Okay. Do you have missions for me? We have deliver the cargo, which is we pick up the cargo here, we take it onto another sector. That does remind me, I do have the shuttle thing here. I don't know how all that works. But let's go ahead and let's try and do this trade really fast. See if we can't get that cargo. No, it's up. But again, thank you so much for all that support. That's incredibly generous. It's like been 15 gift subs you've been doing all that. It looks like we're getting a chewing cow emote and something else. But yeah, level 6 hype train. I tend not to have a lot of big hype trains here. Just like there's something I've got in the works that I think will make people more excited about doing hype trains and all that kind of stuff. It's probably not going to be soon because I need the games to stop releasing for 2 seconds to give me time. Oh, you have a big star over your name. And you went to sleep on the floor. That's a life decision. Let's see. Alright. Yes, thanks so much for all that support. It's incredibly generous and all that. Means a heck of a lot. Right, so what I'm hoping here... That's... Oh no, it's not mine. That's theirs. This emote will be fun. The cow. The cow, I can see people getting mileage out of that one. Yes, I'm hoping the shuttle will get out of here. To complete the trade. It looks like the trade's done. That got me 1 extra day more fuel. Okay. So let's accept that. You need free cargo ports of the correct size to complete this objective. So it's saying I need a free cargo port of that size. Now, I do have... Like, this is my confusion. I do have this that I got. And it's cool and whatnot. But it does seem like this is going to be a problem for me. Because I guess the advantage here would probably be moving stuff between my ships. I think I might abandon that one, because it says I need to have a free cargo port, not that itself. I also have no idea what the cargo shuttle's worth. We got a bunch of food and all that off of it. But it blocks me from accepting future quests. That's kind of a big pain. Oh, well that just... Okay, it must not be that important if they didn't even have a confirmation. You just hit abandon, it's just like, yep, gone. Alright, missions, deliver cargo. Let's go for the tech blocks. I was actually curious if I could get that to dock over there and keep it, but it's fine. Get your... Get your thing over here. Alright, and thank you so much for that hype train. You were all incredibly generous, getting us to a level 6 hype train, which is a ridiculous thing. Getting some emotes with 21 gifty subs and 400 biddies, which is incredibly fantastic. So what emotes did I get? So we got the Winnie Huh emote, which is a fun one. Let's see, mods, you may or may not be toying with a likely scammer in Discord. Don't mind me. Ah, gotcha. I see how you go. Where's the shuttle going? What are you doing? Oh, you're still trading stuff? Oh no. I have to leave. Okay, so the trade is done. Alright, so with the trade done, we need to get the heck out of Dodge. We are still very overburdened, which is a problem. Hey there, Spacer. We're running low on some resources. You be willing to help us? They asked for 3 steel plates. I can't. I have to leave. If I wait for you to do that trade, I'm going to miss finishing the thing. Like, I'd love to help you out, but quite literally, I'm on your time schedule. Okay, so to deliver the cargo needs to go down here. So we go jump, 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 all right. Gonna plunk you down right next to the station. Start delivering it immediately. All right. So they gave me my resources. Love to see it. So then we want to go over here because please have fuel. I'm begging you, have fuel. Oh yes, they have fuel. Give the fuel. Just, I can't afford it all, but just, I would like it anyways. Alright. Optics component? That seems like it's valuable. Let's go ahead and we can depart with a couple more of those. I think that's probably what we're doing. Okay. How much money do I have total? Okay, that's gonna be a big chunk of my money. Okay, but with that, what we can go ahead and do here now is after all this time, and thank you, Jimmy, for the 5,000 biddies. That is ludicrously large number of biddies. So thank you so much. That is incredibly generous of you. I really, really do appreciate that a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. All right. So thank you so much. Like, genuinely, very genuinely, that means a heck of a lot. I really do appreciate that. So for the community, yeah, no, absolutely. And I really appreciate that support. It means a heck of a lot. Do we? Oh no, I was gonna check your missions, see if you had any missions for me, because I have needs. Okay, so good news is that should help with this. I'm not sure what we have that's got us way overburdened, but we're probably going to need to expand our engine situation. But I don't really have the blocks for that. We probably also just need more people. You know, that's actually a fair thing. Oh, I have, like, no money. Never mind. I was gonna say, like, if I can hire more people. That's fine. We're making plenty of metal. We're repairing stuff. Things are getting done. Okay. Yeah, we'll end up needing to do here is getting another one of these engines going, or just get an upgraded engine. How is our research doing? We're working on our basic entertainment. We'll probably want to make sure we get a better engine as like our next go-to. That'll help a great deal with a lot of this. And so we should be getting a lot of supplies here in a minute. I'm noticing we keep having this table reappearing. Just a friendly reminder, this game is currently on sale. It did just go 1.0, but it's currently on sale 40% off, so it's like 15 bucks. Here in the US, where it's normally like $25 or whatever. So it's a pretty good deal. And this is a game we played a lot in the past. As a reminder, we're also being sponsored this stream. Granted, they're sponsoring me for like 2 hours, and I was just like, yeah, no, we're gonna go ahead and just keep going. Alright, so let's see. We'll put fruits in that bed. Fruit, vegetables, nuts, fruits, vegetables. Cool. You tried playing this months ago and you couldn't wrap your brain around it. Scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate the learning curve? I'm not having a problem with it, but it's also hard for me to kind of go back to when I first played it and give you an honest answer from that perspective, because I just don't remember. It's not terrible. The one thing the game kind of you can run into is it'll warn you when you're low on stuff for when things are in good shape, but not when they're in bad shape. So like where it'll be like, oh hey, you need more temperature stuff. It'll kind of give you that. It's like, well, no. By the time it's telling you need more temperature stuff, if things go wrong, you are already in dire straits. So it's kind of got that sort of a problem, but that's more just kind of dealing with a bunch of stuff there. All right, so I don't have much more in the way of hull supplies. I do have more than enough stuff to process into hull blocks. They just need time to do it. I do think I need to expand here. To get another hyperdrive, we're going to end up having to keep repairing our ship again and again. So we've got our fuel covered. Then we have enough fuel for 12 days now. Our food is only being listed as having enough for 42 days, but we are actively working on getting it to the point where we'll start having people level up botany to be able to get a wider range of food and become more self-sufficient. Alright. Then we are processing all our ore, which is all good. Okay, and with this, we can go to our objects, system. Get ourselves another hyperdrive on here. Is there other things we wanted to build? I would like to put another point defense on there. We don't really have room for it. We're good with all that stuff. I'll probably later on want to get our cargo port. We've already got the big grow bed going. It's going to just take time. Oh, right. We got a metal refinery, an energy refinery, a chemical refinery. Alright. So those are all things we want, but all those are going to take more high-tech blocks. Power refine for right now, life support refine for right now. We do have need for a second toilet. And all the other stuff's pretty good. Basically, by rotating the schedule, we're kind of preventing ourselves from having other issues. Alright. So it's still showing us as over our capacity, so extra fuel consumption. We'll see what happens with that. In the meantime, I doubt they've got a mission in the last couple seconds. Alright. So we want to return to the Exodus fleet. Let's go ahead and do that. Not enough fuel in the hyperdrives. Well, you should fix that. Okay, we're good. That increased the amount of weight. So we just gotta wait for that to warm up. Alright, so we need to go up here to that system, so let's get up there. Okay. Before we go anywhere, yep. Plan to mine that while we're here. Well, it seems your slightly used beacon is still working just fine. So, we're off to a good start. Now let's go over how you use it. The fleet's chief logistic, Rufus Wright, has a request that's perfect for showing you the ropes. Rufus? Nice to meet you, Pathfinder. One thing the beacon does for you is it lets you see how the Exodus fleet is doing for various resources. The beacon also allows you to signal the Exodus fleet to jump to your current location. If you happen to stumble upon any larger resource spots, you can give us a signal and we'll jump to you and get on with mining what we need. You'll get paid, and we'll get to keep the lights on. Everyone's happy. For now, though, feel free to venture out, and we'll contact you again when the time is right. Cool. So with that, go over there, grab me some hyperfuel and all that. Otherwise, the rest of you just keep working on your stuff. And eventually we'll get this sorted out. Do I have enough for a second hydroponic bench? I do. I think. Well, I do for now, but I won't for long. Or not. I don't know. It's fine. Let's keep them working. Because Teddy's going to sit there and just keep on processing one block after another. Because, yeah, if we just grab all that. That's interesting, there's like a wrecked miner on there. Yep, so let's keep working on that. We do want to get the second one of these harvesters up. Because then what I could do is I can have the botanist continue to work and bring in, you know, as much food as we can. And all that food will really reduce our issues. Because we'll be able to get, like, better tasting food, better balanced food, that kind of thing. So we're gonna need to get ourselves a bunch more other things. Maybe you're just over there mining away. Go. So that'll get the Exodus Fleet mission done. Once that, well, not done, but that step done. So then the next move we'd be doing is to chase down this this military armada, whatever. Risk of mental break on Luxray. What is Luxray unhappy? You are feeling very hungry. You have a minor burned wound that's about to get better. And you are sad because you have no one to talk to. And that's, you occasionally have people have an accident, and I'm guessing that's what happened. You probably had an accident and burned yourself. 8 without table? 8 without table is actually one on there. Like, doesn't have it here. But there is one here for 8 without table that can show up. You talks to Luxray? Yeah, no, I think it's just because they're in medical. Actually, Burning Sun right now is talking to Luxray. Okay, the Exodus fleet has left the system. You're telling Luxray to toughen up and get back to work. He's like, look, man, everyone else around here is pulling in the same direction to keep us alive. And you're in here with a burnt pinky toe, throwing a little fit. All right. Hey, Joe, how's it going? And now Luxray has eaten a great meal. All right. So a lot of those aren't going to be able to grow right now. That's okay. They were just a little hangry. It happens. It's fair. Reading a lot of, like, random roots and all that, just trying to make it work. Research completed. Jukebox and arcade machine. Alright, so we're probably looking at, I really need a better, better hyperdrive, I think. So let's start researching the better hyperdrive. It's gonna take a while for them to get their botany skill up. Actually, you know what you ought to do? I know I really want to get more of these going. Right now, let's do that. So they're getting 2 of these trades they can do on each one. They'll quickly get up to being able to do 2 more, and then the last 2 will take a while. Yeah, it looks like Luxray's finally out there mining. And pretty close to getting that all wrapped up. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so getting the last of that ore out of there. Meanwhile, everyone else is running around doing what they can, which is fine. Okay. We We got some basic ore and some exotic ore. Okay, it's like, what are you doing right now? All right. And this is fine, because the other thing that's happening while this is we were falling horrifically behind on logistics, and it's just getting our logistics people plenty of time to catch up. All right. We are fully mined. So with that, it is time to get out of here because there's nothing left for us here. Other than taking unnecessary damage to asteroids. The Exodus fleet is facing a crisis. Our water storage ship was hit by a meteorite penetrating right into our main water storage. We lost almost all of our water reserves. Luckily, we were able to detect the patch the leak before the reserves were completely depleted. We need to replenish our water supplies. Find us a comet and give us a signal to hyperjump to its location. It'll allow us to fill our water storages. Let's see. I don't... Oh, there's a derelict in this system. Did we already do this one? I wish I could remember if we had already gone here. Oh, you can find extra sectors. Oh, I am pretty sure we were here before. I mean, we're already here now. It's fine. So let's double check. Did I already rip everything out of you? Pretty close. What about you? Yep, but what we can do is, since we are here, we can yoink you. Is there any trade we care about doing with you? So I actually need IV fluid. I have got a couple things being like, you need IV fluid. Let's see. Give you 2 energy cells. That'll do that. If I click on you, go to missions, you don't have anything for me. Alright, looks right. Well, you might as well deplete this. Yeah, bad connection. Ah, that's no fun. Yeah, how is your mining coming along? Pretty good. You're at about 4.5. I'm hoping you get that last one done before you come back. Nope. That's fine. We can do the next one, last one on your next pass. So we got a 3 in botany, a 3 in botany. Got a lot of people at 3 in botany. The good news is, like I said, they're going to be able to start, like, not start. They are actively growing vegetables themselves. Yeah, I mean, but it could always be that, you know, the connection problem is between you and Twitch. So not your internet itself, per se. But, like, just kind of the carryover between. Alright, we got one last basic ore. Then we'll get out of here. Okay, and with that... let's get ready to head out to our next destination. Yeah, Twitch is giving you the rights to stream 2K bandwidth. Yeah, I mean, to give you an idea, like, I'm on fiber myself, and we definitely ran into problems not too far back where the East Coast servers were just having a whole thing that I actually had to stop stream early and then switch to the West Coast servers, and once I did that, everything worked fine. Okay, so we haven't been over here. It just says base. And you want me to go over to that area, so let's go check that out. This is a big jump we're doing here from the looks of it. Assign hypersleep chambers. Embark in interstellar travel. Traveling in hyperspace can cause adverse side effects to crew and members. Hypersleep chamber for each will protect against those side effects. Note: the intensity of side effects from traveling in hyperspace are severe, only on harsh and brutal difficulties. Peaceful, builder, and medium, the difficulty is much milder. Yeah, it's probably fine. You've intercepted a distress beacon. You may stop to investigate. Sure. The crew has been slain by aliens. You are too late. The aliens have completely overtaken the ship. Your crew turns off the distress beacon. Alright. Well, in that case... what you're telling me is there's goodies to have. Because it's a military ship. It's also interesting that, like, we don't even get on the ship. We're like, yep. We already know that it's been overtaken by aliens. Don't need look no farther. It's been taken over by them aliens. Zero question about that one. Yeah, and if it's the aliens that run up and maul us, going in the giant hole in the side of the ship is usually the best way, because I can back off to the hole and then just shoot from the, in the gap in space. Aliens detected. Wait, what are you? An infestor. Return to the ship. Forget it, return to the ship, stop docking. When it said aliens, I thought it was gonna be like the little bitey dudes. The infestor attached your ship with the aim to infest the ship station, the pre-stage to an alien hive. It can be attacked and removed by fighters while it remains attached. I don't have those fighter things you speak of. I don't love that it's positioned itself directly on where my reactor is. That's not my favorite. Okay, we destroyed that one. That's not too bad. Okay, that seemed a lot scarier than it really was. I thought I was gonna like attach and like put out a pod and I was gonna have to fight like a bunch of random things running around my ship and all that stuff. So, a little less scary than I was expecting. How did the military ship? Can't their spores infect crew? I have no idea. Like that's the thing. I have no idea. I played this game way back when it first went to early access and had a really good time with it, but I was like, I want to come back when this is more done. Which is 1.0 now, so, you know, we're back. Okay, grab the data logs. Yeah, this ship is looking extra goopy. Okay, what the heck am I looking at in here? Hold up. Hold up. Sorry. Retreat? Retreat? I don't know what that is. It's like some giant beholder thing. Keep shooting. Feeling a little... What? Trying to do let's get something going here. All right. Just played the game for like 5 days, 3 wipes. So this run is 2 days old, and you're on year 10. Oh. Oh, I hate this. try to avoid keep shooting the engine. Okay, is it just back there that matters? Alright. Okay, undraft everyone. You done? You done good. Give me all them goodies. Remains of a hive core. Sure, that's definitely something I want to bring on board of my ship. I definitely want to bring that on board my ship. Zero question about it. The hive core that's probably going to be horrific for all of us. Straight onto the ship. Okay, you're up to weapons 4, so that's pretty good. Oh, let's see, because I thought you played the game Stranded? Played the game Stranded. Stranded Alien Dawn. Yeah, I played that a long time ago. I had fun with it. Like it was a good game and all that. It's not one I feel a reason to like particularly go back to. Because like it's like RimWorld but way shallower kind of thing. I really did like the way research worked in it though, where you had to actually like get the plants and take the bits and like you kill the enemies and like bring the enemies to do research on and that kind of stuff. So instead of just, you know, stack up your points or whatever, there was a lot more to it. But yeah, this is definitely a completely different animal. Like right now I would end up, what happened in that game? Oh, you heard a lot of bit nobody talks about? Oh, it released. It just released and that was the end of it. Like, I don't know if they're still doing stuff on that one. Oh, you looked at the game, but you don't think you could rename colonists in it? And that's important to me? I thought you could, but I don't remember. You're the guy who wants to own the whole map. You're so hooked. Well, I'm glad you're having fun. Like I said, it wasn't a bad game. It's just kind of one of those things that, like, you know, it was fine. But it definitely got the tech and all that and kind of like, all right, well, I'm not sure what, like, there wasn't motivation to do more. There wasn't as much variety as you can get. Like, and then, you know, comparing to stuff like RimWorld is, you know, a 2-ton gorilla in the room. Let's see. Honest dealings. I met some friendly fellas in white robes and all that, of all things. These they're friendly until Glass called them a cult. And then they got all kind of riled up. Reckon the only reason we didn't wind up trading bullets is because Doc has a way with words. After things smoothed over and Glass is back on our ship, we got talking about surplus and supply and such like. Turns out, our new friends are totally not a cult. We're thirsting for fruit. Well, I said, turns out I got more fruit than we can handle. Maybe we can come to some kind of arrangement. The rest was numbers. Doc worked them out. So we're flying away a mite light on the fruit front, but plenty of heavy on the water, hyperfuel, and Decay's Relief energy sticks. Hell, the amount of water they gave us, they could have grown so much fruit as we gave them, and then some. Which got me thinking, maybe there's a living made in doing this. I figure, it ain't more risky than anything else we could try, so why not? Alright, so Veto took a couple of hits there. You got a crawler bite, a hauler slash. You got an open wound that is healed. You never played RimWorld. The graphics are just a no deal for you. Hey, I mean, that's fair. I do, like, it is one of those things that my immediate thoughts would be like, hey, you know, you are missing out. Like, I've had the comment that there are games I've played that, like, very much, I found the graphics very off-putting. But once I did finally play the game, like, I had a really good time with it. Like, Sunhaven is kind of the extreme example. Like, the, like, over-the-top chibi art style really was off-putting. So I had seen it a number of times. I'm like, yeah, it's probably good, but kept not playing it. And eventually, after seeing a number of other people play and really having a good time and singing its praises, I eventually played it, and I had a great time. It does suck, though, with that one, that the devs ended up being kind of crappy and, like, not paying artists and stuff. Which really, really sucks how often that kind of thing happens. Alright. What is that symbol? Feeling weird sensations. My body feels weird and I have a feeling of impending doom. I think I need to get scanned by an advanced medical bed. Oh, well that's unfortunate. That's not my favorite. And then Luxray as well. And unfortunately, it does seem like that is a lot of our crew. And, I'm willing to bet an advanced medical bed. Probably not on the short list of things he can get done. That's for human dissection. Oh yeah, advanced medical beds all the way over there. This is fully resolved one way or the other long before that's getting done. So you can get a weapon now? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Hey, can you, like, Can you just leave your stuff behind? Oh, well, I mean, what I actually want you to do is go here, put your gun away, have a nice time, and Burning Sun can go up here. Yeah, unfortunately, you don't have enough weapon skill to switch that. And then meanwhile, Canahawk's got a weapon. Conrad doesn't have a weapon. Yeah, so half the crew were exposed. Yep. Having a seizure. And Conrad's having a seizure. Let's not walk in whatever's going on with the gas stuff there. Having a seizure. It's something you loved. Bloodlust. I'm not sure it's contained because Canahawk is showing as exposed. And Vato is showing as exposed. On the plus side with them, while they're feeling very hungry, it is not showing that they're actively infected anymore. Like, we're not getting that stuff. And check out Azrael playing a lot of simulation games and Roadcraft a lot recently. So that's your jam. You can find that there. I like the Vato as a seizure. I have no idea. I'm a little concerned that they're all showing as extremely hungry and that nobody's helping them. Is Burning Sun incapable of doing medical? Is that what we got going on? Yes. Burning Sun's incapable. Having a seizure. Yeah, I think it was, okay. Having a seizure. So, okay, that's not as bad. At first, like, when they're having, I was like, oh, don't tell me that means, like, they're going to just straight up die, which it might still be the case. It seems like they all basically got exposed, and they all had a seizure, and then the consequence of the seizure, it knocks them out for a while, and it bottoms out their hunger. Whereas very much concerned it was going to be a lot more of just like, you know, the chest bursty kind of situation. Instead, it's just very... It says they can't... Right, because they're unconscious. They can't eat because they're unconscious. Actually, it's still saying you can't eat. Why can't you eat? We have 43 food. The only thing we don't have is, like, artificial meat. So can people get in spacesuits? I'm imagining it is one of those things that if you went around in spacesuits, you would be... Well, no, because we had our people wearing spacesuits when they went on the other ship, where they were supposedly exposed to the spores. So everyone's recovering from being unconscious. But yeah, they do seem to be unable to eat. So like I said, that's kind of a concern that this isn't well communicated why I can't eat. Oh, right. The aliens that boarded my ship. Yes, you are probably right. Yeah, none of these are making it clear. Oh, spore eruption. I had a seizure and something came out of my body. It was horrible. Cannot eat for 23 hours. Hopefully that's not long enough for them to starve. I mean, right now we're just going to endure and see what happens. So you take him off work to conserve energy? Not really. I'm not worried about the energy side, I'm worried about starvation. But I don't think they're going to die in that time frame. They're going to get real upset in that time frame. The big concern is once it's all said and done. Like when this drops off, like will they be allowed to eat or will something else happen? Well, Vato broke their arm while they were doing stuff away. Yeah, that's what I was figuring would end up happening. Is you'd end up having it just go through your whole crew and it can just knock you down in a big way and then like a bunch of your stuff fails. Because then everyone needs to eat at the same time and you just kind of overwhelm your stuff. Okay, so Conrad here is the first one to have had their seizure. They're about to have this drop off. Okay, so Conrad no longer has it. But now they're still extremely hungry. It's like, you know, you can eat. You're allowed now. Yeah, okay, so it just seems like the idea is it could just knock you down in a big way. So for example, if I'm sitting there fighting with a really bad infestation, then the risk I have there is that a bunch of people gets knocked down, everyone's having seizures, everyone's moods are breaking and all these kind of things. And meanwhile you're supposed to be like fighting the aliens and all that. I could definitely see where that can put you in a really bad spot where you're just going to kind of get overtaken. Or if you have anything time sensitive, or if while you're fighting, like, pirates are there, or anything like that, you get the idea. There's just a lot of opportunity for things to go wrong in that time frame. I forgot what we even got recently. We're working on the better hyperdrives. We did unlock something new. Oh, right, so we got the 3 refineries here. We got the jukebox. This arcade machine allows the crew members to play all the great games created by the backers of Space Haven. This machine is bound to lift the mood. We got a jukebox there. We got a point defense. Alright. Critical resources low, still hull block, which we're working on. Yeah, because I go up here and I could potentially put a point defense up here to kind of like double up the overlap to try and help a little bit. Okay. So I guess the next one would be a metal refinery, which takes materials to make those. We have the energy refinery. Then we got the chemical refinery. You don't really need any of those right now, so leave those alone for the moment. And we do have body storage that we can use potentially later. Somebody might have forgotten they volunteered to work on Thursday. Catch you on the next one. Alright, Liam, you take care. Think the chemical storage lets you make stuff for your garden? It does, out of chemicals. And I get chemicals from raw chemicals. Okay, so chemical refinery is not very big. I'm going to want to put it down here. We're going to wait on that, though. How goes this? They still get the infra stuff still in there. They're collecting from that. We do go through a decent amount of power now. It is, it's pretty quick. Also, has anyone gained enough weapon skill? You're locked in at 1, so probably never give you a weapon. You can at least hit 2. Canahawk is also locked in to never be able to get over 1. Teddy's also locked in, never going to be able to be over 1. Same with Burning Sun. Man, most of our crew just does not have it. So it's going to be... Luxray is going to be the one to eventually get the SMG. Just by the fact that they're one of the only ones who can do stuff with that. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Yeah, no, Lotto has the shotgun. Well, you got a heavy SMG to give someone, but no one can use it because you have to have 2 weapons. That does mean I do need to give Luxray one of the pistols back. Starvation on Vato. We have food. It is what it is. Right now, let's have... Canahawk can't level this up more. Let's have you drop off your pistol. And for right now, Luxray's going to grab that pistol. Because Luxray can potentially hit level 2 in weapons. At level 2 in weapons, then you'd be able to take the SMG, and then we can give the pistol to someone else who's stuck at 1 forever. Okay, you've almost got the last of it taken apart. We just got a little bit over here. Okay. I do like how much they look around while they're salvaging to be like, is anything here? Am I clear? Am I safe? Alright, and that's the last of it. There's nothing left to grab. Alright, with that, it is time to get out of this system. New research. Okay. So you get weapon systems. That can be the weapons console and the auto turret. We can get shield systems, which gives a shield generator. I'm actually going to get the scanning one, because I did see that there was the ability to... Oh, actually, do we want to get the solar? We'll start with the scanner, then we'll go for solar. Because I did see there was a thing about revealing extra systems that you can't see. And it feels like that would be a really good move for us. Because we could reveal extra systems, that means we could potentially find more derelict ships and hopefully not get horribly murdered. Because, you know, I don't want to be horribly murdered. Okay, everything's on board. We're good to go. Let's get out of here. Continue our jump. You've intercepted a distressed beacon by civilians? Sure. The Interstellar resulted in the following consequences. Luxray and Canahawk have gotten Interstellar Travel Sickness +1. Hyperdrive breakdown. You find a ship, their hyperdrive is blown up. The crew is hibernating in hypersleep. You may choose to help them or let them be. There are missions available if you want to assist. Assist. Okay. Transfer resources to their destination within 1 day, and they'll give me fuel, a pile of cash, or some food. I will take the pile of cash. Thank you. Oh, they've got like little Roombas running around doing stuff. So you got interstellar space sickness or whatever. What's that even do to you? I was forced to travel in hyperspace without a hypersleep chamber for a longer time. I feel awful. And then meanwhile, a lot of them are all like, our meals are not balanced. And we're feeling pretty awful about it. And slowly we'll get that going. Okay, so with that, that should probably be the last of what they need. Yeah, we'll see. The interesting thing is that does let me know I can get a bunch of like little Roomba bots to run around and do what need doing for me. Oh, you can only move those one at a time. Interesting. I guess they're just like really big. They are chunks of hull. Alright. So we are now friendly. Thank you for coming to our rescue. Please let us reward you as a token of our gratitude. Boom. Okay, and so we can trade with them. So let's see here. I want to give up more of those. I'll give up a couple of energy blocks. You'll only take 2. I'm okay with that. Go ahead and take the oxygen tank. I don't really want that. The rest of that I'd like to hold on to. I would like your energy stuff here. And then the rest of you can hold on to. And we already did your mission, you don't have another one. Okay. Because we burn through a lot of energy right now. So how long does it take Luxray to get over the sickness? Okay, basically you're gonna have the interstellar travel sickness for 1 day. So it really needs, we need our botany to get higher. Once we start getting botany 3 and 4, we'll start getting our food way better set up. Alright. You'll join your crew? Yeah, no, we've got the whole thing where if as we get more crew members, I do roles, like I do a role and all that for it. The big thing is we're kind of struggling on food right now. Yeah, so I need more everything basically. But we are growing our stuff now, but it's just too limited, so we're gonna have to trade for it. Alright, so trade should be done. So with this, we're ready to go on to the next part. And they'll finally reach the next system. Like, have a very unbalanced diet is what we got going on. Alright. Cool, so we've arrived. There's a derelict ship here. We have the hyperlane icon, and we got a bunch of regular, like, bunch of stuff to grab. Let's go ahead and hop in here. Yeah, I'll just leave it centered. It's fine. You have completed the scenario hints, and you are now ready to venture on your own. Expand your ship, build your fleet, and gather your crew to carry you between the stars. Choose whether you'll be heroes or villains as you struggle to survive, or watch your ship become a tomb for other, more successful crews to loot. Whatever happens, it is up to you to chart your course. If you find yourself in need of help, you can join the Space Haven community, and we are ready to help you. Join our Discord, Reddit, and Steam forums. The wiki is also available in English, and you can find links to these to help section in the game menu. Alright, so we do have people ready to rock and roll. I don't remember who has against. So Burning Sun, Luxray, Teddy, and Vato. So you are all going to be drafted. You're getting your shuttle. Sorry, having you get out of here. Meanwhile, I'll tell you to mine all that. Oh, those are items in space. There you go. All right. Okay. So let's get over here. See if we can't quickly clear out this ship. Start tearing it apart. But as you can see, clearing out derelicts is a big part of this game. It's where a lot of your progression comes from. You can also just do the missions that happen as well. Mining can also work in going through trade. I don't remember how much of each is going, and probably my information would be so out of date anyway, so it wouldn't be relevant. Okay. Let's deliberately grab Lux right here. Incoming micrometeoroids. I missed if we actually got rid of them or not. I'm assuming we did. Really nowhere for them to hide. Behold the power of slightly putting yourself out into space. I know there's one more. Saw 3. Okay, didn't realize I had doors on both sides. Okay. Alright, so we got that done, so let's go ahead and grab all the goodies off of it. We're not going to bring the human meat. A lot of tech modules and a decent amount of energy. So loving all that. Because it said there's micrometeors on the way. Seems like things are fine for right now. Then we only have people processing our crops and all that. Okay. Once we get more haul parts, we should be in good order. We hopefully will get some more food soon and all that. Yeah, and most of the stuff on this, it seems like it was just, like, literally just cargo just sitting in there. Like, I'm gonna be basically taking apart these doors and a couple pieces of furniture, but everything else is just loose. You can just grab it and go. And hopefully get our hull blocks sorted, because we were low on those to begin with. Oh, did we get to the point? Oh, no, never mind. It's down along the ground. I was about to be like, oh, did we actually get what we needed for that? Yeah, so we're still working on all that. This thing's just crunching away at all the ore we're getting. Surprised you haven't left yet. Just how tired they're getting. It's already down to just the doors and a little bit of hull. Because, like, I imagine most of the important systems would have been up here, which is all missing because, you know, the bugs made the ship go boom. Luxray's gotten over the fact that they crapped their pants. Which I'm assuming is because they were doing that. Okay, we have an incoming ship. It is a military alliance ship that we do have a relatively good reputation with. And then meanwhile, we're not at our ship. It looks like we took damage in this room from the, as best I could tell. Which is causing environmental problems. And I don't believe anyone got injured on that last foray. And how are we doing here? There's really not much left. It's just those doors back there, like 1 or 2 heaters, and then the hull. Never minding, we might as well wait for the military ship to get here. Because we should be able to assist them in whatever they want. And how's Luxray weapon skill doing? Almost level 2. Risk of mental break on Luxray. Because of, like, malnutrition and all that. Okay, so let's start this. What do you got for me for trade? I guess the other question is, what do I have for you for trade? I'm willing to give you an energy box. I don't really want to give up the tech box, but I will if I need to. Oh, man. Your price on meat is unreasonable. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. A flamethrower? That sounds like a real dangerous thing to bring in an unclosed, pressurized space. That seems like a really, really good way to have a whole lot of problems. Fine, I will give you a couple of tech blocks. And then, do you have any missions for me? No, you do not. It'll get rid of the spores. Maybe. My luck is I would forget about it, I'd be on my own ship, and then starting my own hallways on fire going, well, this is a problem. Alright. Very little left of it. What died? Oh. Oh, the temperature's really bad. Oh, I see. There was a temperature thing here that got destroyed. And I got 2 other temperature things that got damaged at the same time. There's just that many temperature things being knocked out caused the temperature to fail. So died is basically telling me my crops that were there died. Yeah, it looks like we're just falling behind on the maintenance, honestly. Alright, they're tearing down the last of the wall. Burning Sun's tearing the last of the doors down and all that. Yep. Now it's just down to a little bit of hull scrap, and then that's everything there. Got a buttload of work. Like, so much that, really knuckle down and get done. Yeah, no, that's... I get how that is. The moment stream ends tonight, I gotta jump on a bunch of stuff to get done. And I need to do that because tomorrow I gotta wake up extra early for the dentist, and then to drop my car off to get worked on, and it's just... too much all the time. So we got all that done. We got some tasks that are waiting. Output is full, we just need logistics people. That's another temperature regulator that's broken. Yeah, not just... You know, it's better to be busy than to not have enough. It sucks in the moment, but, like, there is good news with busy, at least. So the ore is gone. There's nothing left there. It's time to get out of here. Taking the system for all it's worth, it's time to leave. Our people are continuing to level up, like, industry and all that. Our chief navigator and scientist, Ryan, wanted a word with you. Apparently he's got some special project that needs to take priority. Yes, I do. So I've been studying peculiar effects of so-called siren worlds, and I think I've developed a way to use their peculiar emissions to our advantage. See, the mood-altering effect of the siren world is caused by a distinct quantum field reverberations which cause the human and even synthetic brains synaptic transmissions to... Stay on target, please, Orion. I suppose that's not really relevant, though it is interesting. But the practical upshot is, all the Pathfinder needs to do is deploy a specially designed monitoring station around a siren world and wait for it to perform a deep sky scan. I'm afraid they'll have to endure the planet's mind-affecting properties, as I don't yet know of a way to counteract them. Or rather, I do, but it would probably kill the crew and leave them brain damaged. So, for all practical intents and purposes, all very interesting, but perhaps you explain to them why you're asking them to endure it? What does deploying a listening post around a siren world get us? Oh, yes, sorry. So, the limiting factor of trying to find an Earth-like world somewhere out there is signal noise. We have the technology, in theory, to spot one from a very long way away. But the signs are subtle enough that they get washed out by the other phenomena. So, in practice, our range is actually quite short. But I think I found a way to use the distinctive quantum field emitted by the siren worlds to, well, it's really very technical, so he paused in sighs. The short version is that I'm right, then the scanner should be able to detect a human habitable planet within a vast radius. Certainly everything the fleet could practically expect to reach. And if it doesn't, then my theory is wrong. Ina's out there, Sheridan. It's all a mathematical certainty. It's just that we've got it, that we're trying to do this like finding a needle in, well, not a haystack, more like a needle in a giant pile of pins and staples. But if I'm right, then my technique should help us find it. That sounds good to me. You get all that, Pathfinder? We're sending you over the station container. Just carry it with you, and when you find a siren world, go ahead and build the thing. Install and power up the scanner. It'll let it do its thing. Try not to go crazy while it's working. And if it does find Eden, I'll owe you a big drink. Off you go now. Good luck. Sure, and I can get 6 more of your whatever that is, or money. So we'll do that. All right. So we're going here. There's another derelict ship here. Mega asteroid field. This resource is intended for the Exodus fleet, but only the Exodus fleet and miners and scavengers can use this resource. Nebula, which shows in red, which tells me it's going to hurt me in some way. Exodus fleet ore source. I see. Alright. Items in space. Alright, yeah, we can just deploy in the center. Alright, so we'll go over here, tell you to mine everything. There is a bunch of random goodies over here in space. Alright, unfortunately, all of our combat people... Can I move these around by chance? No, it would have been nice. It's fine. Because I'd want to move Burning Sun over here so we have our two, you know, pacifists, i.e. people who don't have weapons right now. I'd want to move them up. So that I can watch for the combat. Well, I guess I'd want to move them down so I can see my combat people when they're ready to rock and roll. This one's got a big hole in this side to... I see where there's random debris all around here. There's a freight container. Hot. They definitely want Luxray going with us. It sounds dismal kind of stuff to do for such a person. Yeah. Incoming micrometeors. Well, that really does make it so where you're like, oh good, I'm not an asteroid belt, I don't have to worry about being clobbered by random meteors. Only to be like, well, actually, that's not true, I still need to worry about it. Alright, so I think the moment Luxray gets back... we have the group go over there. Oh, you're grabbing stuff. All right. Being absolutely hammered by these micrometeors. As soon as you can, dock up real fast. Okay. So Burning Sun. Get on the shuttle. And then you three, get on the shuttle. We've got another ship to check out and loot and take apart. Okay. The game probably gets really interesting when you start turning to like piracy, or even not like you pirating them, but like have to defend against pirates. So you have to deal with like people breaching your ship and all that. Hey, you're doing your best. I don't know why they're not continuing. They have a path to me. I know it saw me. I didn't see the other doors open, but it doesn't mean anything. There's not much ship we haven't checked because they're able to see through a lot of these windows. You just got that corner and this corner. Okay, grab the data log. And we undraft you and undraft you. Derelict ship sorted. Salvage, grab it all. Transfer, we've got... Let's select all. Leave the human corpses behind. What did it say? Dead bodies are good compost? I mean, are you memeing or like actually in game they are good compost? Which we still haven't built one. We can get the body storage. I have the materials for it. We still just haven't done it this whole time. I assume we'll want those sooner or later. Because if they actually end up being good compost, then I kind of do need that. Sure. Let's find out. Alright, Joe, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out and all that stuff. Wait, why are you going unconscious? Oh, you're falling asleep from being tired. That's fair. Okay, yeah, alien organs become all that. We don't have anything we want to do with that. We don't have anything we want to do with that. So if there is something you can do with the corpses, I do not have the tech yet. We are currently working on getting our scanner research. I do really want to get the solar panels to supplement my stuff. That's a bunch of weapon stuff. Surgical enhancement, augmentation, more augmentation, more augmentation. We have our robotics stuff going on here. Learning computer, various alien stuff. We have the autopsy table. Which lets me process stuff into human meat, monster meat, and alien organs and such. And we can get fibers. We can get botany 2, which gives me a CO2 producer. Ah, gotcha. Then we got the composter. Right. Yeah, so the composter will let me turn, you know, whatever corpses we find. We turn those into meat and all that, and then we can turn the meat into all that. We'll want to get there eventually, because very genuinely that ultimately helps us get food. Granted, our food is slowly going up now. It's just we're not getting any type of source of meat. So it is causing our people some problems. Okay. We also really need more point defenses. Imagining what will eventually happen is start running out of stuff there. We also have the toilet. Which, my understanding, we get stuff from that too. Yeah, so that's biomatter. Alright. Okay, so we got 18 days worth of fuel, 59 days worth of food, 81 days worth of oxygen. It's gonna go through our different stuff, so airflow's fine. So I'm gonna need a thing for dealing with the humidity up here. I can't put it right in the room, so I'll put it right outside the door. That'll be fine. We have the hazardous gas stuff, the CO2, the O2, which that's fine. That's a room where we're doing all sorts of awful things. Isolated zones or whatever. That's all fine there with the jobs. So for leisure... So leisure pod hangar... Oh, I see. I see what happened down here. When I extended the ship, I made that part of it. But that's the reason I was checking. And then for sleep time, all the bedrooms are fine. Temperature-wise, everyone's good. And then power, we don't really care that much. Yeah, so it's got to put up the 2 segments of wall there. So it, like, makes that into a separate space again, and we'll be good to go. How's Luxray doing on your weapon skill now? Still at 1, but you're getting pretty close to leveling. And then we'll be able to upgrade your weapon. So you had an accident. Now granted, there's no oxygen in here. The fire should just go right back out. Which is one nice thing about having the industry in that room, is anytime we have like a fire or whatever, it goes right back out. Because I believe in a previous time I played through, I had all this stuff in a space, and I was just taking the time to use the scrubbers and everything, and just having them go in there without suits. And ultimately we started a fire, and it got really hard to contain. Okay. Continue to make fancy scrap and all that. We've got our power. The system-wise... Oh, we have the bigger hyperdrives. Right, okay. So comparing the two here, you do have a higher cost. But you do give me more than... Well, actually, not quite double, but it's not quite double at the same power consumption. Okay. Let's remove those 2 engines. And then build our bigger engine. Then when that's done, we'll do the same again. Alright. It is interesting that literally if I could just keep myself alive, we can just have someone sit there and research until we have all the tech. Which, to be fair, that's the same way RimWorld works. And a lot of these kind of games work, that you can just kind of chill back and then just let your research go. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With the only exception, like, usually they have, like, a more advanced research bench. But ultimately, is a thing you can kind of just scurry back, spend a couple of resources, and get power set up. And then just basically idle the game for almost ever. That's also what, like, that's one of the big things that we were doing, like, 500% naked brutality runs in RimWorld. That was always one of the catches, like, on how you did, is you kept your place as small as you possibly could while you got your research going. Okay, so new research. So part of me wants to get the solar panels. And it produces 5 power if we have solar energy. It also gives me a power backup. Whereas my generators, I don't. Okay, and the generators produce significantly more, which isn't super surprising. The other thing is, where people were mentioning that the corpses actually do have value, I do think it is worth us considering going for the composter and the autopsy table. So let's go for the composter. If you get a reopen stream, it says, it tells you that buying turbo would give a Twitch drop. I have no idea about that. It could be something like they're giving out more emotes or something. Because I know Twitch has been experimenting with stuff like where if you get a stream streak, you get a badge, more emotes or stuff like that. So I think they're trying to make a bunch of that stuff have extra value or whatever. At the same time, it does feel just weird. The big thing to watch is, do you still take the same fuel? Or do I have to process the fuel into a more advanced thing? That is my biggest concern right now. Because if I have to process it, then that's going to be a headache. Mostly because I have to set it all up. I do need to process it into hyperfuel, which I do have some. Alright, which of these was the thing to make the hyperfuel? It was energy, right? Yeah, so it's energy. So I need to put down the energy refinery. I do have the room, I do have the materials for it, if I can make room for it. Let's expand that. And I mean, if we're just going to go ahead and do this, let's just do this. So we're upgrading our engines to be fancier, better engines. Because it should reduce my power consumption from my engines to half. But it will require the better fuel rods. It was the same kind of chat pop with the drops when certain game for a few hours, gifting a sub during a specific game. Let's see, if Twitch wants to try out incentive, sure. Yeah. Well, that's, I know a lot of people when they do that stuff, like, there was a whole thread going around that Twitch has made it as of today, that even as a non-affiliate, you can get subs and bits and all that to earn, but, like, they can't cash out the money to you, so you can use it to buy subs on Twitch. So, like, if I sub to you, you get a couple bucks that you can then spend on bits or sub somewhere else. And, you know, people are understandably like, oh, Twitch just wants to hold on to the money. It's like, well, no. When you become an affiliate or a partner, you sign a, you know, documentation that basically allows you to be paid out. And that's required in certain, you know, certain jurisdictions, certain areas to be legally paid out. Like, they physically cannot give you cash until you do that agreement. So it's like, you can start earning before you qualify for affiliate, and you can use it for the subs or bits. Or you can just hold on to it, and then when you become an affiliate, you can then cash it out. And so people are making this like, oh, Twitch is so awful. It's like, literally they gave you something. There is no negative. The alternative is, you just didn't have this. And you can choose to turn off, like, subs and bits and all that stuff and just not accept it at all. If you so choose. Like, there's literally no consequence. Like, it's straight up a positive. You can just not engage with it if you don't want to. But people just like to be mad. And there are valid reasons to be mad at a lot of stuff. But it was definitely one of those ones like, man, you are desperately seeking a problem. You know, complain about lack of volume balancing on advertisements. You know, complain about, you know, de-incentivizing certain things. But, like, this is a big old nothing burger. Alright, so we're working on getting this area opened up so we can make the hyperdrive rods. By putting the energy production down there. Good. As far as I can tell, it does not appear that there's skill decay. I was a little worried that skill decay would be a thing in the game. And there's a lot of games that are like, no. When you don't do something for a while, clearly you get worse at it. It's like, alright, sure. You know, there is a certain amount of truth to that and all that. But at the same time, in your video games, there's times that you have skills you just don't get the opportunity to train very often. And it can make certain skills really, really painful to level in games. Or it becomes a chore where you kind of have to go out of your way to create a need to keep using that skill to keep it up. And, you know, there's different ways they go. Like, once you hit a level, you can't backtrack a level, or, you know, it's just really slow decay, or whatever it is. But you get the idea. It could be a not great experience. Alright. Okay, so let's duplicate you. Because temperature's an issue. And then when this gets built out, I'm going to move you over here. Because the good news is it looks like we've got most things handled here. Just waiting for, like, our crew to be able to take that apart, get the energy stuff going. This is getting pretty close to fully salvaged. Yeah, there's just a tiny bit of hull scrap left. So it's just like that edge over there, and this. And then that's fully salvaged. I am hoping that pretty soon we get our next level in botany going, so that we can get our fruits going as well. It'll be a while till we can get the nuts going, which will be our proteins. Alright. And I am worried I'm going to have to move these as well. Oh, that's interesting. Ah. I missed that the scrubber gives me raw chemicals. Yeah, so actually get a little bit of raw chemicals in here that we can use to make fertilizers and all that as well. So it's definitely worth going to be potentially putting like my chemical lab in here and just letting this, you know, be just toxic air, pulling it all out and then using it to make more chemicals. To then use for whatever I need it to use for, like fertilizers, all that stuff. Okay. They're doing exceptionally well on water. Do a bunch of corpses and all that stuff in here. We don't have much more capacity. Okay. And with the other one done, let's move it around the corner so I can rip up that piece of wall. Remind you of Deep Space, Space-based DF9. I'm a little concerned I'm gonna have to move this stuff around. That's okay. So I do actually have to move that. I'll put it right there for now. The scrubber can stay where it is. Now we need to go and put the next engine there. Alright, we have fully pulled everything off the salvage. Yeah, so I just need to move this over here, build the second engine here. They're working on getting this all sorted out over here on this end to get our energy production so we can now make our hyper fuel as opposed to just Hyperium. I'm gonna wait to make the actual energy thing here until that's built, just in case I run out of something. I shouldn't, I have lots of everything, but just being a little bit on the paranoid side. Yeah, so downside is you're gonna have to walk the whole way around. We'll definitely want to fix that later. But I mean, the way we could fix that is honestly like, take the pods and everything. Like set them up along, like just move them somewhere else. Like turn this into the engine area. These could get moved around a little bit. We could figure that out. Because right now the problem here is if, say, we have like damage back here, you'd repair over here and then you gotta walk the whole way. Actually, that's gonna be a real big problem. The reason it's gonna be a big problem is you won't be able to path to this side. It'll be inaccessible. So I'm gonna need to move you, and you can't go down in this area. You can't go over here either. Why can't you go over here? That'll do. Yes, this whole area is inaccessible. Now you can move this over there. That'll be in range of both of those. And eventually I want to move that. But yeah, no, I'd probably want to go to these. I would need to remove the ship from this. And then I'd want to move this like up against the walls, that kind of thing. That's fine. We're good here. No, we're not. You're not actually in range anymore. Oh, I see. So that's where your spot is. Alright, so I'm going to have to duplicate. That's just what I'm going to have to do. So you can go ahead and put you over here. That will cover that spot. Okay, and then with this, we can go down here to resources, energy refinery. That reminds you of Discord, there's still no way to set Discord's notification volume after all these years, and it's so much louder than anything else. Yeah. Like, so much that you have to, like, set in Windows, but the problem is, like, then you end up having to, like, max out everything and then lower the application. It can get really annoying, and so much that stuff can get reset. Alright, so for right now, continuously make the hyperfuel. Do not make the energy rides yet. And then meanwhile, let's go over here to furniture. Put a light on the wall over there. Okay. And then with that, we are going to snooze the ad so it doesn't happen. I'll read that log another time. You're still annoyed at Discord for the change they made with the email notification. XYZ sent you a message text to XYZ sent you a message, come open our app. We're still user, but it gets more traffic, hooray. Yup. Okay, everything's back, let's jump. Major research breakthrough. Inspiring news. Our research scientists report that they have had a significant discoveries. Extra technologies 3. Okay, so that's where you came in from. So I've torn up that derelict. Let's not go to the nebula. Let's go down here. So grab all the goodies from there. Grab all the goodies from here. Grab all the goodies from there. We're getting a call from the Merchant Federation. Base fare. Our stock is running dry. We'll offer a fair price for your resources. We'll strike a deal. Sure. You can have some steel plates. We appreciate your kind gesture. Goodbye. You have no missions. Alright, so we'll let that run. Okay, though. That said, I can really not go longer than I already have. I've already gone longer than I should have because I have a video I have to edit on a deadline. And then I got a busy day tomorrow, so I don't want to stay up any later than I necessarily have to, which is certainly going to happen. And then I got a whole bunch of stuff to do tomorrow, which is going to be a whole thing. So that should be a lot of fun. And tomorrow we're doing Hotel Architect for its 1.0 release, which will be a lot of fun. But yeah, no, this has been a nice little jump into Space Haven. Again, thank you for the devs. They did sponsor the stream. Now, granted, again, they sponsored 2 hours, but I knew I liked the game and all that stuff. So instead of being like, oh yeah, you know, from 11 to whatever is a sponsored segment, it's just like, you know what? 9 hours. You paid for 2, you got 9. And I'll probably play more of it, so don't worry about that. So it's definitely been an excellent time. So with all that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending for you over there. But thank you so much for tuning in and all that good stuff. For those who are over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're going to see who we can drop a raid on.